Immortal Beast-Taming clan. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 326: Zhou Chun's Fortuitous Encounter, Heavenly Mirror Dharma Assembly. Heavenly Mirror Hermit became a hot topic of discussion throughout Jing Kingdom. Many forces sensitive to this matter were waiting to see how things would develop. For example, the Zhou family had already dispatched cultivators to stake out the area around the Heavenly Mirror Manor in Lingzhou, gathering first-hand information. News about the subsequent developments quickly spread like wildfire. Some said that nascent soul cultivators from the three major powers had visited the Heavenly Mirror Hermit and had persuaded him to become a guest elder of their respective powers, granting him exclusive control of a state. Others said that the Heavenly Mirror Hermit had fought with the nascent soul cultivators from the three major powers and had been taught a lesson by those veteran nascent soul cultivators, and would maintain the status quo. Still others said that the Heavenly Mirror Hermit was currently in seclusion to consolidate his cultivation and had no intention of meeting other nascent soul cultivators. In short, all sorts of true and false information were circulating, making it impossible to distinguish fact from fiction. Zhou Chun had also gone to the Su family in Jiangzhou to inquire about the situation, but even someone like the Su family patriarch didn't know much about the inside story, only that nascent soul cultivators from the three major powers had indeed visited the Heavenly Mirror Manor. So he could only continue to gather more information while waiting for the situation to develop. Another 6 months passed, and while there was still no further useful information from Master Xinjing, good news arrived from the Zhou family. Are these the toad eggs laid by the black jade toad, inside the mountain cave? Zhou Chun looked at the pool of dark toad eggs in the jade box before him, his eyes filled with surprise. The toad eggs in front of him looked like ordinary frog eggs, only slightly larger. Generally speaking, the eggs laid by demonic beasts would contain some spiritual energy. They are indeed the eggs laid by the black jade toad, but as you can see, it won't be so simple for these eggs to hatch into real black jade toads, Zhou Ming said solemnly. It turned out that he had summoned Zhou Chun today because the female of the two black jade toads had suddenly laid eggs last night. Moreover, the female toad died quickly after laying the eggs. The male toad was now neither eating nor drinking, its life force rapidly declining, and it was estimated that it wouldn't live for more than a few days. Regardless, the toad eggs were better for the Zhou family than holding on to two dying black jade toads. So this was indeed good news. Zhou Chun then said, "It's good that they lay toad eggs. As for whether these eggs can hatch into real black jade toads, we can verify and cultivate them later." These toad eggs were entrusted to Zhou Ming for incubation and cultivation. No one else was involved. Half a year later, all the toad eggs hatched into tadpoles and began their metamorphosis. But at this time, Zhou Ming, who was raising these tadpoles, discovered that their growth and evolution were extremely slow. He fed them the best spirit beast food the Zhou family possessed, and the tadpoles ate happily, but their growth was very slow. This result made Zhou Ming's heart sink, and he had a bad premonition. He thought of the black jade toad's long lifespan. Was the tadpoles growing so slowly because the black jade toad's lifespan was too long, causing its juvenile stage to be much longer than other frogs? If that were the case, it wouldn't be good news for him or the Zhou family. One day, Zhou Chun was working in this Hongping hall when a report came from outside that Zhou Zinlin, a core member of the clan, requested an audience. After he granted permission, Zhou Zinlin rushed into the hall with a joyful expression. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's heart stirred. He knew something good must have happened. However, he remained calm, waiting until Zhou Zinlin had finished bowing before slowly speaking. "Speak, what makes you so happy?" Reporting to the clan leader, Zhou Zinlin said, "This junior went to the pioneering stronghold for training, exploring the wilderness. I was fortunate enough to discover a mid-level demonic beast, the blue feather fire kite, laying eggs. The sixth elder personally lured the two blue feather fire kites away, and I managed to steal the two eggs. Please take a look, clan leader." As he spoke, Zhou Zinlin patted his storage pouch at his waist, took out a jade box, and handed it to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun took the jade box and opened it. Inside, wrapped in soft animal hide, were 2 blue-white bird eggs, each as large as 2 adult fists. Although he didn't know if it was truly a blue feather fire kite egg, judging from the spiritual energy contained within it, it was undoubtedly a mid-level demon beast egg. He immediately smiled and nodded, saying, "Very good. It seems sending you to the outpost for training was the right thing to do, otherwise how could you have encountered such an opportunity?" After a moment's thought, he asked in a deep voice, "So, are you going to offer these 2 eggs to the clan?" "Yes," the 6th elder said that such a treasure should be offered to the clan, to be distributed by the clan leader and the supreme elders. Zhou Chun nodded without hesitation, showing no reluctance whatsoever. This made Zhou Chun even more satisfied. So he chuckled and said, "Since that's the case, then each bird egg will be worth 4,000 points of family merit. You and the 6th elder will each receive 4,000 points." After saying that, he looked at Zhou Chun meaningfully and asked, "Now you have more than 7,000 points of merit. Do you have anything to say?" Hearing his almost explicit words, Zhou Chun immediately understood and respectfully replied, reporting to the clan leader, "This junior wishes to exchange for a foundation establishment pill. Good, then this foundation establishment pill is yours," Zhou Chun exclaimed, then raised his hand, patted his storage bag at his waist, took out a jade bottle containing a foundation establishment pill, and tossed it to Zhou Chun. After Zhou Chun received the jade bottle and happily opened it to check the pills inside, Zhou Chun said, "Now that you have the foundation establishment pill, prepare to begin your foundation establishment. Don't leave the family's mountain gate again." "Yes, Junior obeys," Zhou Chun happily replied loudly and left Zhongping Hall with a joyful expression. Zhou Chun, looking at the 2 blue feather fire kite eggs in his hand, fell into deep thought. As a mid-level demon beast, the blue feather fire kite was not only an excellent mount but also a combat pet with potential and strength no less than Zhu Yun. Who should be assigned to hatch these 2 blue feather fire kite eggs was indeed something Zhou Chun needed to think about carefully. Currently, among the elders of the Zhou family, only the 6th elder Zhou Jiapeng's golden winged iron feather eagle was a second-tier demon beast. Although the other elders all possessed first-tier high-grade demon beast pets, none of them had yet raised their pets to the second tier. Therefore, the blue feather fire kite egg, which would become a second-tier demon beast upon maturity, was definitely something all the elders wanted. However, Zhou Chun felt that giving both demon beast eggs to the elders wouldn't fully utilize their potential. Seeing that little Xin Yan is almost an adult, at his rate of cultivation growth, he'll reach the 12th level of key refining by the age of 30 at most. If I give him a blue feather fire kite egg now, by the time he successfully establishes his foundation, the demon beast will be almost an adult, giving the most talented junior in the family a mid-level demon beast egg. I'm sure none of the elders would object, he muttered to himself, gradually forming a plan. Soon, the news that Zhou Chun had offered 2 blue feather fire kite eggs and exchanged them for foundation establishment pills spread throughout the Zhou family's mountain gate. Every Zhou family cultivator who heard the news envied his good fortune. Then, many key refining cultivators began to worry about the number of foundation establishment pills their families had. Because the 2 foundation establishment pills given by Lin Honggai couldn't be made public, the Zhou family openly only had 2 foundation establishment pills purchased from Rongguo and 2 exchanged from King Lian Temple. Of these 4, Zhou's Honggaiong and Zhou's Hengtao each used one, and now Zhou Chun had exchanged for another. In the eyes of the uninformed Zhou family cultivators, this was the only foundation establishment pill left. However, it shouldn't be forgotten that the Zhou family now has a member with a superior spiritual root aptitude, Zhou Zinan. According to family rules, members with superior spiritual roots are directly considered foundation establishment seeds and must be given priority in receiving a foundation establishment pill. If Zhou Chun strictly adheres to this rule, it means that even if other Zhou family cultivators accumulate 5,000 points of family merit, they won't be able to exchange for a foundation establishment pill. Thinking this way, several Zhou family key refining stage cultivators who were just short of 5,000 merit points immediately became restless and approached Zhou Chun, subtly inquiring about this issue. Rest assured, the family still has 2 foundation establishment pills remaining. As long as you can accumulate enough merit points in time, you still have a chance to exchange them. Since it concerned the family's reputation, Zhou Chun responded to reassure them. With this assurance, the clansmen were at ease. 3 months later, Zhou Chun successfully completed his foundation establishment cultivation and emerged from seclusion, becoming the Zhou family's 7th foundation establishment cultivator. His success made Zhou Zhengang and his son a legendary figure. 2 foundation establishment cultivators in one family, father and son both elders. Such a situation was rare even among golden core families. This successful example further inspired the other Zhou family cultivators' confidence to strive harder. If Zhou Xinlin could discover mid-level demon beasts laying eggs and gain huge merit points with the help of family elders, why couldn't they? Zhou family cultivators could receive varying amounts of merit points simply by offering spiritual items to the family. Even if they didn't have Zhou Xinlin's gains, they could accumulate small amounts until they reached their goal. Zhou Chun was happy to see this situation. As the clan leader, he hoped to see his clansmen strive for excellence, for only then could the clan be full of vitality. Time passed slowly, and 3 years after the news of Xianjing's Henren's shattered core and nascent soul formation, Xianjing Manor finally issued an official announcement. On this day, Zhou Chun was cultivating in his room with his Taoist partner, Su Yazin, who had come to visit him at the Zhou family, when suddenly the warning array outside his courtyard gate was repeatedly triggered. Generally, if someone simply came to see him about something, they would only trigger the warning array once and wait for him to open the gate. Only when something extremely important to the clan occurred would someone continuously trigger the warning array to indicate an emergency. Upon noticing this, Zhou Chun immediately stopped his cultivation and stood up, saying to his partner, who was also preparing to stop, "My lady, you can continue your cultivation. Something must have happened to the clan, I'll go check it out." With that, he quickly left the room, went to the courtyard, and opened the gate. Outside the courtyard gate, the younger member of the family responsible for recording documents for him inside this Hongping Hall was anxiously watching the gate. Upon seeing him open the gate, the man quickly bowed respectfully and said, "The Xianjing Manor has sent an invitation. The 4th elder is already keeping us company and has specially ordered me to come and respectfully invite the clan head." Hearing this, Zhou Chun's gaze sharpened, then he nodded slightly and said, "I understand." He then took to the air and flew towards the family's reception area. Upon entering the guest hall, he saw Zhou Jiaru and a middle-aged man in blue sitting opposite each other, enjoying the Zhou family's secret honey flower tea. Upon seeing him approach, Zhou Jiaru hurriedly stood up and introduced him to the middle-aged man in blue, saying, "Fellow Taoist Yan, this is Zhou Zhengjin, the patriarch of my Zhou family." Hearing this, the middle-aged man in blue also stood up and bowed to Zhou Zhengjin, saying, "Yan Shu greets Patriarch Zhou." "Greetings, fellow Taoist Yan." Zhou Zhengjin returned the bow and then asked directly, "May I ask what brings fellow Taoist Yan to the Zhou family today?" "Of course, it's something good." Yan Shu smiled, then patted his storage pouch at his waist, took out a beautifully crafted invitation, and handed it to Zhou Zhengjin. "After my ancestor shattered his core and formed his nascent soul, he was deeply moved by the arduous journey of cultivators like us. Therefore, he has specially granted the privilege of holding a Dharma assembly to guide and enlighten the younger generation of cultivators who are still in the midst of confusion. This invitation is your ticket to the assembly. You may bring 10 people with you to attend. Please keep it safe." Clan Chief Zhou. The Heavenly Mirror true person is holding a Dharma assembly? Zhou Chun was taken aback by Yan Shu's words and took the invitation. The 4 characters Heavenly Mirror Dharma assembly on the invitation were dazzling and eye-catching. Just one glance made Zhou Chun's eyes sting, and he quickly closed his eyes, turning his head away, unable to look any further. He was filled with utter horror. Was this the power of a nascent soul stage true person? Just a few words were enough to make this mid-foundation establishment cultivator unable to look at them, unable to withstand their power, truly terrifying. He quickly covered the invitation with his sleeve, then narrowed his eyes and looked at Yan Shu, asking, "May I ask, fellow Taoist Yan, do every cultivation family receive an invitation? Do the 3 major sects receive one?" Hearing this, Yan Shu couldn't help but reply with a smug look, "Our ancestor prepared 300 invitations, only inviting 3,000 cultivators to participate in this Dharma assembly, so not every cultivation family is qualified to attend." He paused slightly, then looked at Zhou Chun meaningfully and said, "As for the 3 major sects, naturally several of our senior uncles also went to deliver invitations." "I see, I understand. Thank you, fellow Taoist Yan, for traveling so far to deliver this invitation, and thank you, Senior Heavenly Mirror Immortal, for your high regard for the Zhou family. I thank you very much." After Zhou Chun finished speaking, he immediately bowed deeply to Yan Shu to express his gratitude. However, He did not indicate whether he would attend the Dharma assembly. This made Yanchu frown slightly, then he nodded gently and said, "Since Clan Chief Zhou has accepted the invitation, then I won't bother you any longer. I have other matters to attend to. Farewell, fellow Taoist Yan, please take care." "I will see you off," Zhou Chun said, and truly escorted Yanchu all the way to the mountain gate. Only after watching Yanchu's figure gradually turn into a small black dot and disappear into the distance did Zhou Chun look down at the back of the invitation in his hand, his eyes filled with solemnity. A nascent soul stage cultivator's sermon. This is truly a once-in-a-millennium opportunity, he muttered to himself, and immediately took the invitation and hurried to the cave dwelling on the mountaintop. This update is finally on time. Chapter 327 Heavenly Mirror Manor, Dharma Assembly begins. 9 Peaks Ridge. When Zhou Chun arrived at Zhou Ming's residence with an invitation to the Heavenly Mirror Immortals lecture, Zhou Ming was quite shocked. Although he had lived 200 years longer than Zhou Chun, Zhou Ming had never attended a lecture by a nascent soul stage cultivator. The last time a golden core cultivator in Jing Kingdom successfully shattered their core and formed a nascent soul was over 500 years ago. The last time a golden core cultivator in Fen Kingdom successfully shattered their core and formed a nascent soul was over 400 years ago. Moreover, these newly promoted nascent soul stage cultivators all came from major sects in those two kingdoms. Even if they held lectures, they would only be for their own disciples, and at most, they would invite some vassal families from their sects to attend. A rogue nascent soul cultivator like the Heavenly Mirror Immortal was extremely rare, even in the entire cultivation world. In the history of Jing Kingdom, there hadn't been one for at least several thousand years. Therefore, the Dharma assembly held by True Person Xianjing at Xianjing Manor, inviting 3,000 cultivators to attend, is undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity for those invited. Even a Purple Mansion stage cultivator like Zhou Ming is equally eager for it. However, both Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun know that True Person Xianjing's high-profile actions are likely driven by ulterior motives. It's very possible that their biggest fears will come true. Therefore, whether the Zhou family should participate in this Dharma assembly is debatable. Let's see how King Lian Temple and other families behave. According to Yanchu, Xianjing Manor certainly didn't just send invitations to our Zhou family. Other major cultivation families in the surrounding states will likely receive them as well. If major cultivation families like the Z family of Lianshao also receive invitations and send people, then we shouldn't miss this once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Let's go. After some thought, Zhou Ming offered his opinion. Following the crowd doesn't necessarily bring merit, but it generally doesn't incur responsibility either, making it the safest choice. Especially since the Zhou family wasn't a direct descendant of the King Lian Temple, they would never receive the treatment due to direct descendants. There was no need for them to deliberately show off. If they overdid it and became a target for others to make an example of, the problem would be serious. Therefore, Zhou Chun agreed with Zhou Ming's words. Zhou Daoai also had no objections. Half a month later, Zhou Chun, accompanied by his Taoist partner Su Yuzhen, visited the Z family in Lianshao to inquire about the King Lian Temple's attitude towards the Heavenly Mirror Dharma Assembly. Half a month had passed, the invitations had long been sent out, and those who were supposed to receive them had already received them. The invitation stated that the Heavenly Mirror Dharma Assembly would be held in less than 3 months. Therefore, Zhou Chun's visit to the Z family didn't take much effort to obtain accurate information. The King Lian Temple had no intention of preventing its affiliated cultivation families from sending people to participate in the Heavenly Mirror Dharma Assembly, and would even send 30 cultivators themselves to participate. However, according to the Z family, they would only send the clan leader and some elders and core clan members to participate in the Dharma assembly. None of the family's supreme elders would go. This gave Zhou Chun an idea of what was going on. After returning to the family, he immediately informed the 2 supreme elders of the outcome of the trip. Since King Lian Temple isn't objecting, what else is there to say? Alright, besides me and Dao Quan staying behind at the family in Longxing Valley, Dao Ai, you will personally lead the team, taking Zhangchen and the others to participate in this Dharma assembly. Zhou Ming immediately made the decision and arrangements. Then, after a moment's thought, he continued, well, don't bring Kinjiao. I'll give you Huish and Jackwal to take with you, just in case. Zhou Daoai understood his concerns perfectly and immediately nodded in agreement. He then had Zhou Chun arrange the people who would accompany the team. Going to listen to a nascent soul stage cultivator preach was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity, and naturally, Many Zhou family cultivators wanted to go. However, there were only 10 spots available, and ultimately, very few would be able to go. After some discussion and deliberation, Zhou Chun finally decided that only 2 elders would attend, with the remaining 5 spots given to the younger generation of the family. This was for safety reasons. Although nothing was expected to happen at this Dharma assembly, a family's power should always be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Therefore, not all the family elders could participate in one event, otherwise, an accident could lead to the extinction of the family line. Currently, the Zhou family has 6 elders, excluding Zhou Jiapeng and Zhou Zhenggang, who are stationed at the reclaimed stronghold and Dragon Rising Valley. Among the 4 elders remaining, Zhou Jiaru is the best candidate to act as patriarch in Zhou Chun's absence, as it's inconvenient for him to travel with Zhou Chun. Zhou Xinlin has just successfully established her foundation and hasn't yet completed her cultivation technique transition, so attending the Dharma assembly at this time would be meaningless. Therefore, the 2 elders were easily chosen, Zhou Jia and Zhou Xingyan. The remaining 5 younger members were Zhou Zhengqing, Zhou Xindi, Zhou Xinti, Zhou Zinai, and Zhou Zhengbei. Naturally, the 5 juniors who could accompany him to the Heavenly Mirror Dharma Assembly were all outstanding members of the Zhou family, arguably the most promising foundation establishment cultivators of their generation. With these 2 foundation establishment elders, 5 key refining juniors, and Zhou Daoai, Zhou Chun, and Su Yazan, that made a total of 10. It's worth noting that the Su family of Jiangzhou was not among those invited by the Heavenly Mirror True Person. Not only the Su family of Jiangzhou, but also other direct lineage Golden Core families from the Moonwheel Sect and the Flame Sun Sect were excluded. On the other hand, Golden Core families like the Li family of Alchemy and the Yu family of Formations received invitations, with as many as 20 people invited to attend the assembly. This special treatment seemed to convey some kind of signal. Time passed quickly, and the Heavenly Mirror Dharma assembly was fast approaching. On this day, Zhou Daoai personally led the Zhou family, each displaying their unique abilities, as they flew together to Heavenly Mirror Manor. In the sky, Zhou Daoai flew ahead alone, riding his key. Su Yazhan and her partner Zhou Chun rode on the back of a golden-winged tiger. Zhou Jia and Zhou Xingyan each rode a red-eyed dragon eagle, each carrying a junior key refining cultivator. The remaining 3 junior key refining cultivators shared a single red-eyed dragon eagle. This group attracted the attention of several cultivators along the way. Upon seeing the golden-winged tiger and the red-eyed dragon eagles behind them, any cultivator who had heard of the Zhou family instantly recognized the group. So it's the Zhou family patriarch, Zhou Zhengqin, and his wife traveling. No wonder they're making such a grand entrance. The crimson-eyed dragon vulture possesses the bloodline of a dragon. One can carry 3 to 5 people and travel 3,000 miles a day. What a magnificent creature! The Zhou family of Lanzhou, with their tradition of beast-taming, boasts 3 purple mansions, 1 dragon, and 1 jackal. They are truly the foremost family below the established clans, living up to their reputation. From Lanzhou to Lingzhou, every cultivator who saw the Zhou family's entourage discussed it animatedly, marveling at their achievements. Although they had only been in Jingguo for less than a century, the Zhou family's name was already widely known throughout the kingdom. Especially in the states under the jurisdiction of King Lian Temple, few cultivators were unaware of the Zhou family of Jilfangling in Lanzhou. When the group arrived outside Xianjing Manor in Lingzhou, many cultivators who had interacted with the Zhou family proactively approached to pay their respects and greet Zhou Chun. At this moment, Xianjing Manor had become the most dazzling place in Jingguo. Hundreds of cultivators from various states of Jing Kingdom, including Lingzhou, Lanzhou, Yunzhou, Lianzhou, and Kangzhou, gathered here. Its liveliness was second only to the 100 Clans conference held by the 3 major powers. The influx of cultivators made the originally spacious Xianjing Manor feel quite cramped. Have you all heard? It's said that none of the people sent by the 3 major powers this time are Golden Core cultivators. Only a few core disciples with Purple Mansion cultivation leading a group of Foundation Establishment cultivators have come to participate in the conference. In a small courtyard inside Xianjing Manor, Zhou Chun was meeting with some patriarchs of cultivation families when someone suddenly spoke mysteriously, causing him and many other patriarchs to pause and pay attention. He turned to look at the speaker, a short, somewhat sleazy-looking old man with late Foundation Establishment cultivation. It was truly surprising that such a person could be chosen as a patriarch. However, Zhou Chun realized he didn't recognize the person, The other person was probably not a cultivator from Lanzhou, Lianzhou, or Yanzhou. Just as Zhou Chun was wondering who to ask about this person's background, another cultivator suddenly said in a deep voice, "The various sects of the upper sects have their own considerations for how they act. We should be careful what we say." Zhou Chun recognized this cultivator. He was the patriarch of a direct descendant family under the Qinghaian temple. Due to his status, after he said this, no one else discussed the matter further. However, everyone couldn't help but ponder what the old man had said. If it was true, the intentions of the three major sects were quite intriguing. Soon, 2 more days passed, and on the day of the Heavenly Mirror Dharma Assembly, Zhou Chun and the other cultivators were led by the people of Heavenly Mirror Manor to a bluestone plaza deep within the manor. This bluestone plaza was circular, with a diameter of 500 zang, and in the center was a circular stone platform with a diameter of 3 zang and a height of 30 zang. Surrounding the circular stone platform, the plaza was dotted with thousands of smaller stone platforms. These smaller platforms came in 3 types. One type had a diameter of 1 zang, approximately 3.3 meters, and a height of 10 zang, approximately 3.3 meters, totaling 24. Another type had a diameter of 7 chi, approximately 1.3 meters, and a height of 7 zang, approximately 3.3 meters, totaling 300, and yet another type had a diameter of 3 chi, approximately 1.3 meters, and a height of 3 zang, approximately 3.3 meters, numbering in the thousands. According to the cultivators of Xianjing Manor, these 3 types of platforms corresponded to cultivators at the Golden Core, Purple Mansion, and Foundation Establishment stages, respectively. Because there weren't enough Foundation Establishment cultivators, key refining stage cultivators could also ascend the smallest platforms. This was perhaps the Xianjing Manor's somewhat awkward situation. After all, they weren't a force like the 3 major sects. Even with the protection of true person Xianjing and the gathering of over 100 Foundation Establishment stage rogue cultivators, they were still far inferior to the 3 major sects. This was reflected in the fact that none of the numerous stone platforms originally prepared could be filled with cultivators of the corresponding cultivation level. On the 24 first-level stone platforms, only 8 golden core cultivators sat, mostly heads of golden core families like the Li family of pill refining, whose ties to the 3 major sects weren't particularly deep. On the 302nd-level stone platforms, only 60-odd Purple Mansion cultivators sat, more than 10 of whom were originally from the Heavenly Mirror Manor. On the remaining 3rd-level stone platforms, fewer than 400 were true Foundation Establishment cultivators. This visibly awkward situation was only surprising because the Heavenly Mirror Manor cultivators remained composed and sat on the corresponding platforms according to their cultivation levels. Zhou Chun, along with other Zhou family cultivators, sat cross-legged on a 3rd-level stone platform. In front of him was the area of the 2nd-level stone platforms, where Zhou Daoyi and Su Yuzhen sat. Once all the invited cultivators were seated in the plaza, a golden beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, illuminating the high platform in the center of the plaza. Then, amidst the attention of everyone, a white-robed old man with white hair and a youthful face descended from the sky, instantly landing on the high platform. "Greetings, Ancestor Xianjing," a cultivator from Xianjing Manor called out, and the seated Xianjing Manor cultivators and many independent cultivators all placed their hands in front of them, one hand pressing down on the other, their foreheads touching the backs of their hands, performing a deep bow. In contrast, Zhou Chun and the other invited cultivators simply bowed their heads and respectfully said, "Greetings, true person Xianjing, fellow Daoists, there's no need for such formalities, please rise." A majestic and powerful voice resounded from the high platform, seemingly possessing a unique power that reached straight to the heart, making it impossible to refuse. "Thank you, Ancestor, thank you, true person." Everyone thanked them and rose, their attitude extremely respectful. Then, the Heavenly Mirror True Man sat cross-legged on the high platform, slowly saying, "Today, I am giving a lecture here, following ancient rites and traditions, teaching without discrimination. Regardless of your background or cultivation level, anyone who comes here can listen. The great Dao is boundless, and the methods are countless. The methods I speak of represent only my own perspective. Fellow Daoists, please listen attentively. If you have different opinions, do not be troubled or doubtful. Follow your heart and act accordingly." This statement surprised Zhou Chun. He hadn't expected the Heavenly Mirror True Man, a nascent soul cultivator, to be so humble. No, This isn't humility, but rather reverence for the great Dao. Even a nascent soul true man is merely a seeker on the path. Before truly attaining the great Dao of longevity, no one dares to claim that their path is the heavenly Dao. Zhou Chun suddenly understood, realizing the true meaning of the heavenly mirror true man's words. The heavenly mirror true man had already begun his lecture. Heaven and earth possess spiritual energy, and human beings possess spiritual roots. Only those with spiritual roots can absorb spiritual energy, condense magical power, and lay the foundation for their Dao. Starting with the initial cultivation process of a cultivator, true person Shijing slowly revealed his understanding of key refining stage cultivation. Although Zhou Chun and other foundation establishment and purple mansion stage cultivators had long since passed this stage, listening to a nascent soul stage true person explain these things was still very rewarding. They discovered many details they had never noticed or understood before. If they had discovered these things back then, their cultivation speed in the key refining stage could have been much faster. This made them even more eager for true person Shijing's explanation of the later foundation establishment and purple mansion stages. At the same time, Zhou Chun was also diligently memorizing what true person Shijing was saying, preparing to use it later to enlighten the key refining stage cultivators of the Zhou family who were not present. However, he also knew very well that even if he memorized everything true person Shijing said now, it would definitely not be as effective as presenting it to the younger generation of his family. When a nascent soul stage cultivator preaches, those listening are guided into a special state of mind. In this state, cultivators have a very clear understanding of their own condition and can easily verify whether the content is effective for them. Zhou Chun, a foundation establishment stage cultivator, doesn't possess this ability. Only one update today, but I'll try for 2 tomorrow. Chapter 328 Heavenly Mirror Sect, the Zhou Family's Secrets. As expected of a nascent soul stage cultivator, these few hundred words corrected 3 of my mistakes, saving me at least 3 years of hard work. On the stone platform, Zhou Chun withdrew his attention from his body, looking up at the figure on the platform with a face full of joy and amazement, his eyes flashing with sincere admiration. Just now, when the Heavenly Mirror Immortal was explaining the path of foundation establishment cultivation, Zhou Chun found 3 errors in the details he described, minor mistakes he hadn't noticed during his usual cultivation. While these minor errors wouldn't have serious consequences for his cultivation, correcting them could accelerate his progress. It was only because his cultivation was already close to the late foundation establishment stage that he discovered these errors decades earlier, otherwise, they could have saved him at least 10 years of cultivation time. This is the power of a nascent soul stage cultivator. A nascent soul stage cultivator not only possesses the great supernatural power to move mountains and overturn seas, but is also the best teacher for other cultivators on their path of cultivation. If a nascent soul cultivator were willing to spend time guiding younger cultivators, even without investing many cultivation resources, they could enable a cultivator with mid-grade spiritual roots to catch up with those with high-grade spiritual roots in terms of cultivation speed. Unfortunately, nascent soul cultivators also have their own cultivation needs and many other things to attend to. Even in large sects with several nascent soul cultivators, only a small fraction of cultivators actually receive regular guidance from them. Most cultivators never have this opportunity in their entire lives. Unfortunately, Zhou Chun could only listen to this much. When true person Shijing lectured, only cultivators of the corresponding cultivation level could hear what he said. That is to say, when he explained the cultivation path of the key refining stage, all the cultivators present could hear him. However, when he explained the cultivation path of the foundation establishment stage, those key refining stage cultivators could not hear him. Similarly, when he explained the cultivation path of the purple mansion stage, Zhou Chun and the other foundation establishment and key refining stage cultivators could not hear him. This wasn't because Master Shijing was stingy, but rather to protect cultivators like Zhou Chun whose cultivation was insufficient. Otherwise, upon hearing about higher levels of cultivation, they might lose control and suffer a key deviation, severing their meridians and dying on the spot. Thus, on the first day, Master Shijing only explained his personal understanding of the 4 cultivation realms before the nascent soul stage. On the second day, he began explaining the cultivation and application of spells. According to the rules, the third day would be for resolving doubts, clearing the minds of those with affinity. What Zhou Chun didn't expect was that, as the second day's lecture was about to end, Master Shijing suddenly spoke up. Today, All of you fellow Daoists have gathered here to listen to my lecture, which means you are destined to meet me. I will now impart a secret technique to you all to forge good karma." He then proceeded to explain in detail the cultivation method of a secret technique. The secret technique Master Shijing imparted was called the Rainbow Shooting Sword Technique, a rather unique offensive technique. Once mastered, this secret technique allows one to unleash a sharp rainbow-colored sword aura with a flick of the finger to attack enemies. It's quite useful for dealing with weaker opponents or testing a target's strength. Of course, this only applies to cultivators with shallow foundations. Cultivators like Zhou Chun, who practice top-tier techniques, wouldn't even consider such a technique. His golden cauldron profound light is infinitely variable, far superior to this rainbow shooting sword technique. After listening to the nascent soul stage cultivator's lecture and receiving his teachings, many cultivators present felt their trip was worthwhile and felt genuine gratitude and respect for the senior, heavenly mirror true person. Even Zhou Chun, who had previously suspected Heavenly Mirror True Person of having ulterior motives in organizing this Heavenly Mirror Dharma assembly, fell silent. As the saying goes, he who eats another's food is bound to him, he who takes another's gift is bound to him. He and the other Zhou family cultivators had gained a great deal from this Dharma assembly, and even if they didn't speak well of their host, they certainly had no reason to speak ill of him. On the third day, Master Shijing began to randomly select cultivators present who had unresolved doubts to answer. This randomness likely stemmed from Master Shijing's personal whims. In short, he would answer the questions of whoever he found agreeable. At that time, many cultivators in the square raised their hands, indicating they had questions to be answered, including several golden core cultivators. However, Master Shijing glanced at them and only selected a foundation establishment cultivator. This cultivator, likely from a small family, was overjoyed to be chosen. He immediately bowed deeply to Master Shijing, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Master. I would like to ask you, if a man mistakenly possesses a Zhuan Yin body, causing an imbalance of yin and yang within his body, is there a way to resolve this once and for all?" "Oh, that is indeed a rare matter." A hint of surprise flashed in Master Shijing's eyes, somewhat astonished by the unusual nature of the question. After a moment's thought, he nodded slightly and said, "There are 3 solutions to the matter you mentioned. The first is to have him cultivate to the Purple Mansion stage, then abandon his original body and possess another, thus no longer being affected by his original constitution. The second is to find another female cultivator with a supremely yang constitution, and the two can use dual cultivation techniques to harmonize the yin and yang energies within each other. In this way, neither will be limited by their constitution, and their cultivation will be greatly benefited. The third is to cultivate certain special techniques, such as the Corpse Soul True Scripture, a secret transmission of the Corpse Demon Sect of Fen Kingdom, which transforms the body into half-human, half-corpse state, thus overcoming the limitations of the constitution, or to cultivate the inverted Yin-Yang True Scripture, which allows a man to transform into a woman, completely converting him into a female. Although only a newly promoted nascent soul cultivator, True Person Shijing truly lived up to his title, offering 3 solutions to such an obscure problem after only a short period of contemplation. This profound knowledge made many cultivators present want to be the destined one. The chosen ones then asked a variety of questions. Some inquired about cultivation, seeking guidance from Master Shijing to overcome their current bottlenecks. Others asked about healing, seeking advice on how to treat hidden or poisonous injuries in themselves or their loved ones. Still others asked about special spiritual objects, seeking guidance on where to find them. Master Shijing was able to provide satisfactory answers to most of these questions. Even for questions he couldn't answer, he would encourage participants to ask a question he could answer. Although Zhou Chun and his family weren't chosen, they broadened their horizons and gained much useful knowledge through this question and answer process. When the third day ended and Master Shijing announced the conclusion, many cultivators present felt a sense of lingering satisfaction. Alright, the time is almost up. This Dharma assembly shall conclude here. Fellow Daoists, take care. On the central platform, True Person Shijing calmly announced the end of the Dharma assembly. Then, just as he had appeared before, he transformed into golden light and soared into the sky, disappearing from the sight of the many cultivators. Junior respectfully bids farewell to Ancestor, True Person. On the plaza, Zhou Chun and many other cultivators rose and bowed, respectfully seeing True Person Shijing off. Then, a Purple Mansion stage cultivator from Shijing Manor stepped forward and directly announced the end of the Dharma assembly, and everyone could leave. Is it over already? Could this Dharma assembly really be so simple? After leaving Xianjing Manor, Zhou Chun looked back at the ground behind him, his heart filled with doubt. He did not believe that true person Xianjing had convened this Dharma assembly simply to benefit future generations and the cultivation world. Considering that the other party had only formed the nascent soul stage a few years ago, even if he had stabilized his cultivation by now, there should still be many things to do. If it were truly only for the benefit of future generations, then they could have waited until they finished their important tasks before undertaking this matter. There was absolutely no need to rush into holding a Dharma assembly now. Don't speculate so much. Whatever their intentions, we just need to observe the situation. Thinking too much is just creating trouble for ourselves. Zhou Daowei saw that Zhou Chun was still somewhat fixated on guessing Xianjing Zhenren's plans, so he couldn't help but comfort the younger generation through telepathy. In fact, he also knew that Zhou Chun's status forced him to think about these things. He had always admired Zhou Chun's personality. But now, he hoped that this younger generation could improve their cultivation. After the Zhou family had 3 Purple Mansion stage cultivators, Zhou Daowei understood. From now on, the Zhou family needed more than just a patriarch with outstanding family management skills. They needed a golden core stage cultivator, a strong person who could make the Zhou family a golden core family again. And now, among the 3 Purple Mansion stage cultivators of the Zhou family, Zhou Daowei couldn't see any potential to form a golden core. Their potential might have reached its limit. Therefore, both he and Zhou Ming now placed their hopes on Zhou Chun. This was not only because Zhou Chun cultivated the top-tier cultivation technique, the Golden Cauldron profound art, but also because Zhou Chun was young, extremely young. Youth is an asset. The 3 of them had all been over 200 years old, or nearly 200, before successfully opening their purple mansions. Zhou Chun, however, had the opportunity to open his purple mansion 100 years earlier than them. If Zhou Chun truly achieved this, he would have 100 more years to break through to the golden core stage, a crucial advantage. At this point, after Zhou Daowei's persuasion, Zhou Chun stopped thinking about it, and the group quickly returned to their family. Upon returning, Zhou Chun and the others went back to their residences and diligently reviewed their gains from the previous Dharma assembly, writing down their insights and reflections. This way, those Zhou family cultivators who hadn't attended the assembly could also find something beneficial to them. After another half-month of this busy work, a piece of news suddenly ignited the entire Jing Kingdom's cultivation world. Lingzhou had declared independence. 12 days after the conclusion of the Heavenly Mirror Dharma Assembly, dozens of cultivation families in Lingzhou announced their defection from the Qinglian Temple and their allegiance to the Heavenly Mirror Manor. Any cultivation forces unwilling to pledge allegiance to the Heavenly Mirror Manor were expelled from Lingzhou. This even included the Zhuanzhu Palace, a cultivation sect originally located within Lingzhou. This sect, whose ancestors had produced nascent soul stage cultivators, could no longer defend its gates and was forced to relocate to the territory of the Moon Wheel sect. The original gates of Zhuanzhu Palace became the Taoist Temple of the Heavenly Mirror True Person, and the Heavenly Mirror Manor also moved there. Simultaneously, the Heavenly Mirror Manor officially changed its name to Heavenly Mirror Sect and began recruiting disciples. The 3 major powers of Jing Kingdom remained unusually silent regarding these changes. Even the Qinglian Temple, which previously held control of Lingzhou, did not express any opinion, seemingly acquiescing to the situation. What exactly do these 3 major powers mean? Have they already reached an agreement with True Person Xianjing to allow Xianjing Sect to become the 4th largest sect in Jing Kingdom? But if that's the case, they should send a cultivator of sufficient stature to personally offer their congratulations. Why are they not saying a word now? Inside this haunting hall, Zhou Chun looked at the information sent by the Eagle message, extremely shocked and filled with deep questions. With these questions in mind, he immediately went to the mountaintop cave to report the matter to the 2 supreme elders. Silence doesn't necessarily mean acquiescence, it could also mean they haven't decided how to handle it yet. Let's wait and see. Before the 3 major sects express their stance, we'll remain silent as well. If anyone brings up this matter, try not to comment. After pondering for a while, Zhou Ming spoke first. After he finished speaking, Zhou Daowei immediately added, "Zheng Chun, don't go to Longxing Valley during this period, so that if anything needs your attention, it won't be difficult to inform you." "Yes, this junior understands what to do." Zhou Chun responded and immediately withdrew. What the Zhou family members never expected was that just a few days later, something even more deeply connected to them occurred. It turned out that only a few days after the establishment of the Heavenly Mirror Sect, Yu Jinghe of the Spirit Beast Manor led a group of disciples to defect to the Heavenly Mirror Sect. Furthermore, Yu Jinghe, a Golden Core cultivator, was directly appointed as the vice-sect leader of the Heavenly Mirror Sect. That bastard Yu Jinghe deserves to die. On Pagoda Peak, Zhou Ming, upon learning of this, was furious and roared with anger. Seeing his agitated state, Zhou Chun assumed he was worried about the Zhou family being implicated and quickly comforted him. "Elder, please calm down. Our Zhou family has long since severed ties with Yu Jinghe. Even if he joins the Xianjing sect, the Qinglian temple will most likely not affect our family." "Alice, you don't understand. I'm not angry because I'm worried about the Zhou family being implicated by Yu Jinghe, but because this scoundrel Yu Jinghe handed over our family's inheritance, bringing shame upon our ancestors." Zhou Ming sighed, his face full of anger as he revealed the reason for his rage. This only confused Zhou Chun more. Wasn't the Zhou family's inheritance already leaked to outsiders when Yu Jinghe established the Spirit Beast Manor? He immediately asked, "What brings you to this?" "It all started when the family split up." Zhou Ming opened his mouth, his eyes flickering slightly, as if he had made a decision, and immediately began to recount a secret unknown to Zhou Chun. Sigh. "Due to some matters, I couldn't finish 2 updates today. I'm writing the second update now, and I'll try to update another chapter tomorrow morning." Chapter 329 4 Treasures, Chaos Arises. Even when Zhou Chun became the head of the Zhou family, he knew that there were still many secrets about the family that he didn't know. For example, he was only told about the matter between Zhou Daoyi and Lin Honggai many years later. And now, after Yu Jinghe led the Spirit Beast Manor to join the Heavenly Mirror Sect, another Zhou family secret was revealed to him. This time, Zhou Ming no longer hid it from him and directly told him the biggest secret of the Zhou family. According to Zhou Ming, the reason he was able to lead Zhou Daoyi and others to separate and rebuild the Zhou family was not because Yu Jinghe was kind-hearted or cared about old feelings. The reason he was able to lead the family to separate was entirely because he had something to check and balance Yu Jinghe. It turned out that when the Zhou family's Golden Core stage ancestor chose to groom Yu Jinghe as his successor, he was also worried that Yu Jinghe might betray the Zhou family after taking over. Therefore, before Yu Jinghe formed his Golden Core, the Zhou family ancestor made him swear a solemn oath that he would never betray the Zhou family or bring disaster to the Zhou family in this lifetime. Furthermore, after Yu Jinghe successfully formed his core, Zhou Ming forced him to separate a wisp of his primordial spirit and integrate it into a special magic artifact, which was then entrusted to a Zhou family cultivator. Later, when they moved to Jingguo, that magic artifact fell into Zhou Ming's hands, becoming his greatest asset in daring to separate from the Zhou family and become independent. According to Zhou Ming, as long as he activated the special magic artifact infused with Yu Jinghe's primordial spirit and obliterated that wisp of primordial spirit, Yu Jinghe himself would suffer severe damage. This damage would be enough to prevent Yu Jinghe from making any further progress in his cultivation for the rest of his life, and would cause him to suffer immense pain due to the damage to his primordial spirit. It was precisely because of this means of restraining Yu Jinghe that Zhou Ming dared to separate from the Zhou family with his early-stage Purple Mansion cultivation. It was also because of this means that after Zhou Chun discovered that Zhou Zhangkang had been misled by cultivators from the Spirit Beast Manor and betrayed the Zhou family, Zhou Ming, after personally cleaning up his own household, dared to go to Zhou Ming's door to demand an explanation. It was precisely because of this that Yu Jinghe had never dared to do anything to the Zhou family over the years, even constantly restraining the cultivators of the Spirit Beast Manor from targeting or to making things difficult for them. Even as the Zhou family rose to prominence and prospered while the Spirit Beast Manor declined, Yu Jinghe simply ignored it, never making any moves. Zhou Ming had assumed this situation would continue until a Golden Core cultivator emerged from the Zhou family, or until Yu Jinghe perished. However, upon hearing that Yu Jinghe had led the entire Spirit Beast Manor to join the Heavenly Mirror Sect, Zhou Ming realized that the balance he had been trying to maintain had been broken. With a Heavenly Mirror true person, a nascent soul cultivator, as his backer, Yu Jinghe no longer needed to fear the Zhou family in the slightest. And given the Zhou family's current situation, Zhou Ming certainly wouldn't dare risk a mutually destructive outcome by destroying Yu Jinghe's wisp of primordial spirit essence unless absolutely necessary. If I'm not mistaken, it won't be long before that scoundrel Yu Jinghe comes to confront me, demanding the return of his wisp of primordial spirit essence. Zhou Ming said, his words filled with resentment. Zhou Chun, after hearing his account, fell silent. Zhou Chun had always wondered why Yu Jinghua, having already betrayed the Zhou family, would allow Zhou Ming to lead his men away. Before being taught a lesson by the Su family patriarch, Zhou Chun might have thought Yu Jinghua was worried that suppressing Zhou Ming and his group would alienate those Zhou family cultivators who remained with him. But after the Su family patriarch's lesson, Zhou Chun knew that once a golden core cultivator made up their mind to do something, they wouldn't care about any criticism. Therefore, he had previously guessed that Zhou Ming might have some leverage over Yu Jinghua, forcing him to compromise. Now, Zhou Ming's explanation confirmed his suspicions. Seeing Zhou Chun remain silent, Zhou Ming, worried he might overthink things, proactively explained, I didn't tell you about this before, Zhangjin, because it involves a lot of people. To avoid angering that scoundrel Yu Jinghua, the fewer people who know, the better, he then roared angrily, his face contorted with rage. I never expected that my good intentions would be so ungrateful, forcing me to this point. His words suggested he had already made a decision. Then what do you intend to do, Elder? Zhou Chun asked. Of course, I'll hand that thing over to the Kinglian Temple. Does Yu Jinghua think he can get away with everything by siding with an ancestral cultivator? Don't even think about it. Zhou Ming's face hardened as he bitterly stated his plan. Unexpectedly, Zhou Chun immediately shook his head upon hearing this, saying, this junior believes this is inappropriate. He then explained, even if Kinglian Temple accepts the thing, it most likely won't provide our Zhou family with the highest level of protection, and our Zhou family might offend Shinjing Zhenren, a nascent soul cultivator. Then what you mean, Zheng Chun? Zhou Ming's expression changed, and he looked at Zhou Chun with a hint of resentment. This junior believes that since the situation has changed to this point, we shouldn't expect too much. If Yu Jinghua comes to demand that thing, we can take the opportunity to make him exchange it for treasures. I think that for the sake of his own cultivation and life, as long as the conditions aren't too harsh, he should be able to accept them. Meeting Zhou Ming's gaze, Zhou Chun stated his opinion frankly. What if he pretends to agree first, and then turns his back on us after getting the thing? Zhou Ming didn't rush to express his opinion, but instead voiced another concern. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun said with certainty, no, he's already offended the Kinglian Temple by leading the Spirit Beast Manor to join the Heavenly Mirror Sect. If he dares to attack our Zhou family again, he'll be handing the Kinglian Temple a knife to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. His words were reasonable and well-founded, and Zhou Ming was quickly convinced. Therefore, although he still felt some resentment and anger, for the sake of his family, he sighed softly and said, all right. Then let's do as you say, Zheng Chun. Things turned out exactly as Zhou Ming had predicted. Just 3 days after the Zhou family learned that the Spirit Beast Manor had joined the Heavenly Mirror Sect, Yu Jinghua infiltrated Nine Peaks Ridge alone and came directly to Zhou Ming's cave. Long time no see, Ming, how have you been? When Zhou Ming stepped out of his cave, he saw Yu Jinghua smiling and greeting him. Thanks to you, I and the Zhou family have always been on good terms, Zhou Ming replied coldly, turning and walking back into his cave. Seeing this, Yu Jinghua wasn't angry. Instead, his smile widened as he followed Zhou Ming inside. He knew from Zhou Ming's attitude that achieving his goal today shouldn't be difficult. To be honest, he was afraid Zhou Ming might impulsively hand over the magical artifact to Kinglian Temple. Therefore, he had been staking out the area around Jilfang Ridge for the past few days. The artifact contained a wisp of his primordial spirit, creating a close connection between them, allowing him to easily sense its location. If Zhou Ming were to impulsively take it out of the Zhou family's mountain gate, he would have no choice but to reveal himself and forcibly intercept it. Fortunately, his worst fears didn't materialize. Next, inside Zhou Ming's cave, Yu Jinghua and Zhou Ming engaged in a heated bargaining session. Ultimately, they reached an agreement. Yu Jinghua would give up several Zhou family treasures he had embezzled in exchange for his wisp of primordial spirit. Look, this is the final result after my bargaining with him. Inside the mountain cave, facing Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun, who had been summoned at his behest, Zhou Ming didn't say much and directly presented the spoils of the negotiation. With a flick of his wrist, he took out 4 treasures and placed them on the table. The first treasure was a milky white jade pendant about 2 fingers in size. As soon as it was taken out, it automatically began to gather the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The dense spiritual energy flowed around it, manifesting a white spiritual light, which was truly miraculous. The second treasure was a magic talisman about a foot long. The complexity of the spiritual patterns drawn on this talisman was something Zhou Chun had never seen before. The layers of spiritual patterns outlined with exquisite brushstrokes made Zhou Chun feel dizzy just by looking at them for a few moments. Even when not activated, this talisman would still slightly gather spiritual energy and emitted dazzling fiery red halo. The third treasure was a tattered pale yellow banner, most of its surface missing. The remaining portion was covered in countless tiny runes, giving it a mysterious and profound appearance. The fourth treasure was a talisman, imprinted with a blue spear pattern, an offensive talisman. After Zhou Chun and his companion examined the four treasures on the table for a while, Zhou Ming began to distribute them. With a wave of his hand, he picked up the milky white jade pendant and moved it in front of Zhou Chun. This spirit source jade will be worn by you, Zheng Chun. This is a rare item obtained by one of my Zhou family's ancestors. It is said to be made from a piece of spirit eye jade, and wearing it has a strong spirit gathering effect, greatly improving cultivation efficiency. However, this item is precious and only useful for cultivation. If you leave the family in the future, Zheng Chun, it's best to leave it at your residence. Hearing that it was a treasure that could improve cultivation efficiency, Zhou Chun didn't stand on ceremony. He indeed needed such a treasure at the moment. He immediately took the item, placed it in a jade box, and thanked the elder, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, elder. I will keep this for the family's sake." Treasures like the spirit source jade are usually considered communal property within a family, not privately owned. They are distributed according to need, allocated to those who need them most. Therefore, Zhou Chun was only keeping it for safekeeping and had no right to dispose of it. Then, Zhou Ming waved his hand, taking the talisman into his own. As for this fourth-tier talisman, I will keep it for now. Fourth-tier talismans are extremely precious, but even a cultivator in the early purple mansion stage, like Zhou Daoyi, would find it difficult to use such a treasure. Only Zhou Ming, who is already in the mid-purple mansion stage, could properly activate and use such a treasure. Therefore, it was most appropriate for him to keep it. Then Zhou Ming's gaze fell upon the tattered banner, and he slowly said, "Although this spirit control banner is broken, it is the origin of the family's beast-taming heritage, representing the most orthodox lineage of the family. Let us enshrine it in the ancestral hall to honor our ancestors." The Zhou family's beast-taming heritage was obtained by their ancestors from an ancient cultivation cave. The tattered banner before Zhou Chun and the others was something their ancestors brought out of that ancient cultivation cave. It is said that this item was a powerful magic weapon, but it was too damaged to be refined and controlled. Now it is merely a symbolic object, representing the Zhou family's orthodoxy. Enshrining such an item in the ancestral hall is naturally the best course of action. Finally, Zhou Ming's gaze fell upon the talismanic treasure. After gazing at the object for a moment, he finally said, "As for this talisman, let's give it to Daoquan. He's stationed alone in Longsing Valley, and he certainly needs such a treasure for protection." He then looked at Zhou Daoyi and asked, "Daoyi, what do you think?" This junior has no objection. Compared to this junior, Brother Daoquan certainly needs this more. Zhou Daoyi nodded slightly, fully agreeing with his decision. "Then so be it. You will personally deliver this to Daoquan," Zhou Ming said, picking up the talisman and handing it to Zhou Daoyi. Having completed the distribution of the treasures, he dismissed the two. Back at his residence, Zhou Chun immediately took out the spirit source jade and tested it. He wore the jade around his neck and entered meditation as usual. As soon as he entered meditation, the rich spiritual energy gathered by the spirit source jade was completely absorbed into his body. After a period of meditation, Zhou Chun was pleasantly surprised to find that the effect of his meditation this time was at least half as good as before he obtained the spirit source jade. In other words, if he were to cultivate now while wearing the spirit source jade, his cultivation speed would increase by 50%. This huge improvement was truly gratifying. Great! In this way, perhaps in less than 10 years, I will be able to break through to the late foundation establishment stage. Zhou Chun clenched his fist tightly, his face full of joy. However, Zhou Chun's joy was short-lived, as an event occurred that immediately made him frown deeply. The Jingyang sect has colluded with his Hangyang palace to declare war on the corpse demon sect. Looking at the intelligence report sent from Yun's Hao, Zhou Chun couldn't hide his surprise and his mouth dropped open. Although he had previously sensed from his experience in Fen Kingdom that Fen Kingdom was likely to descend into chaos again, he hadn't expected the chaos to come so quickly, or in such a form. He tried to recall this Hangayang Palace in his mind, but found that he hadn't heard of it much, and it was likely not a force from any of the nearby countries. However, any force that dares to help the Jingyang sect against the corpse demon sect is definitely not an ordinary force. It must be at least on par with the Moonwheel sect to dare to do such a thing. This is truly chaotic. Zhou Chun rubbed his head, and could only take the message back to the mountaintop cave. First update delivered. Chapter 330 Foundation Establishment Pales sold out. Regarding the impending war in Fen Kingdom, the Zhou family trio, after their meeting, decided to ignore it and simply observe. They were all very pragmatic. Although Fen Kingdom was their homeland, the Zhou family had already established a foothold in Jing Kingdom and could not return. Moreover, even if the corpse demon sect was defeated, the original three absolute sects Mountain Gate would not be theirs to occupy. Given this, what did the war in Fen Kingdom have to do with them? Having made this decision, Zhou Chun felt relieved. He only needed to instruct the intelligence department to collect war reports from Fen Kingdom. His greater concern was with the Xianjing sect after all. With Ling Zhao's independence, Lanzhou had become a buffer zone between the Qinglian Temple and the Xianjing sect. If the Xianjing sect wanted to expand its territory without offending both the Yan'ang sect and the Qinglian Temple, it would essentially have no choice but to attack Lanzhou. This was not good news for the Zhou family. Because the Spirit Beast Manor had allied itself with the Heavenly Mirror sect, and with the renewed war in Fen Kingdom, the Li family of alchemy and the Yu family of formations both sent representatives to the Zhou family to discuss these two matters. Zhou Chun sensed from the two families' words that they had a desire to return to Fen Kingdom. In recent years, their families hadn't fared very well in Jing Kingdom, only slightly better than the Spirit Beast Manor. If it weren't for their significant contributions and sacrifices in the southern expedition, their families might have fallen into a much worse state. Now, with the Spirit Beast Manor's allegiance to the Heavenly Mirror sect, they had become targets of suspicion from the Green Lotus Temple, putting them in a very awkward position. Therefore, after hearing that the Jingyang sect had colluded with his Hangayang sect to declare war on the Corpse Demon sect, they conceived the idea of returning to their homeland. It was only then that Zhou Chun learned more detailed information about his Hangayang sect from the two families. According to the Li family's representative, the Zhangyang sect was a cultivation sect even more powerful than the Moonwheel sect, boasting 4 nascent soul stage cultivators and 1 late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, most of the cultivation techniques and secret arts practiced by the Zhangyang sect cultivators are effective against evil spirits and ghosts. Several of the sect's secret exorcising talismans are renowned throughout various countries. Once, a sect called the Earth Ghost sect, whose strength was not much weaker than the Corpse Demon sect, clashed with his Hangayang sect. One of its cultivators extracted the soul of his Hangayang sect cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage and refined it into ghost. This angered the Hangayang sect, prompting several nascent soul stage elders to personally lead a large army on a distant expedition. They successfully surrounded and killed 2 nascent soul stage cultivators from the Earth Ghost sect within their mountain gate, wiping out the entire sect after that battle. Few dared to bully Hangayang sect disciples when they traveled abroad. It was precisely because of this Hangayang sect's formidable record that the Li family of alchemy and the Yu family of formations believed the Corpse Demon sect might be defeated this time, and thus conceived the idea of returning to their homeland. They not only wanted to return themselves, but also wanted to bring the Zhou family back with them. After all, the Zhou family was indispensable for the reorganization of the 3 absolute sects. Otherwise, if the 2 families formed a sect, any disagreements could easily escalate without a third party to mediate, leading to a serious conflict that neither side wanted. This had been proven many times in the more than 1,000 years of the 3 absolute sects' history. Moreover, the Zhou family's current strength was no match for the 2 families. Once the 3 absolute sect was reorganized, the power would still fall into the hands of the 2 families with golden core cultivators. Unfortunately, Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming, being family, knew their own situation and were well aware of the 2 families' plans. No matter what the Li and Yu families said, Zhou Chun simply shook his head, firmly stating that he would not give up the hard-won foundation of 9 Peaks Ridge. Seeing that they couldn't persuade the Zhou family, and also worried that if they pushed Zhou Chun too far, he would report them to the Qinglian Temple, the Li and Yu families didn't say anything more. Zhou Chun also pretended not to have heard about it. Over the next year or two, many Foundation establishment cultivators from Lanzhou, Yunzhou, Kangshou, and other places went to join the Heavenly Mirror sect, and even some small cultivation families migrated there en masse. However, those forces with Purple Mansion stage cultivators in charge were still in a wait-and-see state and were not in a hurry to choose sides. After receiving cultivators from all over the country, the Heavenly Mirror sect finally took on the appearance of a major sect, with more than 400 Foundation establishment stage cultivators at its disposal. Unfortunately, apart from Yu Jinghua, who joined the sect, the Heavenly Mirror sect still did not produce a second golden core stage cultivator. This was a major weakness for a major sect. If it could not make a breakthrough in this area, the Heavenly Mirror sect's appeal to Purple Mansion stage cultivators would be greatly reduced. In short, Zhou Chun and the Zhou family were only keeping an eye on the Heavenly Mirror sect and had no intention of joining it. On this day, another Zhou family cultivator, Zhou Zhengbo, collected 5,000 merit points and exchanged them for a Foundation establishment pill from Zhou Chun. Zhou Zhengbo was also a cultivator who had participated in the Heavenly Mirror Dharma Assembly. His cultivation level rose to the 12th level of the key refining stage shortly after the assembly. Because his father, Zhou Jiagong, was an elder of the Zhou family with the Jia generation, he managed to secure this opportunity ahead of others thanks to his parents' efforts. In fact, the elders of the Zhou family with the Jia generation are passing away year by year. For example, Zhou Jiacheng, who failed to establish his foundation, and Zhou Jiaoyi, skilled in poison making, have both passed away. Few of the Zhou family elders that Zhou Chun first encountered after arriving in this world remain. The Zhou family cemetery on the back mountain of Pagoda Peak sees 1 or 2 new graves added almost every year. Unless it's an important figure like a family elder, when a Zhou family cultivator dies, only their family members will observe mourning. At most, Zhou Chun, the patriarch, or some elder will represent the family and themselves to make a token appearance. Having experienced this many times, Zhou Chun has become indifferent to it. On this day, Zhou Chun once again led supplies to Dragon Rising Valley. After several years of development, Dragon Rising Valley had truly become an important source of income for the Zhou family. Thanks to the abundant spiritual herbs provided by Dragon Rising Valley, the alchemists of the Zhou family had improved their skills rapidly. Zhou Xingyan and Zhou Xinlin were even able to refine elixirs that could enhance the mana of Foundation establishment cultivators. At the same time, the various materials collected here for refining weapons and making talismans had also put the Zhou family's refining and talisman making skills on a fast track of development. Of the 4 major cultivation techniques of alchemy, weapon crafting, talisman making, and array making, only array making required extremely high levels of personal comprehension and talent. The other 3 were essentially experiential disciplines. Those with talent could certainly progress faster and further in these experiential disciplines, but those with average talent were not without hope of catching up. However, after several years of plundering, everything that could be plundered in the area surrounding Dragon Rising Valley had been completely depleted. Now, to continue to maintain their income, they could only send Su Fu and the others to plunder even more distant places. But once they left Dragon Rising Valley too far from their base, the survival risks for these key refining cultivators would greatly increase. It's important to understand that only a few short years have passed, and of the 48 Zhou family assassins who came back then, 5 have already perished and 2 are crippled. And this is even with Zhou Zhengyang and the Vajra spirit monkey taking care of them. This time I brought 10 first-tier high-grade magic artifacts, 30 second-tier magic talismans, 500 first-tier high-grade magic talismans, 20 bottles of pills to enhance magic power cultivation, various healing medicines, and 500 jade boxes of various kinds. Inside Dragon Rising Valley, after being welcomed in, Zhou Chun first told Zhou Zhengyang and Su Fu about the supplies he had brought this time. Due to the small number of people and the intensity of the battle, Dragon Rising Valley suffered a great loss of magic artifacts and magic talismans. Every time Zhou Chun or Zhou Daowei came to deliver supplies, magic talismans were always included. Fortunately, Zhou Daowei himself was a talisman maker capable of creating second-tier magic talismans, and the Zhou family had now trained several cultivators capable of creating first-tier high-grade magic talismans. Otherwise, relying solely on purchasing them would have been an enormous expense. Excellent. With all this stuff you brought, clan chief, we can continue exploring even further. Zhou Zhengyang, being a stranger to Su Fu, still observed proper etiquette, consistently addressing Zhou Chun as clan chief. He quickly took 2 more storage bags from Zhou Chun after receiving the bag, saying, "These contain our harvest over the past 2 months. Please accept them, clan chief." After Zhou Chun accepted the bags, Zhou's Hengayong continued, "Furthermore, last month our team lost a key refining level 6 cultivator and seriously injured a key refining level 7 cultivator. The atmosphere within the team is somewhat tense now. Some are fearful due to the successive deaths of their companions." He phrased it somewhat tactfully, but Zhou Chun understood his meaning. Although the Zhou family had made it clear to these family assassins when they trained them that they might sacrifice their lives for the Zhou family at any time, explaining the situation was one thing, but actually doing it was another. These Zhou family assassins had trained and grown together within the Zhou family, developing a strong bond through shared combat experience. Now, witnessing their close companions fall one by one, and wondering when their turn would come, Zhou Chun himself had experienced that same anxiety and uncertainty. After all, they, the cultivators who participated in the southern expedition, had all faced similar situations. Therefore, he took Zhou Hengayong's words very seriously and immediately looked at Su Fu, the assassin leader, asking, "Su Fu, do you have anything to say?" Hearing this, Su Fu respectfully replied, "In my opinion, this is perfectly normal. Those people simply haven't fully adapted to this kind of separation and death. Once they get used to it, they won't think about it so much." What you say makes sense, but this matter still needs to be taken seriously." Zhou Chun nodded, then pondered for a moment before making a decision. He looked at Su Fu and slowly said, "Here's what we'll do. You can tell them that every time they go out and make a gain, they'll get 2 days of rest. At the same time, you can also tell them that as long as they persevere and make enough contributions to the family, they'll have the chance to leave this place." With that, Zhou Chun waved his hand and said, "All right, Su Fu, you can leave now. I have something to tell 8th Elder." "Yes." Your subordinate takes his leave. After Su Fu left, Zhou Chun looked at Zhou's Hengayong and asked, "Brother Yuang, what do you think of Su Fu?" Hearing this, Zhou's Hengayong was clearly taken aback. After a moment's thought, he softly said, "Su Fu is quite good. Not only is his combat ability outstanding, rarely matched, but he's also very quick-witted. Whether dealing with people or devising strategies, he's a master, almost as good as you were in your youth." 13th brother, "Oh, Brother Yuang, you think so highly of him?" A look of surprise flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes, seemingly not expecting Zhou's Hengayong's answer. Upon hearing this, Zhou's Hengayong replied with a serious expression, "It's not that I think highly of him, but rather that he has indeed performed exceptionally well. If he were a member of my Zhou family, I would definitely recommend him to succeed you." 13th brother, "Yes, it's a pity he's not a member of my Zhou family." Zhou Chun sighed softly, feeling quite regretful. To be fair, Zhou Chun wasn't the kind of person who insisted on bloodline theory. However, the special circumstances of the Zhou family meant that cultivators without Zhou family blood were unlikely to be valued within the family. The current supreme elder, Zhou Ming, who truly made the decisions for the Zhou family, was particularly concerned about this. Zhou Chun couldn't accuse Zhou Ming of being narrow-minded. After all, both Zhou Ming and the Zhou family had indeed suffered greatly in this regard. Moreover, Zhou Chun couldn't guarantee that his judgment of people was accurate, nor could he guarantee that Su Fu, if he achieved great success in the future, wouldn't betray the Zhou family like Yu Jinghui. Let's observe him some more closely, Brother Yuang. If he really has no problems, even if it's just to give other family members a chance to fight, I will find a way to help him succeed in Foundation establishment." Zhou Chun raised his hand to rub his forehead and softly stated his plan. "Don't worry, 13th brother, I will be careful." Zhou's Hengayong nodded and readily agreed. So, after paying another visit to Zhou Daoquan, Zhou Chun returned to his family with his spoils from Dragon Rising Valley. Unexpectedly, just a few days after returning to his family, another Foundation establishment pill was exchanged for by Zhou Chun. This time, the person who exchanged the Foundation establishment pill was Zhou's Hangking, a member of the Zhang generation of the Zhou family, who was also a Zhou family cultivator who had previously participated in the Heavenly Mirror Dharma Assembly. He was also a second-generation immortal. His mother was Zhou Jia Kui, a member of the Jia generation of the Zhou family, and his father was a late-stage key refining rogue cultivator who had married into the Zhou family. Because of his consistently outstanding performance, his parents had long since given up their own cultivation, scrimping and saving to accumulate family merit points, even going so far as to borrow merit points from various sources. Now, They had finally succeeded in getting him a foundation establishment pill. With this foundation establishment pill gone, Zhou Chun only had one left. According to the rules, this pill was reserved for Zhou Zenian, a member of the Zhou family with superior spiritual root aptitude, and no one was allowed to touch it. This meant that even if others accumulated 5,000 family merit points, they couldn't exchange for foundation establishment pills for the time being. It seems the 5,000 family merit point standard is outdated. Perhaps the merit point requirement for exchanging for foundation establishment pills should be increased. Maybe we shouldn't only provide foundation establishment pills for clansmen to exchange. We should give them more options, so they don't have to be fixated on this one option. That way, even if they fail, they won't be as ashamed as seventh brother. Zhou Chun looked at his last foundation establishment pill, lost in thought. The second update is here. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 Thunder Lizard Island, Zhou Chun Fruit Tree. The benefits of using foundation establishment pills for foundation establishment are self-evident. However, for Zhou family cultivators, the disadvantages of failing to establish a foundation using foundation establishment pills are also obvious. Leaving aside Zhou Jiacheng, who failed initially and has since passed away, Zhou Zhentao, who used 5,000 points of family merit to exchange for a foundation establishment pill but failed, is a prime example. He initially borrowed money to gather 5,000 points of family merit, only to fail at foundation establishment. This left him penniless and incurring a debt of 2,000 to 3,000 points of family merit. 4 years, he has been working tirelessly to repay this debt, barely having a moment to rest. But even with his best efforts, a debt of 2,000 to 3,000 points of family merit cannot be cleared in 10 or 8 years. Under normal circumstances, by the time he has paid off the debt, he will only have 1 or 2 decades of lifespan left. Furthermore, his descendants, unable to inherit much from him, will have a significantly lower starting point than the descendants of other members of the clan. This system of exchanging loans for foundation establishment pills was originally a special arrangement made by Zhou Chun to help his clansmen obtain them. However, it now seems that if luck is against them, a good thing could turn into a bad thing. Therefore, given the current shortage of foundation establishment pills, Zhou Chun felt it was time to change this temporary mechanism. He quickly proposed convening an elders meeting, inviting the 2 supreme elders and the elders from the 9 Peaks Ridge Mountain Gate, explaining the shortage of foundation establishment pills, and requesting a change to the amount of merit points required to exchange for them. Initially, the 5,000 merit points for foundation establishment pills were exchanged because the family was in a period of decline, and this was needed to boost the morale of the clansmen and encourage them to work towards this goal, but now the family has long since emerged from its decline. The number of both Purple Mansion Stage and Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators is more than double what it was then, and it is relatively easier for clansmen to earn merit points. Under these circumstances, if we continue to insist on the preferential policy of exchanging 5,000 merit points for foundation establishment pills, and ensure a sufficient supply, the family's finances will eventually be depleted. Inside this haunting hall, Zhou Chun spoke eloquently about his reasons for revising the foundation establishment pill exchange standard, then looked at the elders. In fact, he wasn't worried that his proposal wouldn't be approved, because any cultivator with common sense knew that a foundation establishment pill costing 5,000 spirit coins was simply unavailable on the market. The Zhou family had only implemented this preferential policy because several elderly foundation establishment elders were nearing their deaths, and in order to quickly cultivate a sufficient number of foundation establishment cultivators to replace them. Now that all the foundation establishment cultivators in the Zhou family have been replaced by middle-aged and young adults, their numbers have more than doubled. There's no need to continue this preferential policy while pretending to be wealthy. Then, in your opinion, clan chief, how much merit should be allocated to redeem foundation establishment pills? Sure enough, shortly after Zhou Chun finished speaking, the 5th elder, Zhou Jiak, asked about the revised standard first, skipping over whether he agreed or disagreed with it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied, "In my opinion, the exchange rate for foundation establishment pills should be raised to at least 7,000 family merit points." Before Zhou Jiak could respond, Fourth Elder Zhou frowned and said, "Isn't 7,000 merit points too much? Generally, a foundation establishment pale only costs 7 or 8,000 spirit coins." "That's true," Zhou Chun continued, "but as you know, Fourth Elder, without the family's intervention to purchase foundation establishment pales, even key refining cultivators with that many spirit coins will have to rely on luck to buy one, and they might not even survive to consume it," he added. "Moreover, the foundation establishment pills the family has recently purchased have all cost no less than 8,000 spirit coins. It's expected that it will be difficult to buy foundation establishment pills at normal prices for some time to come." What he said was true. Indeed, due to the successive wars that had plagued Jing and Fen kingdoms in the past century, resulting in the loss of many foundation establishment cultivators, the foundation establishment pale market in the surrounding countries had experienced a buying frenzy. Those cultivation families that lost foundation establishment cultivators were sparing no expense to buy foundation establishment pales to restore their vitality. Some cultivators who had made money in the war were also willing to pay higher prices for foundation establishment pales. This buying frenzy drove up the price of foundation establishment pales, and it was unlikely that the price would fall in the short term. However, even though Zhou Chun's words made sense, Zhou still couldn't help but show a worried expression and said, "But if it is really adjusted to 7,000 merit points, I'm afraid it will easily cause many clansmen to lose confidence. Therefore, in addition to foundation establishment pales, I plan to prepare some auxiliary foundation establishment spiritual items. Their exchange price will be only half that of foundation establishment pales, or even less. In this way, clansmen can act according to their own circumstances and do what they can, without having to gamble everything to pursue a foundation establishment pale, and also avoid the tragic situation of having to spend the rest of their lives paying off debts if they fail to establish their foundation." Zhou Chun solemnly stated his plan, having already considered what Zhou said. If that's the case, there won't be much of a problem. However, this would inevitably lead to huge demand and consumption of those foundation establishment aids. "Can the clan guarantee a stable supply?" Zhou asked, his face filled with doubt as he looked at Zhou Chun. Knowing Zhou Chun as he did, he was certain Zhou Chun had a solution to make this plan. But he truly didn't know where Zhou Chun would find so many foundation establishment aids to supply the clan. Just as he was about to hear Zhou Chun's opinion, Zhou Ming suddenly interjected, "Zhengjin, are you perhaps considering taking advantage of that foundation establishment fruit tree?" "Foundation establishment fruit tree? What foundation establishment fruit tree? Where is it?" Zhou muttered to himself, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Chun and the two elders. He already knew that this was likely another secret unknown to them. Facing the gazes of his elders, Zhou Chun nodded slightly and said, "That's right, I do indeed want to transplant that foundation establishment fruit tree. With the current strength of my Zhou family, if we go all out, we should have a good chance of succeeding." The Zhou family currently has 3 purple mansion stage cultivators, a low-grade 3rd-tier azure dragon, and a mid-grade 3rd-tier demonic beast, the fire god Jackal. The Thunder Lizard Beast clan guarding the foundation establishment fruit tree consists of 2 3rd-tier Thunder Dragon lizards and dozens of 2nd-tier Thunder lizards. If the Zhou family goes all out, the Azure Dragon and the Fire God Jackal will be enough to restrain the 2 3rd-tier Thunder Dragon lizards. The remaining dozens of 2nd-tier Thunder lizards, though numerous, are no match for the 3 purple mansion stage cultivators. Upon hearing Zhou Chun's words, Zhou immediately chimed in, "Actually, what Zhang Chun said is correct. Now, with the current strength of my Zhou family, we are fully capable of transplanting that foundation establishment fruit tree back." His words undoubtedly expressed his agreement with Zhou Chun's suggestion. "Since that's the case, let's do it," Zhou Ming nodded and quickly agreed. Then he personally explained to the other confused elders, "You don't need to worry. The matter concerning the foundation establishment fruit tree involves a major family secret, and it's inconvenient to reveal it to too many people. You just need to know that this matter exists." His words were essentially meaningless, but because of his status, the other elders, even if they had some doubts, dared not say anything and could only agree. After some further discussion, the elders meeting unanimously passed a decision to raise the exchange rate for foundation establishment pills to 7,000 family merit points, and to price the foundation establishment fruits, which were not yet obtained, at 3,000 family merit points. At the same time, the age restrictions for exchanging foundation establishment pills and foundation establishment fruits were also revised. Those exchanging for Foundation Establishment pails must be no older than 70, and those exchanging for Foundation Establishment fruits and other auxiliary Foundation Establishment spiritual items must be no older than 60. All cultivators who exchange for these two spiritual items must consume them only themselves. Violators will be severely punished. However, these two decisions will not be announced until the Foundation Establishment fruit tree is obtained. For the time being, only elders and above will know. To ensure the success of acquiring the Foundation Establishment fruit tree, the Zhou family has decided to deploy its full strength. Not only will all three Purple Mansion stage cultivators participate, but Zhou Chun will also accompany them. The Zhou family's mountain gate has been secured by Su Yazan, whom Zhou Chun has invited to help oversee the operation. After these preparations, Zhou Ming personally led the team, with Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun accompanying him to Dragon Rising Valley, where they met up with Zhou Daoquan before heading to Dragon Abyss Marsh. Having learned about the Foundation Establishment fruit tree from Lu Ran but never having visited it in person, they sought out Lu Ran again before venturing into Dragon Abyss Marsh, asking him to guide them. Having cooperated for decades, Lu Ran naturally wouldn't refuse this small request from the Zhou family. Under his personal guidance, the four members of the Zhou family traveled nearly 3,000 miles into Dragon Abyss Marsh before finally arriving at the island where the Thunder Lizard herd resided. This island, located deep within the Dragon Abyss Marsh, is vast, shaped like a scallop, nearly 200 miles long and 70 or 80 miles wide. The island is covered in lush vegetation and abundant in spiritual energy, making it an exceptionally precious land. Unfortunately, because of its location deep within the Dragon Abyss Marsh, it is impossible for cultivators to occupy and develop it. After leading the Zhou family to the vicinity of the island, Lu Ran pointed to the island and said to the four Zhou family members, "The Foundation Establishment fruit tree is located by a pool in the middle of the island. The Thunder Lizard herd mainly nests in that area. Fellow Taoist Zhou, you can go there yourselves." "I won't go." Hearing this, Zhou Ming's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he couldn't help but ask, "Based on my understanding of fellow Taoist Lu, you shouldn't be someone who's afraid of trouble. Why are you unwilling to even come with us to watch the battle?" "It's not that I'm afraid of trouble, but I'm already this old and don't want any more accidents to happen," Lu Ran answered Zhou Ming's question while continuing, "Furthermore, I'd like to add that the battle between you fellow Daoists and the Thunder Dragon Lizards should be stopped short of death. Don't harm their lives, otherwise it could very likely cause an accident." "Why is that? Does fellow Taoist Lu perhaps know something else?" Zhou Daoyi's eyes narrowed, and he also looked at Lu Ran and asked. "It's not that I know any inside information, but I feel that these Thunder Dragon Lizards and Thunder Lizard Beasts can dominate this island because they must be protected by fourth-tier demonic beasts. If any of them die, it might easily enrage those fourth-tier demonic beasts, causing them to hunt you down relentlessly." Lu Ran didn't hide anything and directly stated his guess. These words instantly changed the expressions of the Zhou family members, and their expressions became solemn. "Indeed, fellow Taoist Lu is quite right. We have indeed overlooked something in this regard." Zhou Ming nodded solemnly, admitting his oversight. He then slowly added, "But since we're already here, we certainly won't be satisfied if we don't give it a try." Lu Ran nodded in agreement, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, I have some understanding of your strength. As long as we act quickly and seize the Foundation Establishment fruit tree, it shouldn't take more than half an hour." With that, he offered a polite blessing before heading back. He had only come to guide the way, he wasn't concerned with anything else. Now that his task was complete, he naturally wouldn't stay in such a dangerous area. Watching Lu Ran's departing figure, the four members of the Zhou family exchanged glances, nodded, and rushed towards the depths of the island. The island, which appeared to be quite large, was actually not that big relative to the flying speed of a Purple Mansion stage cultivator. The four members of the Zhou family traveled swiftly, reaching the central area of the island in less than a quarter of an hour, and soon spotted the Foundation Establishment fruit tree that Lu Ran had mentioned. This spiritual root grew in a crevice by the pool, about 10 feet tall, resembling a loquat tree, but bearing fruit that looked like persimmons, albeit purplish-black. At this moment, the tree still bore a dozen or so spiritual fruits, all appearing ripe. However, just as the four Zhou family members' gazes were fixed on the Foundation Establishment fruit tree, two angry hiss quickly diverted their attention. From the jungle beside the pool, two giant blue lizards, each over 5 feet long, suddenly leaped into the air, raising their heads and emitting angry hisses at the group. Both lizards possessed a single silver-white horn on their heads, crackling with blue electricity. Judging from their aura, they were both mid-grade third-tier demonic beasts. With the appearance of these two giant blue lizards, a rumbling sound quickly echoed across the ground. From the surrounding jungle, countless thunder lizards, each 3 or 4 zang long, were charging towards the pool like lightning, their roars calling to their kin as they raced. Seeing this, Zhou Ming immediately ordered in a deep voice, "Dao Yi and I will deal with these beasts. Zhou Chun, you assist Dao Quan in transplanting this foundation establishment fruit tree as quickly as possible." With that, he and Zhou Dao Yi released their respective spirit pets. Only one chapter today. Chapter 332. The foundation establishment fruit tree is acquired, and a 4th-order demonic beast appears. The battle with the Thunder Lizard pack went surprisingly smoothly. When Zhou Dao Yi released the Azure Dragon, the 2 enraged Thunder Dragon Lizards and the other Thunder Lizard beasts immediately cowered. Living in the Dragon Abyss, they naturally knew who the true master of this place was and had witnessed the power of the dragon. Therefore, facing an opponent like the Azure Dragon, they were hesitant even before the battle began, unable to fight freely. The attacks from Zhou Ming and Zhou Dao Yi, 2 Purple Mansion stage cultivators, were also difficult for the 2nd-tier Thunder Lizard beasts to withstand. Although the 2 Thunder Dragon Lizards gradually overcame their fear of the Azure Dragon as the battle continued, they still couldn't inflict any real damage on Zhou Ming and Zhou Dao Yi. On the other side, Zhou Dao Quan personally took charge of transplanting the foundation establishment fruit tree, while Zhou Chun released the Silver Lightning Python Bye-Bye and the Golden Armored Rock Turtle to guard the perimeter. Some 2nd-tier Thunder Lizard beasts tried to stop them, but were all taught a lesson by Zhou Chun and his spirit pets. A pale golden cloud of insects and a fiery red cloud of insects drifted in the sky. One moment a pale golden cloud surged towards the approaching Thunder Lizard beasts like a tide, the next it unleashed a dense barrage of flying needles from the fiery red cloud, turning the approaching Thunder Lizard beasts into pincushions. With these spirit pets and demonic insects, Zhou Chun alone withstood the attack of 5 or 6 2nd-tier Thunder Lizard beasts. The entire Thunder Lizard horde numbered only 30 or 40 2nd-tier Thunder Lizard beasts. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous roar caught Zhou Chun's attention. He looked over and saw a Thunder Dragon Lizard raise its head, its single horn crackling with blue-white lightning. Suddenly, it unleashed a thick bolt of blue-white lightning that slammed into the fire god Jackal. The lightning flashed, and the fire god Jackal, clad in fiery armor, was instantly struck, letting out a miserable howl as it plummeted to the ground. After its successful attack, the Thunder Dragon Lizard, emboldened by its momentum, charged relentlessly with its single horn into the ground, where the fire god Jackal lay wounded and unable to move. "You beast, how dare you!" Zhou Ming roared, immediately raising his hand. A crimson gold shield-like magical artifact that had been circling him protectively swiftly flew to the fire god Jackal, radiating intense golden light and blocking the Thunder Dragon Lizard's ferocious charge. Then, with a thought, he unleashed his usual crimson flying sword, slashing down at the Thunder Dragon Lizard's tail. Not only that, to rescue his spirit pet, he also summoned a crimson banner-like magical artifact. With a surge of magical power, a flaming fire wolf with wings sprouted from its ribs and leaped forth, pouncing fiercely on the Thunder Dragon Lizard. Under his relentless attack, the Thunder Dragon Lizard could only retreat to defend itself, prioritizing its own safety. After a while, the fire god Jackal recovered from its paralysis and roared as it rejoined the battle. On the other side, the Lightning Dragon Lizard was struggling under the Azure Dragon's onslaught. The Azure Dragon was not only much faster than the fire god Jackal, but its scales also provided far superior defense. And it was highly resistant to lightning spells. The Lightning Dragon Lizard's attacks were unlikely to inflict serious damage, and it hadn't gained any advantage in physical combat. Zhou Dao Yi hardly needed to intervene in their battle, focusing solely on dealing with the 2nd-tier Lightning Lizard beasts. A quarter of an hour passed quickly. With Zhou Dao Quin's digging, most of the roots of the foundation establishment fruit tree buried deep underground had been unearthed, and it was on the verge of being uprooted. At this moment, the 2 Lightning Dragon Lizards seemed to understand the intruder's intentions. Then, the Lightning Dragon Lizard that was fiercely fighting the fire god Jackal let out an angry roar. Instantly, the 2nd-tier Thunder Lizards that had been besieging Zhou Ming and Zhou Dao Yi abandoned their attack and instead pounced on Zhou Dao Quan and Zhou Chun, who were digging up trees. Seeing this, Zhou Dao Yi's expression changed, and he immediately commanded his spirit pet, King, "Go suppress these beasts, As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve, and a flaming spear shot towards the Thunder Dragon Lizard like a fiery meteor. It was clear he intended to hold off the Thunder Dragon Lizard for a while, allowing the Azure Flood Dragon to clear out and suppress the other Thunder Lizards. And the Azure Flood Dragon did not disappoint. With a flick of its tail, the Azure Dragon instantly transformed into a streak of azure light and appeared in the sky near Zhou Chun. Then, it coldly swept its gaze over the Thunder Lizards, opened its mouth, and a dazzling azure white spiritual light burst forth, transforming into an azure white storm that swept across the land. As the powerful storm swept down, more than a dozen second-tier Thunder Lizard beasts were blown away without any resistance, their bodies covered in countless tiny wounds, as if they had been cut into pieces, and stained with blood. This scene terrified the other Thunder Lizard beasts, who all stopped in their tracks, not daring to take another step forward. For these beasts, while they had to obey the orders of the Thunder Dragon Lizards, their fear of the Flood Dragon was etched into their bones. The Azure Flood Dragon's chilling gaze was enough to destroy their will to fight. After witnessing the scene, the two Thunder Dragon Lizards no longer forced their kin to their deaths, but instead approached the scene themselves to prevent the enemy from taking away the tribal sacred tree. Damn it. If I weren't worried that fellow Taoist Lu's words would come true, I would definitely skin you two beasts alive today. Zhou Ming's eyes flashed with anger, very dissatisfied with the two Thunder Dragon Lizards' ungrateful behavior. If they weren't worried about completely enraging the fourth-tier demonic beasts behind the two Lightning Dragon Lizards, they and Zhou Daowei would have already killed them, and wouldn't have given them such a chance to cause trouble. But now that the transplantation of the Foundation Establishment fruit tree was about to succeed, he didn't want any unnecessary complications. He could only suppress his anger and focus all his efforts on intercepting the Lightning Dragon Lizard's advance. After delaying for another quarter of an hour, Zhou Daoquan finally managed to uproot the Foundation Establishment fruit tree and put it into a large jade vat filled with spiritual spring water. This jade vat was specially made for this trip, and the spiritual spring water inside was purchased from the market. It was said to have a strong nourishing effect on transplanted spiritual plants and could reduce the loss of vitality during the transplantation process. At this moment, once this Zhuan fruit tree was properly installed, Zhou Daoquan said in a deep voice, "Alright, the Zhuan fruit tree has been transplanted. Daowei, you take Zhengchen and go first. Uncle and I will cover the rear." As he spoke, he had Zhou Chun hold the jade vat to prevent it from falling, while he unleashed his magic weapon and attacked the Lightning Dragon Lizard that Zhou Daowei was dealing with. This was also a prearranged plan, with the fastest Azure Dragon taking Zhou Daowei, Zhou Chun, and this Zhuan fruit tree away first, while Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoquan would cover the rear and retreat when the opportunity arose. In this way, even if something unexpected happened, they wouldn't be wiped out in one fell swoop. Therefore, seeing Zhou Daoquan rushing up to replace him, Zhou Daowei didn't hesitate and immediately instructed, "Then, Brother Daoquan, please be careful." Then, with a thought, the Azure Dragon opened its mouth and spat out a beam of bluish-white light at the Lightning Dragon Lizard. The attack sent the Lightning Dragon Lizard flying, its body covered in large wounds, causing it to roar in pain. At that moment, the Azure Dragon flicked its tail, appearing beside Zhou Chun with Zhou Daowei, and secured the jade jar that Zhou Chun had been supporting on its back. Zhou Chun then collected his spirit pets and demonic insects, and together with Zhou Daowei, rode the dragon, swiftly fleeing off the island. After the two humans and the dragon left with the Foundation Establishment fruit tree, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoquan, left to cover their retreat, were subjected to a frenzied attack from the two Lightning Dragon Lizards. Due to the immense power and speed of lightning magic, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoquan, despite their attempts to escape, found it difficult to break free. Forced into a corner, Zhou Daoquan was the first to unleash his killing move. He summoned the talisman his family had obtained from Yu Jinghua, and a long azure spear flew towards the Lightning Dragon Lizard. The Thunder Dragon Lizard, unaware of the talisman's power, mistook it for another magical artifact. It unleashed a blue-white forked bolt of lightning, attempting to intercept the azure shadow. But it quickly reaped the bitter consequences. The azure spear flashed, shattering and tearing the falling lightning apart. It then left a long white trail in the air, piercing the Thunder Dragon Lizard's body. The spear entered through its left rib and exited through its right, tearing a gaping hole the size of a human head. Internal organs, bones, and flesh were all ripped to dust by the storm's power. Severely wounded, the Thunder Dragon Lizard collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Zhou Daoquan, Abandoning the tempting idea of finishing off the Thunder Dragon Lizard, retrieved his azure spear and swiftly took to the air, fleeing towards the edge of the island. On the other side, the Thunder Dragon Lizard, currently engaged in a fierce battle with Zhou Ming and his servant, was both shocked and enraged to see its companion severely injured. It hastily abandoned the fire god Jackal and rushed to its side to protect its companion. Seeing this, Zhou Ming quickly retrieved the already wounded fire god Jackal and then swiftly retreated into the air. Just then, the Thunder Dragon Lizard protecting its companion suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a silver scale. Then, a flash of lightning appeared on its single horn, and a blue-white bolt of lightning instantly struck the silver scale, shattering it into countless pieces. This scene was witnessed by Zhou Ming, who hadn't completely left the island, causing his expression to change instantly. He knew that his fears had come true. Immediately, he hurriedly took out a communication firework from his storage bag and activated it to inform Zhou Chun of his discovery. Then, he rapidly formed hand seals, and a ball of crimson fire suddenly erupted from beneath his feet. Enveloped in the crimson fire, he accelerated away like a fiery meteor. This was an escape technique he had painstakingly cultivated for many years, called Flowing Fire Flying Star Escape, which could more than double his flight speed. However, this secret technique caused considerable damage to his physical energy and consumed a great deal of mana, making it unsuitable for daily travel and only suitable for emergency escapes in life or death situations. Furthermore, this escape technique had requirements for its practitioner. One must cultivate fire elemental techniques, and even those with fire elemental spiritual roots were not eligible. Therefore, upon seeing the communication fireworks, Zhou Chun, who was cultivating earth elemental techniques, could only grit his teeth and force out a ball of his life essence to unleash another escape technique, Blood Shadow Escape. This Blood Shadow Escape technique was something he had previously obtained from Han Yuan, and Zhou Chun hadn't practiced it for very long. The main reason was that this technique required the cultivator's life essence for each use, making it impossible for ordinary people to practice it frequently. The advantage of this technique lies in its lack of any restrictions on cultivation attributes. Any cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage can practice and use this escape technique. At this moment, after Zhou Chun used the escape technique, his figure instantly transformed into a streak of blood-red light and flashed away, even faster than Zhou Ming. Less than a quarter of an hour after Zhou Ming left, a silver bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky above Thunder Lizard Island, landing on the island. It was a silver dragon. It was nearly 30 zang long, its scales shimmering with silver light. Streaks of silver lightning sprouted from its horns, flowing throughout its body, causing the air around it to be filled with electricity. No insects or birds could enter within 3 zang of it. Undoubtedly, this was a 4th-tier dragon, and a thunder dragon renowned for its formidable combat power. After it appeared above Thunder Lizard Island, the 2 Thunder Dragon Lizards and the other Thunder Lizard beasts all knelt on the ground in awe, not daring to look up at it. It merely glanced at the chaotic scene on the island, and upon seeing the large crater where the Foundation Establishment fruit tree had once stood, it understood what had happened. However, what puzzled it was the lingering aura of a dragon, seemingly a green dragon. This combination of a human cultivator and a dragon reminded it of a certain human cultivator organization on the shores of Dragon Abyss. But hadn't His Majesty, the Dragon King, issued a decree strictly forbidding human cultivators from entering Dragon Abyss? Even if those human cultivators were audacious enough to secretly disobey His Majesty the Dragon King's orders, what about that green dragon? Wasn't it afraid of having its dragon tendons pulled out and its dragon bones dismantled? The Thunder Dragon was deeply perplexed. But despite its confusion, it would certainly not let anyone who dared to harm its tribe's descendant escape. Indeed, this Thunder Dragon also came from Thunder Lizard Island. It too had once been a Thunder Dragon Lizard. It was because it had transformed from a Thunder Dragon Lizard into a Thunder Dragon, and with its protection, Thunder Lizard Island had remained firmly occupied by the Thunder Lizard horde. The Thunder Dragon Lizards and Thunder Lizard beasts on the island are mostly its descendants. It sniffed a lingering scent in the air, then immediately took to the air and quickly followed a trail. The direction it was heading was the same route the Azure Dragon had taken. Clearly, in the Thunder Dragon's mind, only the Azure Dragon was worth its personal pursuit. And with its speed as a 4th-tier Thunder Dragon, even though the Azure Dragon had already been gone for over 2/4 of an hour, it couldn't escape its pursuit. First update today, I don't know if I can write a second one. Chapter 333 Disappearance, Cold Cave. After King Jiao led Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun away from Thunder Lizard Island, they flew back to the mainland along the same route they had taken, guided by Zhou Daoyi. However, they had only flown less than 500 li when they discovered Zhou Ming pursuing them using the flowing fire-flying star escape. Upon learning from Zhou Ming that a fourth-tier demonic beast might be chasing them, the group briefly discussed the matter and decided that Zhou Chun, the weakest among them, would escort the Foundation establishment fruit tree back to the mainland. Of course, to ensure Zhou Chun's safety and to guard against unforeseen circumstances, Zhou Ming entrusted him with the fire god Jackal to carry with him. Then, Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Ming each went their separate ways, fleeing towards the mainland along different routes. This way, the risk was further dispersed. If a fourth-tier demonic beast did catch up, it would most likely not pursue a human cultivator with only second-tier cultivation. However, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi would have to gamble. If a fourth-tier demonic beast did catch up, one of them would inevitably become its target. Whether they could shake off their pursuers would largely depend on luck. Zhou Chun could only pray for his two elders. After parting ways with them, he rode the golden-winged tiger, escorting the Foundation establishment fruit tree back along the route they had come from. They had already traversed this route on the way here, encountering no noteworthy dangers. Only half an hour had passed since Lu Ran returned along this route, so the danger for Zhou Chun was certainly minimal. Indeed, Zhou Chun returned along this route, encountering only a few foolish first and second-tier demonic beasts, which he easily dealt with. Until he successfully reached the land near Dragon Abyss Marsh, he encountered no significant danger. Upon his return, Lu Ran quickly appeared to greet him. "It seems, fellow Taoist Zhou, you have succeeded. I wonder why the other three fellow Taoists did not return with you." At the water's edge, after revealing himself, Lu Ran glanced at the Foundation establishment fruit tree carried on the back of the golden-winged tiger, then looked at Zhou Chun with a strange expression, inquiring about the situation of Zhou Ming and the other two. Seeing this, Zhou Chun hesitated for a moment before speaking truthfully. "Just as Senior Lu reminded me, those thunder lizards were indeed protected by fourth-tier demonic beasts." After discovering the thunder dragon lizard's plea for help, the three supreme elders decided to split into 4 groups to return to shore. "I happened to be on the path Senior Lu had taken, which is why I arrived first." Although he was worried about his 3 elders, he didn't believe they would all perish in Dragon Abyss Swamp. Therefore, he wasn't afraid that Lu Ran would dare to plot against him. If he were to speak evasively or try to cover up the truth, it might backfire. Sure enough, upon hearing his words, Lu Ran nodded thoughtfully and said, "Is that so? Then we'll wait here for the other 3 fellow Daoists. It would be wonderful if Senior Lu were willing to accompany us." Zhou Chun readily agreed without hesitation. The two then patiently waited on the shore. After about an hour, Zhou Ming returned. "Grand Elder, you've finally returned." Seeing Zhou Ming appear, Zhou Chun breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly went forward to inquire about the situation. Zhou Ming's face was sallow and dry, appearing to have suffered a severe loss of vital energy. Faced with Zhou Chun's concerned inquiry, he waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. It's just that using the escape technique has taken a toll on my vital energy. I'll recover in a month or 2. After speaking, he exchanged glances with Lu Ran, nodded slightly in greeting, and then looked at Zhou Chun and said, "What? Haven't Dao Yi and Dao Quan returned yet?" "Yes, so far, I've only seen you return." Zhou Chun nodded with a worried expression. "Perhaps I chose the right direction and arrived first." Zhou Ming's eyes flickered as he spoke softly, seemingly unconcerned about whether anything had happened to Zhou Dao Yi and Dao Quan. After speaking, he glanced at the Foundation establishment fruit tree placed on the ground and suddenly said again, "It's not a good idea to leave this Foundation establishment fruit tree here. We need to transplant it back to the family as soon as possible. Zheng Chun, you take it back and plant it first. I'll wait for Dao Yi and the others here." Zhou Chun hesitated slightly, looking at Zhou Ming's face. He only saw the unwavering determination in the other's eyes. So he could only swallow his words of modesty and nodded slightly, saying, "This junior understands." Then this junior will take his leave. After saying goodbye to Lu Ran beside him, he released the golden-winged tiger again, ordering it to continue carrying the Foundation establishment fruit tree towards the underground waterway exit. After Zhou Chun had been gone for a while, Lu Ran suddenly looked at Zhou Ming and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, don't you have the life soul tablets of the other 2 Daoists?" The life soul tablet he mentioned was a special treasure that could collect a wisp of divine soul from a purple mansion stage cultivator. If this purple mansion stage cultivator were to unexpectedly perish, the life soul tablet would shatter, letting everyone know that something had happened to them. Generally, purple mansion stage cultivators in major sects kept such life soul tablets within the sect so that the sect could promptly ascertain their life or death status. The Zhou family used to have life soul tablets. Zhou Ming himself had one. The soul tablet was placed in the Zhou family ancestral hall when he left the family, and the Zhou family patriarch would check it daily to ensure it was functioning properly. However, neither Zhou Daoyi nor Zhou Daoquan, who later successfully opened their purple mansions, possessed a soul tablet. Faced with Lu Ran's inquiry, Zhou Ming immediately replied, "The crafting of the soul tablet requires precious spiritual wood such as soul-nourishing wood. Although my Zhou family has some savings, we have never encountered such spiritual materials. Besides, I believe Daoyi and Daoquan are blessed with good fortune. There's no need to worry about their safety." Hearing this, Lu Ran remained silent. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun, after escorting the Foundation Establishment fruit tree into the underground river's exit, switched to the Silver Lightning Python Bye-Bye and traveled upstream, returning to Lanzhou in nearly 2 days. He then switched to the Golden Winged Tiger and safely transported the Foundation Establishment fruit tree back to the Zhou family's Nine Peaks Ridge. Precious spiritual roots like the Foundation Establishment fruit tree naturally had to be planted in the safest and most spiritually rich place within the Zhou family compound. Therefore, upon returning to the family's mountain gate, Zhou Chun headed straight for Pagoda Peak. He arrived near the summit, in front of Zhou Ming's cave. He then moved the jade vat containing the Foundation Establishment fruit tree horizontally over a pit, pulled the tree out, placed it in the pit, and quickly filled it with soil. After doing this, he looked at Zhou Jiak, who had already arrived, and said, 13th Ant, the rest is up to you. Don't worry, clan leader, I will do my utmost to take good care of this spiritual root. Zhou Jiak nodded solemnly, immediately stepping forward to cast a spell, gathering spiritual energy to send down rain and dew to nourish the Foundation Establishment fruit tree. Zhou Chun stayed on the mountaintop for a while, observing the situation. Seeing that there were no major problems, he returned to his residence to rest. After meditating and resting for several hours, Zhou Chun emerged but still hadn't received news of Zhou Ming and the others' return. This made his mood heavy. He hoped Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Daoquan were simply lost, otherwise, the loss of either of them would be an unbearable blow to the Zhou family. Moreover, emotionally, Zhou Chun didn't want his two most beloved elders to be in any danger. Days passed, and Zhou Chun suffered sleepless nights, feeling tormented. Even his Taoist partner, Su Yazan, who constantly comforted him, couldn't offer him any reassurance. After waiting for 5 days, he finally saw Zhou Ming return. Yes, Zhou Ming returned alone, while Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Daoquan were nowhere to be seen. This discovery instantly turned Zhou Chun's face grim. Seeing his expression, Zhou Ming knew his mood and immediately explained, after Zhang Chun left, I waited half a day for Daoquan to return, but then Daoquan and I waited for 3 days without seeing Daoyi return. Although we don't know why Daoyi is so late, Daoquan and I felt it wasn't worth waiting there any longer, so we asked fellow Taoist Lu Ran to arrange for someone to wait there. Daoquan and I then returned separately. Zhou Ming's voice grew heavy at the end. Undoubtedly, among the 3 purple mansion stage cultivators in the Zhou family, Zhou Daoyi was the most important. But now, there was no news of him. This weighed heavily on both Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun's hearts. But what was done was done. No matter how worried they were, they could only accept reality. After a long silence, Zhou Chun nodded to Zhou Ming and said, this junior understands. Elder, you've worked hard too. Please return to your cave to rest, don't worry too much. Daoyi has some life-saving items. He won't be in trouble so easily. Perhaps he was just delayed by something, Zhou Ming reassured Zhou Chun before returning to his cave to recuperate. Over the next 2 or 3 months, Zhou Chun personally went to Dragon Rising Valley several times. However, he didn't receive any news about Zhou Daoyi. This made him even more worried about his elder. Because he was preoccupied with this matter, even when the 2 key refining cultivators of the Zhou family who had obtained the Foundation Establishment pills successfully completed their Foundation Establishment and emerged from seclusion, Zhou Chun couldn't be happy. At this time, the news of Zhou Daoyi's disappearance could no longer be kept secret, and almost all the Zhou family elders knew about it. This caused the Zhou family elders, who were originally overjoyed because the family had gained another foundation establishment fruit tree and 2 more foundation establishment cultivators, to lose their smiles. Since the Zhou family settled in Nine Peaks Ridge, although many clansmen have died unexpectedly in wars and adventures, not a single person with cultivation above the foundation establishment stage has died unexpectedly, let alone a purple mansion stage cultivator. Now, the thought that Zhou Daoyi, the Zhou family's most important purple mansion stage cultivator, might have met with an accident weighed heavily on the hearts of everyone who knew. Even Zhou Zhengqing and Zhou Zhengbo, the 2 newly promoted foundation establishment cultivators, had lost their smiles. Only the unsuspecting key refining stage cultivators of the Zhou family were overjoyed because the family had acquired a new auxiliary foundation establishment spiritual item that they could exchange for. Of the 14 foundation establishment fruits hanging on the tree, Zhou Chun took 4 at once and placed them in the family treasury for clansmen to exchange. The rest were all sealed in jade boxes and stored away, to be released slowly for exchange later. After all, it takes 100 years for a foundation establishment fruit tree to flower, bear fruit, and mature. If all the foundation establishment fruits were released now, not only would there not be enough clansmen to exchange them all, but even if they were all exchanged, there would be no way to restock. That day, Zhou Chun, worried about Zhou Daoyi's safety, once again rushed to Dragon Rising Valley ahead of schedule. He knew that if Zhou Daoyi returned to the wilderness and couldn't find them, he would definitely go to Dragon Rising Valley first. However, to his disappointment, he still didn't receive any news about Zhou Daoyi upon arriving at Dragon Rising Valley. But just as he was about to hand over the items and return, filled with utter disappointment, Zhou Zhengyang told him something. Su Fu and his group discovered a natural cave in a mountain range the other day. It was chillingly cold, and the roars of strange beasts could be heard. The spirit pets they sent in to scout died quickly inside, so they dared not make any further moves. Originally, I planned to go and investigate myself today, but since you're here, 13th brother, I think it would be safer for you to come with me. Hearing this, Zhou Chun's expression changed, and he immediately nodded, saying, "All right, then I'll go with you, brother Yang, to explore that cave." He then joined Zhou Zhengyang, along with Su Fu, who was leading the way, and headed towards the natural cave. The 3 of them started from Dragon Rising Valley and flew for over 1,000 miles before arriving at a range of towering mountains. The mountains were shrouded in heavy fog, with many places obscured by mist, making visibility extremely difficult. There were also many various demonic beasts in the mountains, including several second-tier ones. The natural cave that Su Fu and his group discovered was actually located in the outer area of the mountain range. Otherwise, with their team strength, they wouldn't have been able to penetrate deep into the mountain center. Guided by Su Fu, Zhou Chun quickly landed at the bottom of a fractured valley. A sweep of his divine sense revealed the natural cave Su Fu had mentioned. Deep within the valley, a crack extended into the mountainside, wisps of frosty white vapor constantly emanating from it, causing icicles to condense on the nearby valley walls. Zhou Chun attempted to extend his divine sense into the crack, but to his surprise, he found that after penetrating about 100 feet, his senses were blocked by a strange force, preventing him from going any further. This is rather strange. Could there be an array set up by cultivators inside? A look of surprise flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes. After a moment's thought, he reached for his spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing a mysterious armor golden feather demonic insect. He then used the insect puppet technique, attaching a wisp of his divine sense to the insect and controlling it to fly into the mountain crack. Chapter 334 Ice Cave, Strange Roars, Man in the Ice. Compared to divine sense detection, the demonic insect possessed by the insect puppet technique is like Zhou Chun's eyes, capable of playing a role that divine sense cannot match in certain situations. Just like now, when Zhou Chun commanded the mysterious armor golden feather to fly into the mountain crevice, the demonic insect quickly reached the place where his divine sense was blocked. Contrary to his expectations, there was no array barrier there, but rather a vast expanse of white, icy mist. It seemed that the thing hindering his divine sense's progress was that icy mist. But how could ordinary icy mist possibly impede divine sense detection? Thinking of this, Zhou Chun immediately commanded the mysterious armor golden feather to plunge headlong into the icy mist area. To his utter surprise, the mysterious armor golden feather, which possessed extremely strong resistance to both high and low temperatures, immediately began to stiffen upon entering the icy mist area. It was frozen solid into a lump of ice shortly after entering, falling directly to the ground. Although the mysterious armor golden feather wasn't completely dead, Zhou Chun knew it was only a matter of time, so he didn't persist and quickly withdrew his wisp of divine consciousness. After withdrawing the divine consciousness attached to the demonic insect, he looked at Zhou Zhenghao with a solemn expression and said, "This cave is rather strange. It's filled with an extremely cold mist, which even my mysterious armor golden feather couldn't survive in for long." He then added, "How about this, Brother Yuan? You and Su Fu protect me outside first. I'll personally go in and investigate. If I also can't survive in that mist, then we'll ask the Supreme Elder to come and take a look." "Alright, then 13th brother, you be careful too." Zhou Zhenghao nodded, not arguing with Zhou Chun about the matter. He knew the difference in strength between himself and Zhou Chun. If Zhou Chun couldn't find anything inside, he certainly couldn't. After giving these instructions to Zhou Zhenghao and the other man, Zhou Chun summoned the silver lightning python, and the two of them slowly walked into the crevice ahead. This mountain crevice was over 10 zang high, but only about 1 zang wide. In such a narrow space, even the golden armored rock turtle couldn't move freely, and even the golden winged tiger struggled. Only the silver lightning python could move normally within it. Zhou Chun cautiously cast several protective spells on himself as he walked. Perhaps due to the noise caused by their entry, when they had penetrated about 50 or 60 zang into the crevice, Zhou Chun's divine sense suddenly detected numerous fluctuations of magical power. From the cold mist deep within the crevice, a swarm of blue-black bats with wingspans of several feet suddenly emerged and quickly came into Zhou Chun's sight. Whoosh! 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 As soon as Zhou Chun saw the blue-black bats, a barrage of blue-white ice spikes shot towards him and the silver lightning python. Without thinking, Zhou Chun immediately activated the mysterious spirit golden bell to shield himself. Meanwhile, the silver lightning python Bai swiftly darted forward along the mountainside, escaping the range of the ice spikes. The golden bell landed, radiating golden light, and the ice spikes struck the light, shattering themselves in the process. However, the chilling aura created by the shattered ice spikes coalesced, quickly freezing Zhou Chun and the bell together within a large block of solid ice. Seeing this, the bat demons who had launched the ice spikes immediately assumed they had gained the upper hand and quickly turned their attacks towards the silver lightning python Bai, who had escaped unscathed. But their attacks were a fraction slower than Bai's. At that moment, Bai, having dodged the ice spikes, hissed and unleashed a barrage of lightning strikes, counterattacking the bat demons. Silver-white lightning leaped and flashed in the air, striking one bat demon and then bouncing off to another nearby. Because of the damp environment inside the mountain fissures, electric currents easily conduct and spread through the air. Many bat-like monsters that weren't struck by lightning were paralyzed in their lower bodies by the surging currents, making them unable to move. Even those bat-like monsters capable of retaliating couldn't inflict any real damage on the silver lightning python. Thus, without Zhou Chun intervening, the silver lightning python had killed nearly half of the bat-like monsters, and the rest fled back into the frigid mist. Only then did Zhou Chun shatter the ice that had frozen him and emerge. "Well done, Bai, you've done a great job again." He immediately praised his pet and casually picked up a bat-like monster carcass from the ground, tossing it to its owner. Then, looking at the other charred bat-like monster carcasses on the ground, he appeared thoughtful and contemplative. He was certain he didn't recognize this type of bat-like monster. The Zhou family's monster encyclopedia didn't include information on it. However, the fact that these bat-like monsters could live in that frigid mist area truly surprised him. Even the mysterious armor golden feather couldn't last long inside. And these bat-like demonic beasts seemed to be only first-tier demonic beasts, none of them reaching the second tier. But now wasn't the time to study these things. After his curiosity subsided, Zhou Chun led the silver lightning python, Bai, deeper into the cave. Soon they arrived outside the area of the icy mist. Upon close contact with the icy mist, the bone-chilling cold forced Zhou Chun to use his magic power to resist. Bai, the silver lightning python beside him, was even more vulnerable. Snakes are naturally afraid of the cold, and even though Bai was a second-tier demonic beast with a much higher tolerance for cold than ordinary snakes, it still felt extremely uncomfortable in the extreme cold. If Zhou Chun hadn't brought it in, it definitely wouldn't have wanted to come any closer. "Well, Bai, you should go back first. I'll call you out if there's any danger. Zhou Chun glanced at his beloved pet, which was writhing in pain from the cold, and immediately and considerately put it into his spirit beast pouch. Then he summoned the golden-winged tiger. The narrow terrain inside the cave forced the golden-winged tiger to fold its wings, unable to unfold them. However, its resistance to the cold was undoubtedly much stronger than that of the silver lightning python bye-bye and the golden armored rock turtle. Its thick fur allowed it to quickly adapt to the environment after emerging. Once it had adapted, Zhou Chun flew directly onto its back and rode it into the area of icy mist. Cold. Bone-chilling cold. Upon entering the icy mist area, even with his magical protection, Zhou Chun felt a biting cold. The golden-winged tiger beneath him couldn't help but sneeze, its body faintly glowing with golden light as it began to use its magical power to resist the cold. Zhou Chun tried to release his divine sense, but it was suppressed by an unusual force, as if his eyes were covered with a gauze. Although he could still see some blurry outlines, it was of little use. Helpless, he could only take out several magic talismans from his storage bag and place them in his sleeve as a precaution. He also instructed his beloved pet, Little Jin, be careful yourself. Protect yourself first, don't worry too much about me. After giving his pet these instructions, he signaled it to continue forward. However, they hadn't gone far when a flapping sound reached Zhou Chun's ears. He immediately realized what was happening and hurriedly activated Golden Cauldron Mystic Light, creating a golden wall in front of him. Almost as soon as the golden wall was erected, ice spikes rained down on it, and then bat-like demonic beasts burst out of the icy mist, baring their fangs and claws as they attacked the golden wall. This time, there were far more bat-like demonic beasts than before. Zhou Chun estimated there might be over 100. Not wanting to linger with these beasts, he immediately ordered his golden-winged tiger to counterattack. The golden-winged tiger opened its mouth wide, and a golden-blue whirlwind swept upwards, engulfing dozens of bat-like demonic beasts. Blown by the chilling wind, the bat-like demonic beasts screamed and fell to the ground, their blood splattering everywhere. However, the cold mist inside the cave was truly eerie, even the chilling wind couldn't disperse it. Having destroyed the enemy with such a single blow, the golden-winged tiger proudly strode forward, carrying Zhou Chun deeper into the cave. But this time, it had only traveled less than 10 zang when a strange roar echoed from the depths of the cave. The sound was like a cawing horn, or bellowing bull, extremely strange and indescribable. Yet it contained extraordinary power. Upon hearing the sound, Zhou Chun's body trembled slightly, and his consciousness momentarily blurred. The golden-winged tiger beneath him fared even worse. Upon hearing the roar, the large cat collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. What's wrong? Little Golden, why are you so afraid of that roar? Zhou Chun frowned, looking at the large cat beneath him, not understanding its reaction. Given the rank of the mutated golden-winged tiger, even the might of a third-tier azure flood dragon wouldn't have caused it to react this way. Could the owner of that roar be a fourth-tier demon beast? I don't know the reason, it's just an instinctive fear in my bloodline that forces me to act this way. The golden-winged tiger answered Zhou Chun's question in its mind, its limbs still trembling, seemingly unable to stand for the time being. This situation made Zhou Chun even more suspicious. The bloodline of a demon beast is the source of its power. Generally speaking, there are only 3 situations that can make a demon beast feel fear from its bloodline instinct. One is encountering a natural enemy demon beast whose strength is far greater than its own. For example, the mid-level demon beast Silver Lightning Python bye-bye encountered a natural enemy demon beast like the Golden-Winged Thunder Eagle, which is a high-level demon beast. Another situation is encountering a powerful demon beast of the same species. For example, the Silver Lightning Python bye-bye encountered a 4th-tier Thunder Flood Dragon. The third situation is the pressure of a Demon King. The so-called Demon King is an honorific title for a 5th-tier demon beast. Those were the kings among demonic beasts, their unique demonic king aura possessing immense deterrent effect on any non-demon king level demonic beast, capable of directly causing all demons to fear and submit. The mutated golden-winged tiger, being a member of the Tiger Clan, the king of beasts, had only a handful of natural enemies. Zhou Chun had never heard of any that would inhabit such a frigid environment. Similarly, while the roar earlier was strange, it had absolutely no connection to tiger's roar and was unlikely to have come from a powerful tiger demonic beast. But the third possibility was undoubtedly even more outrageous. How could a 5th-tier demon king appear in such a place? Since you can't move now, go back to your spirit beast pouch. I'll handle this myself. Zhou Chun suppressed his doubts and quickly made a decision. After putting the golden-winged tiger into his spirit beast pouch, he began to move forward. Strangely enough, the strange roar only rang out once and then disappeared. However, the deeper he went into the cave, the colder it became. Zhou Chun looked down at the ground, only to find it completely unfrozen. This was another strange occurrence. The temperature where he was now was definitely below -100 degrees Celsius, possibly even -200 degrees Celsius, compared to his previous life. In such an environment, all water vapor should have condensed into ice. Zhou Chun could only attribute this to the difference in their worlds. In a world of immortals and heroes, anything was possible. Perhaps influenced by the strange roar, Zhou Chun didn't encounter any more attacks from the bat-like monsters as he progressed. He silently calculated the distance he had traveled, and when he had penetrated about 1,000 feet into the cave, the icy mist before him vanished. Ahead lay an icy passage, the mountain crevice completely covered by solid blue ice, with only a narrow passage less than 10 feet high and 5 feet wide open for passage. Its irregular shape indicated that it was all naturally formed. Zhou Chun tried to use his divine sense to probe the dark passage, but unsurprisingly, he failed. His divine sense had barely left his body for less than 10 feet when it instantly receded, like an ordinary person placing their hand on ice. When he tentatively stepped into the icy passage, the biting cold nearly froze his leg. I refuse to believe it. Zhou Chun, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, can't possibly freeze to death in there. Zhou Chun gritted his teeth and immediately took out the second-tier high-grade magic artifact, the Flames Pot, from his storage bag, activating its power to use as a furnace. This was indeed quite a waste of mana, and most cultivators wouldn't dare do such a thing. However, Zhou Chun had a sufficient number of rejuvenation pills and could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to restore his mana without restraint, completely disregarding this loss. Holding the crimson copper pot as if it were a warm stove, he strode into the icy passage. Zhou Chun didn't know how this icy passage was formed, or why there was such a passage amidst layers of solid ice. But now he didn't want to think about those things anymore. All he wanted to know was what lay at the deepest part of the icy passage. Carrying the bronze pot, Zhou Chun ventured deeper into the icy passage, struggling forward for about 100 feet before finally reaching its end. At the end of the icy passage lay a frozen cave. In the center of the cave was a spring emitting white, frigid steam. The spring's opening was small, less than 10 feet wide. Yet, standing within the spring was a human-shaped ice sculpture. To be precise, it was a person standing in the form of an ice sculpture within the spring. It was a naked middle-aged man, half submerged in the water, half exposed, his eyes closed as if resting. This eerie scene sent a chill down Zhou Chun's spine. He scanned his surroundings but found nothing else noteworthy in the ice cave. And the strange roars he had heard earlier were indeed present. Could that roar have come from this middle-aged man? Second update. Chapter 335 Breaking the Ice, Toad. Zhou Chun didn't consider himself a coward. Although he was usually quite cautious, he was actually quite daring. Few Foundation establishment cultivators dared to bargain with Golden Core cultivators, but he had done it himself. However, the situation inside the ice cave sent chills down his spine, and the Flames Pot he held seemed completely useless. He stared intently at the man in the icy spring, his eyes wide as he meticulously observed him inch by inch. After watching for an unknown amount of time, he finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. Based on his observation, the man was probably not alive. But it was only a slight relief. In this cultivation world, it wasn't only the living who were in danger, the dead also possessed the ability to kill. Zhou Chun knew without a doubt that this man must have been a highly powerful being in life, likely no less than a Golden Core cultivator. Even in death, such beings could leave behind some means to ambush those who dared to desecrate their corpses. I wonder why this person is frozen here. This ice cave doesn't seem to have been carved out by human hands. Zhou Chun's eyes flickered. He wasn't in a hurry to attack the ice sculpture, but instead carefully examined the situation inside the ice cave. He walked to a corner of the ice cave and summoned the sun-radiant golden wheel to cut into the ice wall in front of him. The result shocked him. The sharp golden wheel magic weapon only cut into the ice wall less than a foot deep before it could not go any further. The hardness of this blue ice wall was simply terrifying. Could this ice wall be the 1,000-year mystic ice recorded in the ancient texts? Zhou Chun looked at the blue ice wall in front of him, secretly guessing its origin. The ancient texts recorded the 1,000-year mystic ice, due to the precipitation and condensation of a large amount of extremely cold spiritual energy, is much harder than black iron and is a unique product of extremely cold places. Above the 1,000-year mystic ice, there is said to be a 10,000-year mystic ice, whose emanating cold air can freeze the soul, and cannot be touched by anyone other than a golden core cultivator. Seeing that he couldn't do anything about the ice wall, Zhou Chun stopped wasting his energy. He put away his magical artifact and focused his attention on the ice sculpture in the cold spring. After staring at the ice sculpture for a while, Zhou Chun flicked his sleeve, and a silver-embroidered handkerchief flew out, suddenly dissolving into a large silver net that enveloped the ice sculpture. Everything went smoothly. The silver net easily covered the ice sculpture. But just as Zhou Chun was about to pull the ice sculpture out, the silver net suddenly froze into an ice net, completely cutting off its connection with him. This sudden change caused his expression to change drastically, and he quickly retreated a distance. Only when he saw no movement from the ice sculpture did he realize something, and his mind relaxed again. He stared at the silver net frozen on the ice sculpture for a moment, then suddenly raised his hand and flicked it, a golden light like a sword strike hitting the ice sculpture. As expected, the golden light, after striking the ice sculpture, not only failed to leave any mark but also disintegrated on the spot. Seeing this, he thought to himself, it seems that I'm unlikely to be able to remove this ice sculpture with my abilities. Thinking this, he immediately decided to retreat and return to find a solution. But just as he was about to leave, the strange roar that had appeared earlier suddenly rang out again. Just like before, when this strange roar appeared, Zhou Chun's consciousness instantly fell into a dazed state. And because he was closer this time, the dazed state lasted longer. When he recovered from his dazed state, he was immediately terrified and stared wide-eyed at the ice sculpture. He definitely hadn't misheard. The strange roar had definitely come from inside the ice sculpture. But now, when he looked at the ice sculpture, it was exactly the same as before. This bizarre situation completely bewildered Zhou Chun. His knowledge was limited, and he truly couldn't understand what was going on. Why would such a strange phenomenon appear inside a dead person's body? And what was making that eerie roar? I'd better go back and consult the Supreme Elder first. In any case, I really can't even break that ice sculpture now. Muttering to himself, Zhou Chun glanced deeply at the ice sculpture, then turned and left without hesitation. Not long after, Zhou Chun's figure emerged from the mountain crevice cave, reappearing in the side of Zhou Zhengyang and the other man waiting outside. How is it? Clan Chief, did you find anything? Seeing Zhou Chun come out, Zhou Zhengyang immediately stepped forward curiously to ask about his investigation results. I did find something, but this isn't the place to talk. Let's go back and discuss it. Zhou Chun gave a vague answer and immediately led his men back to Dragon Rising Valley without further explanation. Zhou Zhengyang was also a smart man. From Zhou Chun's vague attitude, he knew that there was probably some secret inside the mountain crevice cave. Therefore, since Zhou Chun didn't mention it, he didn't ask any more questions. Upon arriving at Dragon Rising Valley, Zhou Chun did not report the ice cave incident to Zhou Daoquan, who was still recuperating. Zhou Daoquan had previously used Blood Shadow Escape to escape, successfully saving his life but also losing a significant amount of his vital essence, making further action inadvisable. Moreover, Zhou Chun felt that even if he could act, he might not be able to move the ice sculpture. Therefore, after resting briefly in Dragon Rising Valley, Zhou Chun returned to his family's mountain gate and reported the ice cave incident to Zhou Ming. As you say, Zheng Chun, this matter is truly extraordinary. I'm afraid even if I personally intervene, I might not be able to succeed. Inside the cave, Zhou Ming, who had just recovered his depleted vital energy, became extremely grave upon hearing Zhou Chun's words. The cultivation world was rife with strange and mysterious events, and he too could not explain the ice sculpture and the strange roars from Zhou Chun's account. However, he knew that such inexplicable strange events usually contain considerable danger. Therefore, he dared not make any boastful claims. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Chun immediately replied, if you think it's too dangerous, then let's not go. Anyway, that place is so remote, in the wilderness, there's no need to worry about being discovered. Let's go take a look first, and then I'll decide after I've seen it in person. Zhou Ming waved his hand, not backing down. Then he and Zhou Chun headed towards the wilderness. 2 days later, Zhou Chun led Zhou Ming back to the ice cave. And the two walked straight inside. This time, The bat-like demonic beast still came to harass them, but they easily dealt with him. Soon, the two passed through the area of cold mist and the icy passage, arriving at the ice storage where the ice sculpture was located. During this time, Zhou Ming also heard the strange roar. Even with his mid-stage purple mansion cultivation, he couldn't completely avoid feeling disoriented. "This is it, take a look," Zhou Chun said softly, pointing to the ice sculpture in the cold spring inside the ice cave. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming immediately approached and carefully examined the ice sculpture. As a cultivator practicing fire elemental techniques and possessing a mid-stage purple mansion cultivation level, he was far more comfortable in this ice cave than Zhou Chun. Even near the icy spring, he could still endure it. However, after circling the ice sculpture for a while, he couldn't discern anything from the outside. Finally, he said to Zhou Chun, "Zheng Chun, step back a bit. Let me test it." Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately retreated back into the icy passage he had come from. Seeing this, Zhou Ming immediately summoned his usual crimson flying sword magic weapon and slashed it towards the icy spring. The flying sword swiftly pierced down from the air, instantly embedding half of its blade into the spring water. Then, a layer of blue frost visibly began to climb and spread upwards along the sword. This caused Zhou Ming's expression to change slightly, and he hurriedly shouted to increase the flow of his magic power. Instantly, the crimson flying sword burst into flames, rapidly melting the frost on its blade, and it was lifted from the water's surface. Then, the sword light shifted, striking the point where the ice sculpture met the surface of the icy spring. It was clearly visible that when the flying sword struck the ice sculpture, tiny cracks appeared near the point of impact. However, these cracks were quickly healed by the extreme cold power surging from the spring. Seeing this, Zhou Ming raised his hand and retrieved the flying sword. Then he said to Zhou Chun, "If I were to go all out, there's a 50% chance I could break the ice sculpture. However, I can't predict what will happen after it breaks." He then looked at Zhou Chun and asked, "In your opinion, should I make a move?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied without hesitation, "Elder, you can decide for yourself. Whatever you decide, I will support you." "Very well, then I will try my best." Zhou Ming nodded, then raised his hand and patted his storage bag, summoning the crimson banner magic weapon. He vigorously waved the banner, and a crimson flame surged towards the ice sculpture in the cold spring. However, under the corrosive influence of the dense cold air, the flame rapidly shrank and weakened after leaving the banner. By the time it reached the ice sculpture, its power was less than 30%. Within a few breaths, the flame was extinguished by the cold air emanating from the ice sculpture. Seeing this, Zhou Ming patted his spirit beast pouch again, releasing the fire god Jackal. His intention was for the Jackal to help activate the demonic fire. However, to his surprise, the Jackal's legs went weak as soon as it emerged, almost causing it to kneel. It then howled a few times, and Zhou Ming frowned as he carefully put it back into his pouch. This scene startled Zhou Chun, who couldn't help but ask, "Elder, what's going on?" The fire god Jackal said it sensed a terrifying aura inside the ice sculpture and dared not attack it. Zhou Ming said in a low voice, his tone filled with disbelief. He hadn't released the fire god Jackal before because of the strange howls, and there was no need for it. But he hadn't expected that this mid-grade third-tier demonic beast would be so afraid of the inanimate ice sculpture before it, not even daring to attack it. Even the fire god Jackal is so afraid of this thing. Zhou Chun's expression changed, finding it unbelievable. He then whispered, "Should we really continue? Why not? We've come this far. If this ice sculpture were dangerous, it would have already affected us," Zhou Ming said firmly. A fiery light appeared in his eyes. Although he still didn't understand why the strange roar was coming from inside the ice sculpture, nor why the fire god Jackal was so afraid of it, he guessed that the man inside the ice sculpture possessed some kind of extraordinary treasure. And such a treasure, capable of making even high-level demonic beasts tremble, would be incredibly valuable to a beast-taming family like the Zhou family. Now that Zhou Ming had encountered it, how could he let it go? He immediately stopped holding back, unleashing several magical artifacts and attacking the ice sculpture with all his might. Under his full-force attack, Zhou Chun's embroidered handkerchief magical artifact, which had been frozen, was quickly thawed and retrieved. Then, cracks appeared in the ice sculpture under his continued attacks. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Ming slashed down with his sword, finally piercing the ice sculpture completely. The blade struck the man's shoulder, penetrating several inches into his flesh. But before Zhou Ming could rejoice, a powerful force suddenly erupted from the man's body, instantly shattering all the ice on his body and blasting Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun behind him away. PFFT. PFFT, Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun crashed to the ground one after the other, simultaneously spitting out a mouthful of blood, their internal organs injured by the powerful impact. However, their attention was no longer on themselves, but on the man. A flash of white light appeared, and a white toad flew out from the man's body, hovering in midair. Then, the white toad opened its mouth and inhaled, drawing in the extreme cold emanating from the ice cave and the icy spring, which it swallowed whole. After swallowing an unknown amount of extremely cold energy, the white toad finally closed its mouth contentedly, as if it had eaten its fill. Then, as if remembering something, it suddenly opened its eyes and looked at the two human cultivators lying on the ground. Its gaze first fell on Zhou Ming. Then, perhaps disgusted by Zhou Ming's cultivation of fire element techniques, its eyes showed a hint of aversion, and it immediately turned its gaze to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun, who cultivated metal element techniques, was undoubtedly incompatible with its own attributes, but it wasn't as averse to fire element techniques. Moreover, it could sense that although Zhou Chun's cultivation was inferior to Zhou Ming's, his magical power was very pure, and his potential was much greater than Zhou Ming's. This made it hesitate. To be honest, it wasn't very satisfied with Zhou Chun either, both in terms of cultivation level and technique attributes. But it also knew that it didn't have many choices now. Compared to Zhou Chun, Zhou Ming, who cultivated fire element techniques, was undoubtedly even further from its selection. Therefore, after a brief hesitation, it suddenly rammed into Zhou Chun. Chapter 336 Jade Beads, Speculation. At that moment, when the white toad pounced towards Zhou Chun, both Zhou Chun himself and Zhou Ming beside him were terrified, their faces filled with horror. A multitude of terrible thoughts flashed through their minds in that instant. Zhou Chun desperately activated his golden cauldron mystic light to protect himself. However, the protective golden light was like paper, easily crushed by the white toad. Then, it crashed into Zhou Chun's body. It's over. Seeing this, Zhou Ming closed his eyes in despair. At that moment, Zhou Chun's body shone with a dazzling white light, completely obscuring him. But this phenomenon only lasted for a few breaths before quickly dissipating. When Zhou Ming opened his eyes again, Zhou Chun had already fainted, his life hanging in the balance. Looking at the unconscious Zhou Chun on the ground, his eyes flashed with a mixture of shock, suspicion, and fear. He quickly struggled to his feet, gritted his teeth, and swiftly recalled the flying sword that had fallen to the ground. He then slashed at Zhou Chun with the sword. The crimson flying sword stopped an inch above Zhou Chun's neck. Zhou Ming then sat down cross-legged, his gaze fixed on Zhou Chun, maintaining this posture. Based on what he had seen earlier, he suspected that Zhou Chun might have been possessed or had his body taken over by the white toad. If that were the case, Zhou Chun's soul would probably have been erased, and he could be declared dead. But that was just his guess. Zhou Chun was the patriarch of the Zhou family, and the most promising cultivator in the Zhou family to reach the core formation stage. Zhou Ming would definitely not kill Zhou Chun personally unless absolutely necessary. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, Zhou Chun's eyelids finally twitched slightly, and he opened his eyes. Seeing this, Zhou Ming immediately shouted in a deep voice, "Don't move. Don't move." Hearing his tense and stern shout, Zhou Chun, who had just woken up, was stunned. He blinked and then noticed a crimson flying sword hanging above his neck. This made his expression change, and he quickly realized why Zhou Ming was so tense. So he quickly lay down obediently and replied, "Elder, rest assured, without your order, this junior will not move an inch." This familiar tone made Zhou Ming relax a little. But it was only a little relaxation, he still dared not have any careless thoughts. He slowly said, "You know what happened just now, Zheng Chun. Now check yourself and give me a credible answer." "This junior understands," Zhou Chun responded and immediately used his divine sense to examine his body. What he found startled him. During the examination, he clearly felt a chill in his lower abdomen. When he focused his mind on investigating the cold, damp area, he discovered that a white jade bead had appeared in his dantian. This white jade bead was curled up in a corner of his dantian, motionless, like an inanimate object. Zhou Chun's divine sense landed on it, but was directly repelled, as if refusing to communicate with him. It felt to Zhou Chun as if it considered his cultivation too low to be worthy of conversation. Seeing this, Zhou Chun dared not do anything out of line. He could only check the rest of his dantian first, and after finding nothing unusual, He returned his focus and told Zhou Ming about the changes in his body. You said there's a white jade bead in your dantian. Zhou Ming was slightly taken aback, disbelief flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected to hear this answer. Zhou Chun also felt this was too strange, but at this moment he could only nod earnestly and say, yes, every word I say is true, without the slightest falsehood. Seeing his serious expression, Zhou Ming was momentarily at a loss for words. The two stared at each other for a while before Zhou Ming finally spoke. Alright, release your spirit pets and demonic insects. If you can still control them, I'll believe you haven't been possessed. Zhou family cultivators mostly use the soul control blood array secret technique to contract spirit pets, establishing a connection between their souls and the demonic beasts. This includes the demonic insects Zhou Chun contracted. If Zhou Chun had been possessed, the silver lightning python Bye-Bye and the golden winged tiger would likely have noticed and acted strangely upon emerging. The demonic insects would certainly show even more obvious signs. However, this wasn't absolute, because if the being possessing Zhou Chun was of a very high cultivation level, it was hard to say they wouldn't have ways to compensate. But if that were the case, Zhou Ming felt that even if he were defeated, it wouldn't be unjust. Therefore, he was already quite inclined to believe Zhou Chun's explanation. Given Zhou Chun's intelligence, he had naturally considered this as well. So he immediately reached into his spirit beast pouch and released his 3 spirit pets and 2 kinds of demonic insects. It was clear that the 3 demonic beasts and 2 kinds of demonic insects were very uncomfortable, hissing and growling as they suddenly appeared in the frigid ice cave. However, they showed no unfamiliarity with their master, Zhou Chun, and obeyed his commands. Seeing this, Zhou Ming's expression relaxed, and he easily retrieved his flying sword. Then he waved his hand gently and said, alright, put them all back. Hearing this, Zhou Chun also breathed a sigh of relief and immediately retrieved the spirit pets and demonic insects that were very uncomfortable with the environment. After doing this, Zhou Chun looked at Zhou Ming and asked, Elder, what should we do next? Do you know what that white jade bead inside my body is? That's not urgent. Let's look at that corpse first. Zhou Ming waved his hand and immediately turned his gaze to the icy spring. To their slight change of expression, the corpse was nowhere to be seen in the icy spring. Could it have been shattered during the impact? Zhou Chun asked in surprise. Hearing this, Zhou Ming carefully recalled the events of the previous day. However, both of them had been focused on the white toad and hadn't paid attention to the corpse, so they hadn't noticed how it disappeared. Perhaps that's it. After thinking for a while without finding anything, Zhou Ming could only sigh and nod. Then he looked at the icy spring emanating cold air, then at the surrounding ice walls, and finally sighed softly again. Let's go. It seems there's nothing more to explore here. Let's go back first. With that, he walked towards the outside of the ice cave. Zhou Chun, of course, followed closely behind. After they reached the outside, Zhou Chun looked at the entrance behind him and asked Zhou Ming, Elder, do you think we should seal this entrance? No need, Zhou Ming replied after a moment's thought, shaking his head and rejecting the idea. The two then returned to the Zhou family, without going to Dragon Rising Valley. Upon returning to Nine Peaks Ridge, Zhou Ming immediately took Zhou Chun to his cave dwelling. Sit down first, let me see what's going on with that white jade bead in your dantian. Inside the cave, Zhou Ming looked at Zhou Chun and gestured for him to sit down for examination. Zhou Chun cooperated readily, sitting cross-legged and allowing the examination. Soon, with Zhou Chun's mind open and offering no resistance, Zhou Ming channeled his divine sense into Zhou Chun's dantian. However, to Zhou Ming's great surprise, he couldn't see the white jade bead Zhou Chun had mentioned in his dantian. That's strange, Zheng Chun, are you sure that white jade bead exists in your dantian? Why haven't I found anything? Zhou Ming, having withdrawn his divine sense, looked at Zhou Chun with a face full of doubt and asked. His words also surprised Zhou Chun, who couldn't help but calm his mind and examine his dantian. In his internal inspection, the white jade bead was still quietly there, without any change. Then, with a firm expression, he nodded to Zhou Ming and said, This junior is absolutely certain of this matter, that thing is in this junior's dantian, this old man understands. You may get up now. After a moment of silence, Zhou Ming nodded slightly and directly told Zhou Chun to get up. Then, after thinking for a moment, he said to Zhou Chun, If everything you say is true, then this should be a fortuitous opportunity for you. According to my speculation, the white jade bead in your dantian is very likely a powerful magic weapon. And the white toad we saw back then is very likely the spirit of this powerful magic weapon. Zhou Chun was quite shocked by his words. He immediately exclaimed in surprise, but aren't magic weapons only refinable and usable by golden core cultivators? And do such things as spirits really exist in the world? Magic weapons are indeed only refinable and usable by those with cultivation levels above the golden core stage, but haven't you refined that thing yet, Zheng Chun? Zhou Ming added in a low voice. As for the authenticity of spirits, since there has always been such a legend in the cultivation world, it means it should really exist. His explanation was reasonable and well-founded, and Zhou Chun had no way to refute it. But Zhou Chun quickly realized something and suddenly asked, what about the strange roars from before? What about the inexplicable fear the fire god jackals felt? How can these be explained? The strange roars should have come from the artifact spirit. As for why the fire god jackals were so afraid of the white toad, it might be related to the white toad's origins. Zhou Ming continued to answer Zhou Chun's questions, seemingly having truly seen through everything. Hearing his answer, Zhou Chun frowned again and couldn't help but ask, what are the white toad's origins? What do you mean by that, elder? Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming immediately coughed twice and said, ahem, I dare to guess that the white toad's artifact spirit's origins are likely the demon soul and primordial spirit of a fifth-tier demon king. Therefore, even after becoming an artifact spirit and having its memories erased, it still possesses the demon king's aura that can intimidate all demons. Hearing this, Zhou Chun was so shocked that his mouth dropped open. The demon soul and primordial spirit of a fifth-tier demon king. Elder, you really dare to think and say such things? Zhou Chun looked at Zhou Ming with a strange expression, genuinely admiring his audacity. He himself was always one to think big, but this was something he had never dared to consider. What kind of existence was a fifth-tier demon king? Such a powerful being, comparable to a nascent soul cultivator, was far rarer than even nascent soul cultivators. Not to mention people like them, even golden core cultivators might never have seen one in their entire lives. And to kill a fifth-tier demon king, extract its demon soul and primordial spirit, and refine it into a magic weapon to become its spirit, how powerful would that be? Would a powerful being with such abilities simply perish silently in the wilderness? Even if the man who disappeared in the cold spring wasn't the one who refined this magic weapon, someone who possessed such a powerful magic weapon couldn't have been weak, so how could he have died there? When Zhou Chun repeated these points, Zhou Ming replied with an air of seriousness, perhaps the cultivation level of those who possess magical treasures isn't as high as we imagine. Zheng Chun, don't you also possess this magical treasure now? This answer left Zhou Chun speechless for a moment. He could only say, then what should I do next? Do you have any suggestions, elder? If I were to offer advice, I would suggest you leave it alone for now. Since this treasure has chosen you, it means you are destined for it, and it shouldn't harm you. Moreover, since I cannot detect it, it means it understands the principle of concealing its power. You don't need to worry about other high-level cultivators discovering its presence within you. As for why you can't establish a connection with it now, it's mostly because your cultivation level is too low. From now on, just focus on improving your cultivation. Zhou Ming pondered for a moment before offering his opinion and advice. He spoke lightly, but Zhou Chun couldn't be as relaxed as he claimed. However, Zhou Chun didn't say anything more, verbally agreeing. After returning to his residence from the mountain cave, Zhou Chun immediately began to focus his attention on studying the white jade bead. He first tirelessly tried to touch the bead with his divine sense, conveying his goodwill. But no matter how many times he tried, his divine sense was repelled. Later, he tried to use his golden soup magic to touch the bead, but the result was the same. He couldn't touch it at all. Unable to touch, unable to communicate, the white jade bead was like a block of ice, ruthlessly rejecting Zhou Chun's attempts at goodwill. Fortunately, Zhou Chun's meditation was not affected by the presence of the white jade bead in his danshan. However, from then on, whenever he had free time, Zhou Chun would unconsciously touch his lower abdomen, often frowning and remaining silent. Just as Zhou Chun was worrying about the unexpected white jade bead in his body, Zhou Daoyi, whom he had been concerned about, finally appeared outside Dragon Rising Valley. Phew, we've finally arrived. Outside Dragon Rising Valley, Zhou Daoyi, dressed in a simple animal skin coat, slowly emerged from the woods, a smile finally appearing on his pale face. Chapter 337 The End of an Era. Zhou Daoyi's return quickly alerted Zhou Daoquan, who was in seclusion in Dragon Rising Valley recovering his strength. Upon hearing of Zhou Daoyi's condition, He rushed out of seclusion to visit him. Daoi, where have you been all this time? How did you get so badly injured? Inside the room, Zhou Daoquan's expression changed upon seeing Zhou Daoi, immediately recognizing his severe injuries. Bad luck. I was attacked and besieged by powerful demonic beasts one after another, barely escaping with my life. Zhou Daoi shook his head with a bitter smile, recounting his ordeal in a low voice. It turned out that after he and Zhou Chun and the others split up to escape, he had used the blood shadow escape technique to accelerate their escape. Although he didn't know at the time that the 4th-tier demonic beast pursuing them was actually a 4th-tier thunder flood dragon, he rationally realized that if he continued to ride the azure flood dragon, he would easily be tracked. After all, the azure flood dragon was a huge target, and its aura was much stronger than that of a human cultivator like himself, making it easier to be tracked. However, his luck wasn't great, and he was chosen as the target by the 4th-tier thunder flood dragon. Perhaps this was also related to the fact that he was the master of the azure flood dragon, and his body was tainted with a relatively strong aura of the azure flood dragon. Fortunately, the speed of blood shadow escape was extremely fast, and the residual aura was much weaker than normal flight, making it difficult to be tracked. In short, Zhou Daoi successfully shook off the 4th-tier thunder flood dragon using blood shadow escape and never encountered it. Unfortunately, after blood shadow escape ended, Zhou Daoi's whereabouts were exposed, and he encountered an attack by a powerful demonic beast in an unfamiliar body of water. The demonic beast that attacked him was a 3rd-tier high-grade demonic beast called Dragon Scale Golden Shark, a type of aquatic fish demon with the bloodline of a flood dragon. This demonic beast was ferocious and powerful, and Zhou Daoi was no match for it. He could only summon the azure flood dragon to help him fight while fleeing. But even with the azure flood dragon's help, the dragon scale golden shark relentlessly pursued the master and servant. Not long after, the commotion from their battle attracted the attention of a mid-grade 3rd-tier demonic beast, the poisonous-eyed water demon. Perhaps due to the presence of water demons in the Dragon Abyss Marsh, the dragon scale golden shark and the poisonous-eyed water demon quickly joined forces to launch a siege against Zhou Daoi and his servant. 2 against 2. With his cultivation suppressed and his own blood essence severely depleted, Zhou Daoi, even with the help of the azure flood dragon, quickly found himself at a significant disadvantage. It was only thanks to the azure flood dragon's desperate struggle that he managed to escape the pursuit of the 2 demonic beasts. However, Zhou Daoi's bad luck didn't end with escaping the chase. After finally reaching the shore with the azure flood dragon's help, he found a place to rest and recuperate, only to unexpectedly encounter 2 wind and thunder sables with cubs. The wind and thunder sables were also a type of high-level demonic beast. One was a mid-grade 3rd-tier demonic beast, and the other a low-grade 3rd-tier demonic beast. The intrusion of Zhou Daoi and the azure dragon triggered a severe stress response in the 2 wind and thunder sables with their cubs, who immediately launched a frenzied attack on the master and servant. Already exhausted, Zhou Daoi and his servant were no match for 2 fiercely protective 3rd-tier demonic beasts. After a fierce battle, both master and servants were severely injured by the wind and thunder sables attacks, ultimately forcing the azure dragon to spit out its demon core to join the fight, finally subduing the 2 crazed wind and thunder sables and allowing them to escape their territory. These successive battles, coupled with the depletion of his essence and energy from using the blood shadow escape technique, left Zhou Daoi's injuries extremely severe, even rendering him unable to perform basic long-distance flight. Meanwhile, the azure dragon was also seriously injured in its battle with the 2 winds and thunder sables and urgently needed rest. Under these circumstances, Zhou Daoi could only find a random place in the wilderness to take medicine and recover. The rest was simple. Once his injuries had improved slightly, he immediately began his journey home. I see, no wonder it took you so long to return. Daoi, Zhou Daoquan, after listening to Zhou Daoi's story, was deeply moved by his arduous journey. He nodded repeatedly, saying, "But it's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Uncle and Zhang Chun will be overjoyed to hear of your return." Upon hearing this, Zhou Daoi immediately said, "My injuries haven't healed yet, and I'm afraid I can't return to the family alone. I'll need your help, cousin, to escort me back." "No problem, that's the least I can do. After I give Zhang Yang a few instructions, I'll escort you back." Zhou Daoquan readily agreed, made some arrangements, and then escorted Zhou Daoi to the family. When the 2 arrived at Jifang Ridge and saw the returning Zhou Daoi, Zhou Chun, who hadn't smiled much for months, finally showed a genuine smile. It's truly a blessing from our ancestors that Elder Zhou has returned safely. It's wonderful." He was overjoyed at Zhou Daoi's return, all his worries vanishing in that moment. All the other members of the Zhou family shared his joy. Zhou Daoi, however, was too severely injured and only had time to meet with Zhou Chun and other important members of the Zhou family before hastily returning to his cave to recuperate. His injuries were so severe that it would likely take 3 to 5 years to fully recover. But as long as he returned alive, these were minor issues for the Zhou family. With this worry gone, Zhou Chun regained his energy and began handling various family affairs, no longer focusing on the white jade bead within his body. For the next 5 years, the situation in Jing Kingdom and the Zhou family remained relatively stable. The Xianjing sect probably needed time to digest and integrate the forces of those who had joined them, and didn't make any further surprising moves. Of course, Zhou Chun preferred to believe that the Xianjing true person needed more time to mature and familiarize himself with the power of the nascent soul stage. Meanwhile, the war in Feng Kingdom didn't escalate into full-scale conflict as Zhou Chun had initially anticipated. Zhangyang Palace seemed to be using the corpse demon sect as a training ground for its disciples, sending many to Feng Kingdom to fight, but not for territorial conquest. They were simply seeking out corpse demon sect cultivators to kill. Zhangyang sect also seemed to have ulterior motives, not rushing to conquer territories, but instead reportedly aggressively recruiting disciples, significantly increasing its membership. In Zhou Chun's view, these two forces' choice to oppose the corpse demon sect was not out of any sense of justice or desire to eliminate evil, but entirely for profit. Perhaps realizing this as well, the previously restless Pil Li family and Arayu family became quiet and obedient again. As for the Zhou family, in the past 5 years, the family had gained 2 more foundation establishment cultivators, Zhou Xingdi and Su Fu. Both successfully established their foundations by consuming foundation establishment fruits. Su Fu's fruit was a special gift from Zhou Chun, not counting towards the Zhou family's exchange quota. Of course, there were also failures. Of the 4 foundation establishment fruits that Zhou Chun offered for exchange by the Zhou family members, 3 were exchanged within 5 years. However, apart from Zhou Xingdi who succeeded, the other 2 failed. These 2 were extremely unlucky, neither survived, dying in their secluded cultivation chamber. This situation truly shocked many Zhou family cultivators. In recent years, because the Zhou family had always been able to exchange foundation establishment pills, most Zhou family cultivators hadn't taken the risks of foundation establishment seriously, believing that as long as they exchanged for foundation establishment aids, they could survive even if they failed. But the consecutive deaths of 2 people during the foundation establishment stage finally made them realize the difficulty of foundation establishment, and they dared not be as optimistic as before. At the same time, the number of Zhou family cultivators willing to lend their merit points to others to exchange for foundation establishment aids also rapidly decreased. After all, no one could guarantee that the person lending their merit points would survive the secluded chamber or succeed. As a result, with fewer cultivators willing to lend their merits, it became significantly more difficult for other Zhou family cultivators to exchange for foundation establishment fruits and foundation establishment pills, thus alleviating the supply shortage of these foundation building aids. Meanwhile, just as Zhou Chun had anticipated, Su Fu's successful foundation establishment greatly motivated the Zhou family's elite warriors. They became completely devoted to staying in Dragon Rising Valley, all wanting to strive for a future like Su Fu. Zhou Chun also restarted the training of his family's elite warriors, beginning to recruit mortals with spiritual root aptitude. The difference this time was that these individuals would be directly sent to Dragon Rising Valley for training. In the past 5 years, Su Fu and his group in Dragon Rising Valley had already mapped the area within a 1,500-mile radius. Without considering the migrating and wandering demonic beasts, even a few key refining stage cultivators could survive in the wilderness for several days by following the map. This progress was comparable to the efficiency of the reclaiming bases in Yuntao. Meanwhile, Su Fu and his group also discovered a spirit jade mine. This mine could yield several types of spirit jade with different uses, making it quite valuable. Unfortunately, the mine was located too far from Dragon Rising Valley, over 800 li as the crow flies, and surrounded by dangerous areas inhabited by third-tier demonic beasts. This prevented Zhou Chun and the Zhou family from having any plans for the time being. They could only memorize the location and proceed cautiously. However, Zhou Chun still instructed Su Fu and the others to find a new base in the direction of the Spirit Jade Mine. Dragon Rising Valley was still too small, and the surrounding resources weren't particularly abundant, having already been largely plundered. Therefore, finding a better location to establish a base was imperative. With Zhou Xingdi's successful foundation establishment, her skills and formations had greatly improved. While she could no longer independently set up a forbidden formation like the Five Directions Miro formation, ordinary formations were no challenge for her, and were sufficient to be useful in establishing a base. Furthermore, thanks to the abundant resources gathered from the wilderness, the Zhou family's alchemy, weapon crafting, talisman production, and beast cultivation have all developed rapidly. Not to mention low-level pills like beast spirit pills, they've even refined several batches of demon spirit pills, which can enhance the cultivation of second-tier demon beasts, allowing cultivators like Zhou Chun who possess second-tier demon beasts to experience their first taste of such power. Zhou Chun himself received 7 or 8 demon spirit pills, which he invested in the silver lightning python. Bye-bye. His own cultivation is now very close to the late foundation establishment stage, but bye-bye is still quite a distance from advancing to high-grade second-tier demon beast, so Zhou Chun must focus on nurturing it. Besides Zhou Chun, the other Zhou family elders have also benefited from the increased resources of the Zhou family, each gaining considerable benefits. Zhou Jiaru, who was the first to successfully establish his foundation, has already reached the mid-foundation establishment stage, and Zhou Jia and Zhou Jiapeng are close behind. Furthermore, the blue feather fire kite egg that Zhou Jia exchanged back then has now grown into a first-tier high-grade demon beast. With a supply of demon spirit pills, it's only a matter of time before it advances to a second-tier demon beast. As for the key refining stage cultivators, they are even more comfortable. The variety of demon beasts that the Zhou family provides for these clansmen to contract with is incomparable to what it used to be. The various pills and magical artifacts they can exchange with the family are also much richer than before. It may be difficult to find someone as outstanding as Zhou Chun back then, but their general strength is much stronger than that of the Zhou family's key refining stage cultivators at that time. With ample resources for cultivation, now, as long as a Zhou family cultivator with a mid-grade spiritual root aptitude works hard, most can cultivate to the 12th level of the key refining stage before the age of 50. Some who have the support and care of their elders can even reach this level by the age of 40. Unbeknownst to many, the pillars of the Zhou family have now become the Zheng generation cultivators and the Xin generation cultivators. Most of the older generation of cultivators with a Jia character in their names have passed away, while the new generation with the C character is thriving. On this day, the arrival of an invitation filled Zhou Chun with deep emotion after reading it. The letter was delivered by a messenger from the Wang family of Red Medicine Valley, a friendly clan with the Zhou family. It stated that the previous patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Zhixian, had passed away peacefully. This reminded Zhou Chun of his first encounter with this man. Back then, the Zhou family had only recently established themselves in Nine Peaks Ridge, having gone to great lengths to infiltrate the Wang family's circle and participate in the joint martial arts competition of the 5 major cultivation families. Even Zhou Daoai, the patriarch of the Zhou family, had to be extremely humble in front of Wang Zhixian. But times had changed. 60 or 70 years had passed. Zhou Daoai had long since become a Purple Mansion stage cultivator, and Zhou Chun had already successfully established his foundation. The Zhou family's strength now far surpassed that of the Wang family. Wang Zhixian, the once spirited patriarch of the Wang family, has now passed away, his lifespan exhausted. With fellow Taoist Wang Gun, the Wang family has lost another capable member. I hear Senior Wang Guangping's lifespan is also nearing its end. Is the Wang family, with its nearly 1,000-year history, destined for decline? Zhou Chun sighed softly, deeply moved. Perhaps this is the inescapable fate of every power. Without a suitable successor, the decline of a power is inevitable once the current leaders pass away. The difference may lie in the fact that some large powers have a chance to rise again after a normal decline, while smaller powers may simply disappear. First update. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 Late Foundation Establishment Stage, Hongayu's Request. Rumble. Thunder rumbled, and torrential rain poured down. A downpour, the likes of which hadn't been seen in over a decade, descended upon the area near the Zhou family's Nine Peaks Ridge. In the Zhou family's beast enclosure, many demonic beasts, averse to rain, retreated to their burrows. This was one advantage of being domesticated beasts. Their burrows were built with human assistance, providing ample space and shelter from the wind and rain. On 100 Herbs Peak, to prevent the rain from washing away or breaking some spiritual herbs, some Zhou family cultivators tending to them hurriedly covered the herb fields with tarpaulins and drained the accumulated rainwater. Even low-level cultivators were powerless against such a torrential downpour. Meanwhile, in a small courtyard atop Pagoda Peak, Zhou Chun was at a crucial juncture in his cultivation. 3 days prior, he had consumed 2 pills meant to enhance his cultivation and magical power, hoping to leverage their doubled potency to break through to the late foundation establishment stage. Now, 3 days later, the pills had reached their peak, and his breakthrough had reached its most critical moment. Inside the cultivation room, he sat cross-legged, his face glowing with a golden luster, as if coated with gold dust. This was a sign that he had pushed the golden cauldron profound technique to its limit. At this moment, the golden cauldron within his dantian was also shaking violently, as if something extraordinary was being nurtured within, with faint golden auspicious light emanating from it. After an unknown amount of time, a deafening thunderclap echoed across the sky outside, and a powerful aura suddenly rose within Zhou Chun's secluded cultivation room. He had succeeded. He had successfully broken through to the late foundation establishment stage. That year, Zhou Chun was 96 years old, exactly 60 years since his successful foundation establishment. 60 years is a period during which ordinary foundation establishment cultivators would at most only break through once, advancing from the early to the middle stage. However, due to various fortuitous encounters and the Zhou family's dedicated cultivation, Zhou Chun had directly broken through 2 realms in these 60 years, advancing from the early to the late stage of foundation establishment. It seemed he was only twice as fast as an ordinary cultivator, but the reality was far more complex. Only those who truly understood the difference would grasp what it meant for him to possess late-stage foundation establishment cultivation at his current age. Finally, late-stage foundation establishment. Next, I just need to cultivate quietly for a few years to consolidate my cultivation level, and then I can start planning the spiritual artifacts to open my purple mansion. Inside the secret chamber, Zhou Chun opened his eyes, feeling the surge of magical power within his body. He was still full of ambition, envisioning the next stage. For him, late-stage foundation establishment was never a hurdle. The real hurdle was opening his purple mansion. This hurdle was not only dangerous but also had a very high failure rate. Although his first failure at foundation establishment hadn't left a psychological scar, it certainly made him dare not underestimate such a major hurdle. Therefore, even knowing that the Zhou family would fully support him, he dared not be careless. And if you were to ask who was happiest after Zhou Chun broke through to late-stage foundation establishment, besides himself, it would undoubtedly be Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming had long placed his hopes for the Zhou family's future on Zhou Chun, valuing him more than anyone else. Seeing Zhou Chun come to him to report the good news, he clapped his hands repeatedly with great satisfaction, exclaiming, "Good. Very good. Zheng Chun, you've finally reached the late foundation establishment stage." A late foundation establishment cultivator under 100 years old, my Zhou family hasn't seen such a figure for at least 300 years. Now, finally, another genius like him has appeared. As he said this, a genuine smile of joy appeared on his face. Faced with his praise, Zhou Chun replied humbly, "Elder, you flatter me. I dare not accept the title of genius. I know my own limitations. My current cultivation is entirely the result of the family's tireless cultivation." Hearing this, Zhou Ming was even more pleased, repeatedly praising, "Good, good, good. I'm even happier that you think this way. This shows that neither I nor the family misjudged you, and that the family's cultivation of you has not been in vain. Without comparison, there is no harm." Compared to Zhou Chun, Zhou Zhenkang, who had also received cultivation from the Zhou family and Zhou Ming, was incredibly foolish. Relying on his background and talent, he attributed all his achievements to his own innate abilities, showing no gratitude to the family whatsoever, and even betraying them for petty gains. Such short-sighted and foolish behavior stood in stark contrast to Zhou Chun today. However, that incident had been over for decades, and Zhou Ming had long since forgotten about it. Otherwise, thinking back on it now, he would probably have mixed feelings. After his initial joy, he looked at Zhou Chun with a serious expression and said, "Now that you, Zhou Chun, have broken through to the late foundation establishment stage, it's time to make plans for opening your purple mansion. Do you have any ideas in mind?" Zhou Chun had expected him to ask this, and quickly replied, "This junior plans to cultivate quietly for a few years to consolidate my cultivation, and also sell some unused items to raise spirit coins. Then I'll go to the surrounding countries to inquire about spiritual items that can assist in opening the purple mansion, and try to obtain 1 or 2 spiritual items before making a move." Your plan is indeed a mature and prudent one, Zhou Ming nodded, affirming Zhou Chun's idea. He then added, "However, when it comes to opening your purple mansion, you don't have to rely solely on yourself. Remember, the family is your strongest support. For such an important matter, the family will certainly give you its full support." Without waiting for Zhou Chun's response, he suddenly asked, "How many spirit coins are on the family account right now?" Zhou Chun was taken aback by this question, but quickly understood its meaning and replied softly, "I haven't checked closely, but when I checked last time, there should be a surplus of over 185,000 spirit coins." Zhou Ming pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly and said, "That makes things easier. When you really need to purchase spiritual items to assist in opening your purple mansion, the family can provide 200,000 spirit coins to help you with this." Hearing this, even though Zhou Chun had already guessed what he wanted to say, he was still stunned by his words. He immediately shook his head repeatedly, saying, "How can that be?" He couldn't help but give a bitter smile, saying, "If we do this, what if something goes wrong? Would I become a sinner to the family? Why not? The family has been accumulating wealth all these years, just so it can be put to use now." Zhou Ming waved his hand, saying domineeringly, "As long as Zhou Chun can successfully open his purple mansion, let alone a mere 200,000 spirit coins, even 300,000 or 400,000, as long as the family can afford it, we should provide that amount." His words were resounding and deeply moving. Zhou Chun's expression immediately changed, and he looked at Zhou Ming with deep emotion, murmuring, "Junior, what virtue or ability do I possess to deserve such kindness from you?" His voice choked with emotion at the end. This time, he was truly moved and grateful for Zhou Ming's heartfelt care. That was 200,000 spirit coins. Even with the Zhou family's current strength, it would take them over a decade to accumulate such a large sum of spirit coins. Zhou Ming, without hesitation, gave away this enormous wealth to support Zhou Chun's cultivation of his purple mansion. Such generosity deeply moved and touched Zhou Chun. Seeing Zhou Chun's slightly choked voice, Zhou Ming stepped forward, placing his hands on his arms and looking directly at him with a serious expression, saying, "You deserve this. In the entire Zhou family, only you deserve such devotion. Others may not know, but you and I both know who the greatest contributor to the Zhou family's achievements is, who has given the most. Your contributions to the family over the years have been seen and remembered by me and others who know the truth. Now it's time for the family to repay you." As the most senior member of the Zhou family and the one with the highest decision-making power, Zhou Ming knew that the relationship between the family and its members shouldn't be one of mutual taking and giving, but rather of mutual support and achievement. Normally, the Zhou family rewards clansmen for their contributions, however small, without needing to meticulously calculate every detail. However, these contributions must never be forgotten. When a clansman who has rendered outstanding service needs the family's assistance, the family's decision-makers must deeply consider their contributions and achievements, and then provide the greatest possible help. Only in this way can the clansman who has served the family be more loyal and willing to dedicate themselves to its service in the future. It also serves as a powerful example for other clansmen, inspiring them to believe that the family can be their strong support, providing protection and assistance in crucial moments. Just by looking at Zhou Chun's reaction, one can see how significant Zhou Ming's decision was. "Junior, I am unworthy of such praise, truly unworthy," Zhou Chun replied, his voice choked with emotion, clearly moved. He had expected Zhou Ming to go to great lengths to help him open his purple mansion, but he hadn't imagined Zhou Ming would go to such lengths. To help him with everything required immense determination and courage, and a profound trust. At this moment, Zhou Chun felt genuine gratitude and respect for Zhou Ming, his elder. Regardless of how much he disagreed with some of Zhou Ming's past actions, at least Zhou Ming's expectations and affection for him were sincere. How could he not be grateful and respectful to such an elder? Alright, This matter is settled. You should focus on consolidating your cultivation. Zhou Ming waved his hand, saying no more, and finalized the matter. Seeing his resolute attitude, and knowing he truly needed the family's help, Zhou Chun didn't refuse any further. He also believed that once he successfully opened his purple mansion, his benefit to the family would far outweigh a mere 200,000 spirit coins. Besides, he didn't necessarily need to spend that many spirit coins. What Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun didn't expect was that just as they decided to entrust Zhou Chun with the spiritual coins accumulated by their family over the years to help him establish his purple mansion, an unexpected event occurred. 2 months after Zhou Chun broke through to the late foundation establishment stage, Lin Hongyu, who was far away in Yang Kingdom, suddenly returned to Jing Kingdom and came to the Zhou family. Her purpose was simple, to get the Zhou family's full support in helping her achieve core formation. It turned out that she had received news in Yang Kingdom that in 6 months, a grand auction would be held in the Great Zhou Kingdom, tens of thousands of miles away from Jing Kingdom, where spiritual items that aided in core formation would be auctioned. Her return was to persuade the Zhou family to help her participate in this auction and obtain those aiding items. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, perhaps the only one in my life. Therefore, I implore fellow Taoist Zhou to help me, so that I may have no regrets. I know this may put fellow Taoist Zhou in a difficult position, and will cost the Zhou family and fellow Taoist Zhou dearly. However, I can swear to fellow Taoist Zhou that as long as I achieve my goal, regardless of whether I ultimately succeed in forming my core, I will be a member of the Zhou family in life and in death, and will dedicate the rest of my life to serving the Zhou family. Inside the cave, facing Zhou Ming, Zhou Daoyi, and Zhou Chun, the 3 most important cultivators of the Zhou family, Lin Hongyu lowered her usually proud head and pleaded with them in almost begging words. Faced with a hurdle of forming her core, even someone like her, who had experienced countless life or death situations, could only lower her proud head and seek that sliver of opportunity to break through. And this was not shameful. After all, it was the hurdle of forming her core. If they could overcome this hurdle, not only would their lifespan be extended to 1,000 years, but they would also truly become high-level cultivators, possessing strength and status far beyond their current abilities. What did it matter to temporarily lower their heads for the sake of forming the golden core? Faced with Lin Hongyu's request, Zhou Ming, Zhou Daoyi, and Zhou Chun exchanged glances. Zhou Ming then spoke in a low voice, "This matter is of great importance. Fellow Taoist Lin, could you allow us to discuss it before making a decision?" "Of course, fellow Taoist Zhou, please discuss it slowly. I will go and rest first. I will come to disturb you again after you have finished discussing it." Lin Hongyu nodded gently, agreeing readily, and then voluntarily left the cave to rest at Zhou Daoyi's residence. After she left, Zhou Ming looked at Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun and couldn't help but sigh softly. "Alice, you all tell me, how should this matter be handled?" It has to be said that Lin Hongyu has truly presented them with a major problem this time. If they didn't help, Lin Hongyu would definitely lose all allegiance to the Zhou family and might even leave. But helping would come at a great cost. And most importantly, such an investment might not yield sufficient returns. Therefore, faced with Zhou Ming's question, Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun remained silent for a long time. Second update. Chapter 339. The decision is made, the Golden Core Cultivator arrives. Inside Zhou Ming's cave at Nine Peaks Ridge, the 3 most important figures of the Zhou family looked troubled and at a loss. They had already discussed whether or not to help Lin Hongyu achieve her core formation. During the discussion, none of them directly stated their position, but instead listed the costs and benefits of helping versus not helping. In short, they had discussed both the pros and cons. The next step was to express their opinions and stances on these factors. This step, however, stumped them. They all knew the immense impact their decision would have on the family. Faced with such a crucial matter, they could only deliberate carefully and not make a hasty decision. I believe that it would be too hurtful to offer no help at all, and all the efforts and sacrifices the family made to win over Senior Lin would be completely wasted. However, there should be limits to our help. After all, Senior Lin is not a member of our Zhou family, and the family cannot help her in a way that threatens the very foundation of our clan. Therefore, I am more inclined to offer her limited assistance. If she can successfully form her core, then everyone will be happy. If she fails, then it can only be said that it is fate, and no one can be blamed. In the end, Zhou Chun, as the junior, spoke first, expressing his opinion and stating his attitude. After hearing his speech, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi exchanged a glance, and then Zhou Ming asked in a low voice, "Then how should this limit be defined?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun pondered for a moment before immediately saying, "In my humble opinion, this limit should be the maximum assistance that the family can provide without shaking the foundation of the clan, that is, the amount of liquid funds that the family can provide under normal circumstances, but if what you say is true, it will be difficult for the family to provide enough funds to help you open your purple mansion," Zhou Ming said in a heavy tone, seemingly somewhat unwilling. Zhou Chun smiled and shook his head, saying, "This matter isn't a big problem. I'm still young, and I can easily wait for a decade or more. Besides, if Senior Lin can truly succeed in forming her core, the help she would bring to the family would be far greater than 10 Purple Mansion cultivators." Hearing this, Zhou Ming couldn't help but sigh. "You're quite magnanimous. It's truly difficult for you." He then looked at Zhou Daoyi, who had remained silent, and asked, "Daoyi, what's your opinion?" "I shouldn't offer any opinion on this matter. Whatever decision the family makes, I will agree with it," Zhou Daoyi said in a low voice, choosing to avoid suspicion. Lin Honggai was, after all, his Taoist partner, although their union was largely based on mutual benefit. But a Taoist partner is still a Taoist partner, and at this moment, he couldn't object or express support, so he could only remain silent. Zhou Ming understood and quickly nodded, saying, "Very well, since Daoyi, you don't want to comment on this matter, I won't force you. I'll make the decision." He then instructed Zhou Chun to invite Lin Honggai over. Although Lin Honggai claimed to be resting, she couldn't truly relax. As soon as Zhou Chun went to inform her, she immediately composed herself and followed him to Zhou Ming's cave. Then, with expectant eyes, she asked Zhou Ming, "Well? Fellow Taoist Zhou, have you reached a consensus?" Zhou Ming nodded slightly, saying, "We have indeed reached some common views, but before announcing them, I would like to ask fellow Taoist Lin to answer a few questions." "No problem, fellow Taoist Zhou, please ask whatever you wish to ask. I will answer to the best of my knowledge," Lin Honggai immediately agreed without hesitation. "My first question is for you, fellow Taoist Lin. How many spirit coins do you estimate you'll need to purchase the spiritual item that assists in core formation?" "My second question is for you, fellow Taoist Lin. How many spirit coins do you currently have available?" "My third question is for you, if the Zhou family fully supports you in achieving core formation, how can we guarantee that you will remain with the Zhou family afterward?" Zhou Ming held up 3 fingers, his expression grave as he looked at Lin Honggai, uttering his 3 questions in a deep voice. Upon hearing these questions, Lin Honggai, who had previously been very straightforward, finally frowned, her previous frankness gone. She frowned, head bowed in thought, and after a long while, finally raised her head and looked at Zhou Ming, saying, "I can't say for sure how many spirit coins are needed to purchase the spiritual items that aid in core formation, but I imagine it won't be less than 600,000 or 700,000 spirit coins. As for how much I can afford myself, to be honest, even if I sold everything else, I could only scrape together a few 100,000 spirit coins at most." She paused slightly, glancing at Zhou Daoyi beside her. Then she said softly, "As for fellow Taoist Zhou's third question, besides swearing an oath, I really don't know what else I can do to convince you of my character and integrity." Hearing this, a strange light flashed in Zhou Ming's eyes, and he nodded, saying, "I understand. Then, fellow Taoist Lin, please hear my opinion, please speak, fellow Taoist Zhou." "I'm all ears." Lin Honggai turned slightly, her face somewhat nervous. She couldn't help but be nervous. After all, what Zhou Ming was about to say would concern whether she could advance further on her path of cultivation. Zhou Ming glanced at her and slowly said, "I won't hide it from you, fellow Taoist Lin. Although the Zhou family has accumulated some savings over the years, it's far from the 700,000 or 800,000 spirit coins you mentioned. Moreover, let alone the Zhou family, even among the golden core families, I doubt many could come up with such a large sum of working capital. So, if fellow Taoist Lin is hoping the Zhou family can provide such a large amount of working capital to support you, that's simply impossible." Without waiting for Lin Honggai, whose expression had slightly changed, to plead for him, he quickly changed the subject, saying, "However, fellow Taoist Lin has been mining the earth element crystal jade vein in Yang Kingdom over the years. And you must have accumulated quite a bit of ore. If you're willing to let my Zhou family sell it at a discounted price, you should be able to raise 200,000 or 300,000 spirit coins, and my Zhou family currently has about 200,000 spirit coins in working capital." So, if fellow Taoist Lin can find a way to raise another 2 or 300,000 spirit coins, it should be enough for you to purchase the auxiliary core formation spiritual items. After speaking, Zhou Ming looked at Lin Hongyu, who seemed lost in thought, and said softly, "What do you think of my answer, fellow Taoist Lin?" Hearing this, Lin Hongyu immediately raised her head and said in a low voice, 200,000 spirit coins are still a bit too little. Could you perhaps add another 100,000 spirit coins, fellow Taoist Zhou? She then added, "I won't accept this money for nothing. I'm willing to exchange it for several secret techniques I've cultivated." However, Zhou Ming shook his head upon hearing this and said in a deep voice, 200,000 spirit coins is all the savings the Zhou family can offer. I had already agreed with Zhang Chun to use these savings to help him open his purple mansion. If it weren't for Zhang Chun's understanding and willingness to postpone his own purple mansion opening and use these savings to help you form your core, fellow Taoist Lin, even if the Zhou family wanted to help you this time, we would be powerless to do so. Hearing this, Lin Hongyu couldn't help but look at Zhou Chun. Looking at Zhou Chun, who had already reached the late foundation establishment stage, she immediately understood that Zhou Ming's words were not false. She then bowed slightly to Zhou Chun and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou is truly understanding and righteous. I thank you in advance." Zhou Chun quickly returned the bow, saying, "I dare not act like a senior. It is my honor to contribute to your core formation." "Alright, then let's do as fellow Taoist Zhou says. I will find another way to obtain the remaining spirit coins." Lin Hongyu turned to Zhou Ming and nodded gently in agreement to his arrangement. After the two sides reached an agreement, they immediately began to act. Zhou Daoyi, whose injuries had mostly healed, personally accompanied Lin Hongyu to Yang Kingdom to transport Earth Element Crystal Jade. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun began to mobilize the Zhou family's resources, contacting various forces and shops in the markets to find buyers willing to purchase Earth Element Crystal Jade. Half a year isn't a long time, and selling ore worth hundreds of thousands of spirit coins within that period is a considerable challenge for the Zhou family. Zhou Chun traveled to every state in the southern part of Jing Kingdom, visiting all the forces allied with the Zhou family in various markets, but only managed to sell a little over 100,000 spirit coins worth of ore. There was no other way, although Earth Element Crystal Jade had a wide range of uses. Normal use for refining artifacts and setting up formations wouldn't require the Zhou family's entire stockpile of ore, but just as Zhou Chun was racking his brains trying to figure out how to sell all the Earth Element Crystal Jade ore, a major customer suddenly approached the Zhou family. "Senior Shannyangzi, your presence is an honor to the Zhou family. I apologize for my rudeness and poor hospitality." On Pagoda Peak, Zhou Ming, having hurriedly emerged from his cave upon hearing the news, bowed deeply to the middle-aged Taoist priest before him with utmost reverence. It turned out that the big customer who had taken the initiative to come to their door was none other than Shanyangzi, a golden core cultivator from the Qinglian Temple. Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun were not unfamiliar with Shanyangzi, as he was the representative of the Qinglian Temple at the 100 Clans Assembly. Faced with Zhou Ming's politeness, Shanyangzi simply waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you are too kind. I did not give prior notice of my visit. How can I entertain you if you are unaware of the situation? Please do not stand on ceremony." After speaking, his gaze sharpened as he stared intently at Zhou Ming and asked, "The purpose of my visit to the Zhou family is very simple. I have learned that your Zhou family is selling large quantities of Earth Element Crystal Jade, or I wonder how much stock your family currently has." It turned out that Shanyangzi cultivated an Earth Elemental technique, and his natal magic weapon was also an Earth attribute magic weapon. Over the years, in order to enhance the power of his natal magic weapon, he had been having people collect related spiritual items for him. The spiritual power contained in the Earth Element Crystal Jade, after being refined, can be used to enhance the power of Earth attribute magic weapons. When Shanyangzi learned that the Zhou family was selling this ore on a large scale, he quickly came to the Zhou family and personally went to purchase it. Upon hearing this question, Zhou Ming immediately replied respectfully, "Senior, you are wise. The Zhou family is indeed selling Earth Element Crystal Jade ore, but this matter is handled by the Zhou family patriarch. I am not aware of the specifics, so please let him answer you." He then said to Zhou Chun, who was serving nearby, "Zhangjin, you also heard Senior Shanyangzi's question. Quickly report the details to him truthfully." "Yes, sir," Zhou Chun responded and immediately bowed to Shanyangzi, saying, "Reporting to Senior, the Zhou family currently has approximately 60,000 jin of earth element crystal jade, or remaining, worth about 130,000 spirit coins on the market. Hearing this, Shen Yangzi's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Excellent! I will take all of this, earth element crystal jade, ore. From now on, you can stockpile the ore you mine and send it to my cave in batches. I will purchase it all at the market price." Upon hearing this, both Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun's eyes lit up. Zhou Ming hurriedly said, "How could we allow Senior to go to such lengths? From now on, all the ore supplied by the Zhou family to Senior will be calculated at 80% of the market price, and the remaining 20% will be the Zhou family's tribute to Senior." However, Shen Yangzi waved his hand lightly and said, "There's no need for that. Although I am not a very wealthy person, I am not short of spirit coins. Just settle according to the market price." His tone was very firm, not just being polite. Seeing this, Zhou Ming couldn't help but sigh in his heart and could only nod and say, "Junior understands. Then everything will be done as Senior says." After the agreement was reached, Shen Yangzi did not stay at the Zhou family's residence any longer. After taking away the Zhou family's stock of earth element crystal jade, ore and leaving behind more than 135,000 spirit coins, he simply drifted away. Watching his departing figure, Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun exchanged a glance, both seeing the joy and regret in each other's eyes. Zhou Ming sighed softly with regret. "What a pity. If we could have used this earth element crystal jade, or to connect with Senior Shen Yangzi, even selling it at a 20% discount, or even a 30% or 40% discount, would have been completely worthwhile. Yes, what a pity to miss such a great opportunity." Zhou Chun nodded in agreement, his face also full of regret. Although the Zhou family had someone protecting them thanks to the existence of the Su family patriarch, establishing a relationship with an elder like Shen Yangzi of the Qinglian Temple would obviously be far more important for the Zhou family. However, Shen Yangzi was clearly someone who valued his reputation and didn't want to be dragged down by the Zhou family for such a small benefit. "Forget it, what's done is done. Let's not think about it too much." Zhou Ming waved his hand, quickly accepting the situation. Then, looking at Zhou Chun, he said, "Now that we have the spirit coins, let's discuss the matter of going to the Great Zhou Kingdom to participate in the auction. I'm a little worried about entrusting such a large sum of spirit coins to fellow Taoist Lin alone." Zhou Chun naturally understood what he meant by being worried. Upon hearing this, he immediately replied, "You're right, this matter should be discussed properly." Chapter 340 Heading to the Great Zhou Dynasty, Immortal Capital Market. The Zhou family members had some minor disagreements regarding who should accompany Lin Hongao to the Great Zhou Kingdom for the auction. Zhou Ming originally wanted to go himself, but Zhou Daoyi wanted to go alone, and Zhou Chun supported Zhou Daoyi's decision. After some debate, it was finally decided that Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun would go to the Great Zhou Kingdom. Zhou Chun's reason for going was simple. An auction featuring spiritual items to aid in core formation would certainly not lack spiritual items to aid in the opening of the Purple Mansion. So he also planned to go and see if he could encounter any opportunities. Although the Zhou family had originally prepared 200,000 spirit coins to help him open his Purple Mansion, which had been intended for Lin Hongayu's core formation, he still had his own private savings. Over the years, Zhou Chun had traveled far and wide, fighting in various battles, and had accumulated considerable wealth. If he sold some treasures and borrowed some spirit coins from his Taoist partner Su Yuzhen and other family elders, he could still raise around 100,000 spirit coins. Generally speaking, spiritual objects that assist in opening the Purple Mansion are worth at most 100,000 spirit coins. Having finalized their choices for the Great Zhou Kingdom, Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun made some preparations and headed to Yang Kingdom together. They planned to first meet up with Lin Hongao, who was stationed there, before continuing their journey to the more distant Great Zhou Kingdom. Previously, Zhou Daoyi had accompanied Lin Hongao on the journey back to the Zhou family with a earth element crystal jade, or also traveling the route from Jing Kingdom to Yang Kingdom. With him, a Purple Mansion stage cultivator, leading the way. No cultivator dared to harm the Zhou family members along the way. High-level cultivators are usually concerned with their status and often possess their own power base. Generally, unless they covet a particular treasure, they wouldn't commit murder and robbery. For safety, Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun rode the Golden Winged Tiger or the Silver Lightning Python by the entire way, never revealing the Azure Dragon within their spirit beast pouch. Under these circumstances, even if they occasionally stopped to rest in the market, It wouldn't be so bad that a cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage would specifically come to ambush and kill them. Therefore, after traveling for half a month, the two entered the territory of Yang Kingdom. Entering Yang Kingdom again after many years, the situation was completely different from what Zhou Chun had seen when he first arrived. The land that had been burned to scorched earth was now covered with grass and trees again, although the trees in the forests didn't look thick or tall, clearly indicating they were very young. The birds, beasts, snakes, and insects that had disappeared had also reappeared on this land. Perhaps the only thing missing was the humans who had once roamed this land. The deaths of tens of millions of mortals couldn't be recovered in just a few decades. Currently, most of Yang Kingdom was still wilderness, with only a few areas inhabited by mortals who had migrated from various places. However, this was only temporary. Given the rate of human reproduction and expansion, they would reappear in various places within a century. Compared to the rarely seen mortals, cultivators were much easier to find in Yang Kingdom. Yang Kingdom was originally rich in spiritual mountains and blessed lands. Although the 1,000 extinctions plague damaged and destroyed many spiritual veins, many spiritual mountains and blessed lands still became unclaimed. These unclaimed lands attracted many cultivators to compete for development, and many low-level cultivators came to seek opportunities to make money. Lin Hongyu, who received guidance from the Zhou family, was among the first batch of cultivators to come and compete for spiritual lands. At this time, under Zhou Daoyi's guidance, Zhou Chun and he flew for less than a day within Yang Kingdom and arrived at the stronghold established by Lin Hongyu. Lin Hongyu entered Yang Kingdom as a rogue cultivator from another country, so like most rogue cultivators, she gathered 8 Foundation Establishment stage rogue cultivators who had also come to Yang Kingdom to seek opportunities and established a rogue cultivator stronghold in a mountain range with earth element crystal jade veins. Because of the presence of Lin Hongyu, a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, this rogue cultivator stronghold is now quite famous within Yang Kingdom, and some even respectfully call her Fairy Hongyu. After Zhou Chun followed Zhou Daoyi to the outside of the stronghold, Zhou Daoyi used a secret technique to conceal his cultivation, transforming into a Foundation Establishment cultivator. The two then entered the stronghold through normal channels. Currently, Foundation Establishment cultivators were roaming the Yang Kingdom, seeking opportunities. Although the Foundation Establishment cultivators guarding the entrance paid attention to them, they were not stopped. Once inside, Zhou Chun looked around. He saw many detached courtyards, and several shops were open near the entrance. The rest area for cultivators was located in a separate area to the right of the entrance, containing detached courtyards and rows of stone houses. Most of the area deeper within the stronghold was shrouded in white mist, obscuring its contents. This layout was similar to other scattered cultivator strongholds he had visited before, differing only in size. While Zhou Chun was observing the situation inside the stronghold, Zhou Daoyi had already notified Lin Hongyu. Soon, a beautiful young female cultivator in a yellow dress emerged from the misty area and came directly to the two of them. "Please follow me, seniors. The master has prepared tea and water for you in the cave." The female cultivator bowed to Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun, then led the way. Following behind her, under the astonished gazes of many cultivators in the strongholds, the two entered the misty area together and headed towards Lin Hongyu's cave. "Husband and Ancestral, have you finished selling those earth element crystal jade ores inside the cave?" After Zhou Daoyi and Ancestral were seated, Lin Hongyu eagerly dismissed the maids and looked at them expectantly, asking about their concerns. The grand auction in the Great Zhou Kingdom was less than 3 months away, and she had been counting down the days in Yang Kingdom, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Zhou family cultivators. How could she not be excited to see Zhou Daoyi now? It just so happens that Senior Shannyangzi of King Lian Temple wanted to collect earth element crystal jade ore to enhance the power of magic weapons. The remaining ore was sold to him, including the spirit coins that the family sponsored for you. I brought a total of 470,000 spirit coins this time. Meeting Lin Hongyu's expectant gaze, Zhou Daoyi nodded slightly and said the result in a deep voice. Hearing his answer, Lin Hongyu was overjoyed and clapped her hands excitedly, saying, "Excellent. I've managed to scrape together 220,000 spirit coins, which brings us to 700,000 spirit coins. 700,000 spirit coins should be enough." Zhou Daoyi nodded, then asked, "When shall we set off for the Great Zhou Kingdom?" "The sooner the better, of course," Lin Hongyu said, immediately standing up and saying, "Husband, You and Hengchen must be tired from your long journey. Why don't you rest in this cave for a day? After I've settled everything, we'll set off for the Great Zhou Kingdom together tomorrow." After saying that, she left the cave to arrange things after her departure. The next morning, after arranging all the affairs at the stronghold, Lin Hongyu left the stronghold with Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun, and the three of them headed towards the Great Zhou Kingdom. According to Lin Hongyu, even the Great Zhou Kingdom was nearly 20,000 li away from the Yang Kingdom, separated by two countries. She learned about the auction by chance from a Purple Mansion stage cultivator who had returned from traveling in the Great Zhou Kingdom. However, she had never been to the Great Zhou Kingdom herself. After leaving the Yang Kingdom, the three of them could only fly towards the Great Zhou Kingdom, asking for directions along the way to avoid getting lost. Traveling at a leisurely pace, it took them almost a month to reach the Great Zhou Kingdom. The Great Zhou Kingdom was far stronger than the Jing Kingdom, where the Zhou family resided, and the surrounding countries. Its territory alone was equivalent to 3 or 4 Jing kingdoms, and it had nearly 20 nascent soul stage cultivators. Furthermore, the northwest of the Great Zhou Kingdom was a land inhabited by alien races called the Dolan Grassland, a vast area the size of 7 or 8 Great Zhou Kingdoms, inhabited by 2 powerful alien races. Therefore, it was common to buy special spiritual items from the Dolan Grasslands within the Great Zhou Kingdom. After arriving in the Great Zhou Kingdom, Zhou Chun and his companions quickly learned from the country's cultivators that the auction they were attending was a grand auction held only once every 100 years in the capital. The journey from where they entered the Great Zhou Kingdom to the capital was still 6 or 7,000 li. So, without bothering to fully appreciate the customs and culture of the Great Zhou Kingdom, the three bought a map in a market and hurriedly followed it to the capital. Traveling at a rapid pace, they finally arrived in the Great Zhou capital, just about a month before the grand auction. The Great Zhou Kingdom was quite peculiar. Its royal family was the #1 cultivation family in the Great Zhou Kingdom, a powerful cultivation family with a nascent soul stage cultivator at its helm. The name of the Huangfu family of the Great Zhou was known to everyone in the Great Zhou Kingdom and even in the cultivation world of surrounding countries. The Huangfu family has a history of over 5,000 years in the Great Zhou Kingdom, and has produced 3 nascent soul stage cultivators. Now, with 2 nascent soul stage cultivators, their overall strength ranks among the top 5 in the Great Zhou Kingdom, making them a unique and unparalleled force among cultivation families. The capital of the Great Zhou Kingdom is located at the foot of the Huangfu family's mountain gate. This city is a place where immortals and mortals coexist. The city on the plains below is inhabited by mortals, while the mountain itself boasts the immortal capital market, one of the 3 most prosperous markets in the Great Zhou Kingdom. Zhou Chun and his companions had visited many markets along their journey. However, upon entering the immortal capital market, they were still astonished. First, the concentration of spiritual energy in the immortal capital market far surpassed that of the Red Cliff Market in Langzhou. Second, the number of streets, shops, and even pedestrians in the immortal capital market far exceeded any market Zhou Chun and his group had visited before. This market town, built on a mountain, has 3 main streets, 2 horizontal and 3 vertical, and 5 irregular side streets. On the main streets, cultivators of all levels frequently come and go, and the bustling atmosphere rivals that of a small market in Immortal City. When Zhou Chun worked as a shop assistant in the Red Cliff Market, it was normal to go for a day or 2 without seeing a foundation establishment cultivator. But now, walking the streets of this immortal capital market, they easily see foundation establishment cultivators, and many shopkeepers are also at this level. They even occasionally spot 1 or 2 Purple Mansion stage cultivators. This is the first time the 3 of them have ever seen such a prosperous market. Judging by the number of cultivators coming and going, it would probably take 5 or 6 Red Cliff markets combined to barely match this number, Zhou Chun muttered to himself, genuinely astonished by the sheer volume of people in this immortal capital market. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Daoyi said in a low voice, "Perhaps this flow of people isn't normal, maybe it's due to the influence of that big auction." He then looked at Zhou Chun and Lin Hongyu and said, "Let's first buy the tokens to participate in the auction, then find a place to rest and slowly explore this place. What do you think?" "I'll listen to my husband." Lin Hongyu smiled slightly, displaying a gentle and submissive demeanor. Since the Zhou family agreed to help her achieve core formation, her attitude had naturally changed. If Zhou Chun hadn't witnessed her fierce side, he would have thought she was the gentle and charming type. Zhou Chun quickly added, "This junior has no objections either, So the three of them inquired around a bit and then headed straight for a street deep within the market. A short while later, they arrived at the door of a shop called Huhe Trading Company. The Huhe Trading Company is the organizer of this grand auction. They sell all the tokens required to enter the auction and also accept consignments from other cultivators, taking a commission. However, to participate in this once-in-a-century auction, ordinary third-tier magic artifacts are insufficient. Only rare and precious spiritual items are worthy of participation. It's worth noting that this grand auction accepts all spirit currencies from various countries, so Zhou Chun and his companions don't need to exchange their hundreds of thousands of spirit currencies for the common currency of the Great Zhou Kingdom. This demonstrates the confidence of these powerful forces in the Great Zhou Kingdom. They have no fear of not being able to spend the spirit currencies they receive. The three entered the shop and stated their intention to purchase tokens to participate in the auction. The white-haired elder at the counter glanced at them and softly suggested, "If the three of you are traveling together, I recommend purchasing a lower-class private room. Although it will be more expensive than a single seat, it will save you a lot of trouble." "How many spirit currencies does a lower-class private room cost?" Jodai asked softly. Upon hearing this, the white-haired elder immediately replied, "A lower-class private room costs 5,000 spirit coins, and includes 2 attendants, plus a 6-month lease on a small, independent courtyard within the market. A single seat costs 1,000 spirit coins, with no extras." Hearing this, Jodai immediately said without hesitation, "Then I'll listen to you, fellow Taoist, and purchase a lower-class private room." First update. Chapter 341 Soul-Fixing Pill. That's outrageous. A mere 1,000 spirit coins for the qualification to participate in the auction is practically robbery. After leaving the Huhe Trading Company, Zhou Chun couldn't help but complain, recalling his experience inside. This was definitely the most expensive entry qualification he had ever seen. At this price, they could probably collect hundreds of thousands, even millions, of spirit coins just from the entry fees alone. That's much faster than robbing. An auction that only happens once every 100 years, an auction where even ordinary third-tier magic artifacts aren't qualified to be auctioned. This entry price is a bit expensive, but still acceptable. Jodai, however, was quite relaxed about it and didn't care too much. He simply waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Since this private room comes with a courtyard, we don't need to spend money to find another place to stay. Let's just go and settle in." The courtyard, of course, wasn't a good place. It was located in the most remote area of the market, at the end of a small alley, and only had 3 rooms. Fortunately, this was, after all, a courtyard within the Immortal Capital Market, and a complete set of separate warning and protective formations was in place, enough to ensure that passing cultivators wouldn't be able to see the scene inside simply by releasing their divine sense. Zhou Chun and his 2 companions were only staying temporarily, so they weren't picky. They simply rearranged their own protective formations before settling in with peace of mind. For the next month, none of the 3 were inclined to cultivate in their lodgings. They spent their time wandering around the Immortal Capital Market. It must be said, the prosperity of this place was well deserved. Zhou Chun visited many shops to sell some items for spirit coins, and what he saw and heard broadened his horizons. For example, in Jingguolanzhou, if he wanted to buy pills that could improve the cultivation of a foundation establishment cultivator, he could usually only obtain them through underground auctions and treasure exchanges, or publicly held auctions. But in the Immortal Capital Market, many large shops sold such pills, only at slightly higher prices. Even foundation establishment pills are available for pre-order in some shops, with a 3-year delivery guarantee. Of course, these pre-orders are quite expensive, costing 10,000 spirit coins per pill. As for magical artifacts, many large shops easily sell third-tier artifacts, not to mention second-tier ones. Some shops even accept custom orders, guaranteeing successful crafting, no charge if unsuccessful, but the price is still very high. Other high-end items like talismans and formations are also much easier to find in this Immortal Capital Market than in Jing Kingdom. If the cultivation world had developed and underdeveloped regions, Jing Kingdom would undoubtedly be the underdeveloped one. If Zhou Chun didn't need to concentrate his funds on purchasing spiritual items to aid in opening his purple mansion, he would have taken the opportunity to make a large-scale purchase in this Immortal Capital Market. In his opinion, although many things here are expensive, it's still acceptable if they can be bought directly with spirit coins. After all, many things are difficult to buy even with spirit coins in Jing Kingdom. Thanks to the bustling commercial environment of the immortal capital market, Zhou Chun sold many of his rare spiritual items for a good price. It's important to understand that supporting Lin Hongyu's core formation had emptied the Zhou family's working capital, and a large family like the Zhou family couldn't afford to let its cash flow dry up. Therefore, Zhou Chun brought many rare spiritual items accumulated by the family to the Great Zhou Kingdom, intending to sell them for spirit coins to replenish the family's working capital. These included fragrant musk spirit incense that could dispel turbid and evil energy, soul-cleansing spirit water produced by the soul-cleansing water demon in Dragon Abyss, and many other rare treasures obtained by the Zhou family from the wilderness and Dragon Abyss. Such rare spiritual items were practically guaranteed to sell if one was willing to. While the immortal capital market had many treasures, rare spiritual items like these were in high demand and difficult to obtain. Therefore, Zhou Chun not only easily sold his items, but the prices he received far exceeded his expectations. What he dared not let Lin Hongyu know was that he now held over 200,000 spirit coins. This was all thanks to his good Taoist partner. When she heard he needed to borrow spirit coins to buy spiritual items to open his purple mansion, Su Yuzhen gave him all the spirit coins she had without hesitation. The Su family of Jiangshao was a golden core clan, always generously distributing spirit coins as welfare offerings to their members. Su Yuzhen, being a purple mansion cultivator, received 500 spirit coins annually from the Su family alone. She had virtually no need to spend spirit coins. So, she lent Zhou Chun over 47,000 spirit coins. Time flew by, and a month quickly passed. On the day the grand auction began, Zhou Chun and his two companions arrived at the auction venue very early. The auction venue was behind the Huhe Trading Company where they had purchased their tokens. It was a circular stone building similar to a gladiator arena, but much smaller and without as many seats. After verifying their tokens, Zhou Chun and his companions were led to a stone chamber on the lower level of the auction venue. The number 57 was written on the stone chamber door, representing the room number. The space inside wasn't large, it would feel crowded with 6 or 7 people. On the other side of the stone door they entered through was the auction stage, a specially made crystal floor-to-ceiling window allowing them a clear view of the central auction stage and part of the seating area. However, due to the special craftsmanship of the crystal window, they couldn't see into the private room through its crystal window. Furthermore, the walls of the stone chamber and the crystal window were designed to block divine sense detection. Their divine sense couldn't penetrate the room. To facilitate bidding and hearing the auction from the stage, a crystal ball and a conch shell were placed inside. Neither of these artifacts required refining. To bid, one simply needed to hold the crystal ball, infuse it with magic power and divine sense to indicate the price. The conch shell was used to transmit the sounds from the auction stage. Although it's a bit expensive, it's definitely worth the price. Participating in the auction here is much safer and more comfortable than sitting in those seats. Zhou Daowei nodded slightly and sat down in a grand chair placed nearby. Zhou Chun and Lin Hongyu followed suit. After waiting for nearly 2 hours, most of the seats in the auction hall were occupied. Because it was a formal auction, most of the cultivators in the seats did not conceal their faces, only a few did. At this moment, a charming and sexy woman in a red dress gracefully descended onto the previously empty auction stage. She was presumably the auctioneer for today's auction. The woman in the red dress was tall and slender, with a curvaceous figure. Her red dress was semi-transparent, revealing glimpses of her inner beauty, making her extremely alluring. After landing on the auction stage, she gracefully curtsied to all directions, then smiled alluringly and said, "My name is Liu Mengayan, and I greet you all." Her voice was soft yet carried a hint of seduction, like the laugh of a fox. After this self-introduction, the woman in the red dress casually exchanged pleasantries and then recounted the rules of the auction. She clearly knew that few people would appreciate these words, so she spoke quickly. After finishing these necessary platitudes in one breath, she let out a charming laugh and swiftly got to the point. With a wave of her hand, a black stone box appeared out of thin air in front of her, and then the lid opened automatically, revealing a bluish-green beast egg inside. Fellow Daoists, please look, this is today's first treasure, the egg of a high-grade demonic beast, the poisonous dragon lizard. The woman in the red dress introduced the egg while explaining, "Many of you who have traveled from afar may not know about the poisonous dragon lizard. It's a ferocious beast that lives on the Dolan grassland. Its deadly poison is comparable to that of a poisonous flood dragon of the same level, easily killing even a purple mansion stage cultivator. Even a golden core stage cultivator who is accidentally exposed to its poison will suffer a great loss of vital energy to remove it. This poisonous dragon lizard egg was found on the Dolan grassland by a golden core stage cultivator. It's absolutely genuine. She smiled slightly and said, "Alright, the auction will now begin. The starting price is 80,000 spirit coins, and each bid must be at least 1,000 spirit coins." As soon as she finished speaking, bids began to be placed. Each time someone bid, the woman in the red dress would announce the price in a sweet voice, using enticing words to entice more people to bid. Inside private room number 57, Zhou, listening to the sounds emanating from the conch shell artifact and gazing thoughtfully at the demon beast egg in the stone box on the auction stage, remarked, "This reminds us that since we've finally made it to the Great Zhou Kingdom, we should purchase some demon beast illustrations to take back with us, enriching our family's collection and broadening our clansmen's horizons." Zhou Chun, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement, saying, "Elder, you're right. This is indeed necessary. I'll personally handle this matter after the auction." The group then watched as the price of the poisonous dragon lizard egg steadily rose, eventually fetching a high price of 195,000 spirit coins, won by a cultivator from one of the private rooms. This price wasn't actually that outrageous. After all, a high-level demon beast, if it didn't die young, would inevitably become a third-tier demon beast. And for a powerful force, spending 200,000 spirit coins and 100 years to acquire a loyal and powerful third-tier demon beast was entirely worthwhile. After the venomous dragon lizard egg was auctioned off, the beautiful woman in the red dress, Liu Mengayan, immediately took out her second item for auction. It was a gleaming silver-white flying sword. Liu Mengayan held the flying sword in front of her, flicked the blade with her slender fingers, making it emit a crisp tinkling sound. She then introduced it, the silver light soul-splitting sword, a third-tier superior-grade magic weapon, is a sword of slaughter. It is a top-grade flying sword forged by a golden core cultivator using refined black iron as the main material and tempered by his own inner fire. To enhance its sharpness and hardness, 2 ounces of iron essence were added. This sword itself possesses an extreme sharpness effect, which increases the power of its sword energy by 30%. It can withstand 80% of the mana infusion from an early golden core cultivator without damaging the sword. The starting price is 50,000 spirit coins, and each bid must be at least 1,000 spirit coins. As soon as she finished speaking, cultivators in the seats quickly raised their bids. There was no obstruction between the seating area and the auction stage, and the sounds from above clearly reached all the private rooms, so Liu Mengayan didn't need to repeat them herself. Those participating in the auction for the silver light soul-splitting sword were mainly the cultivators in the seating area. Zhou, watching the intense bidding, suddenly seemed to remember something and turned slightly to Zhou Chun, saying, "I remember our family also obtained a piece of iron essence from the Zhang family, right? It was about half a jin." "Yes, there was such a thing. That piece of iron essence weighed a full 6 liang and 7 jin." Zhou Chun nodded slightly, confirming his words. Hearing this answer, Zhou couldn't help but glance at Lin Hongyu, saying nothing more. His action startled Lin Hongyu at first, then a smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. Seeing this, Zhou Chun instantly understood Zhou meaning. He immediately smiled and said, "That piece of iron essence is useless if it stays in the family. After Elder Lin successfully forms his core, it can be given to him to refine his natal magic weapon." Lin Hongyu smiled and squinted. "Hey, it's a bit early to talk about that now. We'll talk about it later." Although she said that, the smile on her face clearly showed that she was very pleased with Zhou intentions. This made Zhou Chun secretly admire the methods of his elder, Zhou. Obviously, Zhou was using the same methods he used to win over the clan members on his Taoist partner, Lin Hongyu. And the effect seemed to be very good. Thus, with their clear goals, Zhou Chun and the other two watched in the private room as Liu Mengayan brought out one rare and precious treasure after another, selling them for high prices. During this time, the three of them commented on some of the treasures, but none of them had any intention of bidding. This continued until the appearance of the 8th treasure. On the auction stage, Liu Mengayan waved her jade hand, and a jade bottle appeared in her hand. Then, he slowly said, "One soul-stabilizing pill, which can assist in opening the Purple Mansion, has a starting bid of 50,000 spirit coins, with each bid increasing by no less than 1,000 spirit coins." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun in VIP room number 57 immediately perked up. On the stands, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator immediately shouted, "I bid 60,000 spirit coins, 65,000 spirit coins." Another cultivator in the stands followed suit, the bidding fierce. Seeing this, Zhou in the VIP room handed the crystal ball magic artifact to Zhou Chun, saying, "Zhou Chun, you bid yourself." "Understood," Zhou Chun replied, immediately taking the crystal ball, pouring in his magic power and divine sense, and announcing his price. 95,000 spirit coins. Room number 57 has offered 95,000 spirit coins. Is there any higher bid? The soul stabilizing pill isn't just for assisting in opening the purple mansion, sometimes it can even be a lifesaver. On the auction stage, the beautiful woman in the red dress, Liu Mengian, announced Zhou Chun's bid while simultaneously using her seductive tone to try and entice other cultivators to raise the price. Second update. Chapter 342 Giving and Receiving, the Value of Magical Treasures. The soul stabilizing pill not only assists in the opening of the purple mansion, but also has the function of stabilizing the soul and saving lives. Certain soul attacks can cause the soul of a purple mansion cultivator to experience a state of soul shock, and in severe cases, the soul may leave the body. If the soul stabilizing pill is taken at this time, it can stabilize the soul and save the life. In addition, if a purple mansion cultivator's soul leaves the body and possesses another, the soul will be weak after possession, and various complications are likely to occur. Taking the soul stabilizing pill at this time can also stabilize the soul and greatly reduce the occurrence of complications. Therefore, many cultivators are competing with Zhou Chun for the soul stabilizing pill. Not only are there Foundation establishment cultivators who need this item to assist in opening the purple mansion like him, but there are also some wealthy purple mansion cultivators. The price has been driven higher and higher, and soon it has reached 120,000 spirit coins. Seeing this, Zhou Chun hesitated slightly, then shook his head and released his hand from the crystal ball. "Zhou Chun, are you giving up?" Zhou, who was standing next to him, said in surprise. He knew how many spirit coins Zhou Chun had. While 120,000 spirit coins was a lot, it wasn't unaffordable for Zhou Chun. And such a spiritual pill to aid in the opening of the purple mansion wasn't something one could encounter every time. The soul stabilizing pill can also aid in the opening of the purple mansion, but its effect might not be as good as the profound heart purple return pill that the third elder took. Spending over 100,000 spirit coins on this to open the purple mansion, I don't think it's worth it. Zhou Chun explained his reasons for giving up in a low voice, without any resentment on his face. Seeing that he had said this, Zhou couldn't persuade him any further and could only nod and say, "Very well, you can decide for yourself." In the end, the soul stabilizing pill was bought for the high price of 150,000 spirit coins. Unexpectedly, as soon as the soul stabilizing pill was sold, the beautiful woman in the red dress, Liu Mengian, immediately waved her hand and took out two more spiritual items to aid in the opening of the purple mansion. This auction features two treasures, the Silver Star Soul Jade and the Spirit Awakening Vermilion Fruit. Based on past experience, using these two treasures together can reliably increase the success rate of opening the purple mansion by over 30%. Therefore, these two treasures will be auctioned together, with a starting price of 120,000 spirit coins and a minimum increment of 1,000 spirit coins. As the words fell, Zhou Chun in room number 57 suddenly stood up. His gaze was fixed on the two jade boxes on the auction stage. One box contained the Silver Star Soul Jade that Zhou had used to open his purple mansion, while the other contained a purplish-red spirit fruit resembling a strawberry. This combination of items could increase the success rate of opening the purple mansion by over 30%. How could Zhou Chun, currently facing the challenge of opening his purple mansion, not be moved? However, even though he desperately wanted these two treasures, reason told him that they were likely out of his reach today. Although he had 200,000 spirit coins in hand. Judging from the previous sale price of the soul stabilizing pill, the price of these two treasures would definitely not stop at that number. By now, Zhou Chun had come to understand the situation. The treasures appearing at this auction were indeed all exquisite. However, their prices were absolutely the highest they could fetch. If they hadn't appeared at this once-in-a-century grand auction, and if the cultivators attending hadn't been carrying substantial sums, they would hardly have sold for such high prices. Therefore, the treasures appearing at this auction couldn't be viewed at normal prices. Sure enough, the subsequent fierce bidding confirmed Zhou Chun's thoughts. The price quickly broke through 200,000 spirit coins, finally settling at 243,000 spirit coins. After bidding 200,000 spirit coins once, he didn't raise the price any further. A long sigh escaped Zhou Chun's lips, and the crystal ball in his hand fell to the ground. Knowing is one thing, but actually watching an opportunity slip away right before your eyes is still incredibly painful. Seeing him like this, Lin Hongyu bit her lip, a look of guilt appearing in her eyes. She clearly knew that if the Zhou family hadn't used all their working capital to support her in forming her core, Zhou Chun could have easily acquired those two treasures that aided in opening the Purple Mansion, and even taking the soul-stabilizing pill along with him. Zhou Daowei glanced at her, then sighed softly, comforting Zhou Chun. Zhangjin, don't be discouraged. You're still young. Even if you miss this opportunity, there will be another. No matter what, the family will do everything in its power to help you open your Purple Mansion. This junior understands. It's just a little regrettable, Zhou Chun replied, then fell silent. The private room fell silent for a moment, only the sounds of various bids emanating from the conch shell artifact. 3 pieces of iron essence, a magical material for crafting magical treasures, weighing 3 jin and 6 liang, starting price 120,000 spirit coins, minimum increment of 1,000 spirit coins. 2 pieces of gold essence, a magical material for crafting magical treasures, weighing 2 jin and 6 liang, starting price 150,000 spirit coins, minimum increment of 1,000 spirit coins. 1 3,000-year-old golden ginseng king, starting price 100,000 spirit coins, minimum increment of 1,000 spirit coins. 1 piece of 10,000-year-old golden yangwood heartwood, a magical material for crafting magical treasures, starting price 200,000 spirit coins, minimum increment of 1,000 spirit coins. This once-in-a-century grand auction was truly geared towards golden core cultivators. In the middle stages, the treasures offered for auction were mostly geared towards golden core cultivators. Various materials for crafting magical treasures, as well as spiritual herbs for crafting elixirs for golden core cultivators, were brought out one by Liu Mengayan, sparking fierce competition among the cultivators in the private rooms. Clearly, the bidders were all golden core cultivators. This scene was an eye-opener for Zhou Chun and his companions. They witnessed not only the immense wealth of numerous golden core cultivators, but also many rare and precious spiritual items they had only heard of, or even never heard of. Zhou Chun, who had previously complained about the high cost of the entrance fee, now felt it was well worth it. He could never see such a high-end auction in Jing Kingdom. Even with money, he couldn't find one. Even cultivators in the Great Zhou Kingdom could only witness it once every 100 years. Spending several thousand spirit coins for it was entirely worthwhile. These treasures were purchased by numerous golden core cultivators at high prices, and soon the main event began. On the auction stage, Liu Mengayan waved her hand, and 3 jade bottles of different sizes, red, white, and blue, appeared before her. She then said in a low voice, "These 3 treasures are being auctioned together, the Extreme Yang Fire Spirit Liquid, the Extreme Cold Ice Marrow Liquid, and the Mysterious Unity Key Melting Pill. Using these 3 treasures together during core formation grants at least a 20% chance of success. Their rarity and value are well understood by those of you who are interested. In fact, these items were specially prepared for this once-in-a-century auction, to give other cultivators a chance to form their cores. Otherwise, such treasures could never be valued in spirit coins." Inside VIP room number 57, Lin Hongyu suddenly stood up, her eyes fixed on the 3 jade bottles floating before Liu Mengayan. The contents of those 3 bottles were what she sought. For these 3 treasures, she had staked everything. After introducing the origins of the treasures inside the 3 jade bottles, Liu Mengayan on the auction stage announced loudly, "The starting price for these 3 treasures is 300,000 spirit coins, and each bid must be at least 1,000 spirit coins." This starting price of 300,000 spirit coins was the highest starting price so far in the auction. However, this price did not deter those who had come specifically for these 3 treasures. "I bid 400,000 spirit coins." Soon, a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator in the stands loudly announced his bid. This person, possessing such wealth, hadn't even bothered to book a private room, probably wanting to spend every penny wisely. But unfortunately, his bid failed to scare anyone. 500,000 spirit coins. The Taoist in room 62 has bid 500,000 spirit coins. Is there anyone higher? The opportunity to form a core is right before our eyes. If we miss it, we might not get another chance in 100 years, alright. The Taoist in room 57 has bid 550,000 spirit coins. Is there anyone higher? Yes, yes. The Taoist in room 65 has bid 570,000 spirit coins. Anyone else want to raise the price? 580,000 spirit coins. The Taoist in room 57 has raised the price. On the auction stage, the voice of the beautiful woman in the red dress, Liu Mengan, never stopped, announcing one high price after another. Clearly, those who truly had the strength to acquire these three treasures were the people in the private rooms. Under such fierce bidding, the auction price soon reached 700,000 spirit coins, which was the limit that Lin Hongyu could currently afford. At this time, there were still 2 cultivators in the private rooms bidding against her. Seeing this, she was extremely anxious and immediately turned to Zhou Chun, saying, "Zhou Chun, could you lend me another 100,000 spirit coins? I'll use my personal magic artifact as collateral, and I promise to repay you afterwards." Hearing this, Zhou Chun only glanced at Zhou Daowei briefly before saying without hesitation, "Elder Lin, you're too kind. We're all family, isn't it too formal? I have 150,000 spirit coins here that I can freely withdraw. Please feel free to use them." Good, good, good. Zhou Chun, you truly are a prodigy of the Zhou family. I, Lin Hongyu, will definitely remember your kindness today. Lin Hongyu was overjoyed and repeatedly praised him, then hurriedly entered a new bid into the crystal ball. With Zhou Chun's support of 150,000 spirit coins, she quickly defeated the other 2 competitors in the bidding, ultimately winning the 3 treasures for 815,000 spirit coins. 815,000 spirit coins in 3 bids. Congratulations to the fellow Taoist in room number 57 for successfully winning this item. As Liu Mengan's slightly excited voice rang out, the 3 people in room number 57 all breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Hongyu quickly stood up, bowed to Zhou Daowei and Zhou Chun, and said, "I cannot thank you enough for such a great kindness. My husband and Zhangchen, you 2 are my witnesses. If I succeed in forming my golden core in the future, I will repay the Zhou family's kindness tenfold." Seeing her like this, Zhou Daowei's eyes flashed, and he immediately stepped forward to help her up, saying, "Madam, you are too kind. The Zhou family helped you form your golden core not because we wanted your repayment, but because you are my Taoist partner and a member of the Zhou family." He then smiled and said, "At the same time, I congratulate you on achieving your wish. I wish you all the best in forming your golden core. The Supreme Elder is right. Elder Lin, you are also a Supreme Elder of the Zhou family and deserve the family's help. I believe that if the Zhou family is in trouble in the future, you will not stand idly by either." Zhou Chun nodded repeatedly, showing no intention of taking credit for anything. Although their words sounded somewhat insincere, Lin Hongyu was genuinely moved and touched by them. Born into the dragon transformation sect, she had learned from a young age to compete with other members for cultivation resources. Almost no one had ever willingly given her theirs without expecting anything in return. She hadn't had any confidence in seeking help from the Zhou family this time. However, for her, the Zhou family was her only hope for the time being. Unexpectedly, this seemingly hopeless outcome was far better than anticipated. For a cultivator from outside the Zhou family, a relative who had joined halfway through their cultivation journey, the Zhou family was willing to provide the greatest assistance they could, helping her raise hundreds of thousands of spirit coins and ultimately enabling her to achieve her goal. This unexpected gain, the feeling of being helped and cared for the first time in her life, was an indescribably wonderful experience for her. At least for this moment, she truly felt warmed and deeply moved. She nodded emphatically, "Yes, in the future, if the Zhou family ever needs my help, I, Lin Hongyu, will definitely not hesitate." While they were envisioning the future together, Liu Mengan began bidding on new treasures on the auction stage. At this point, the auction was likely in its later stages, and every item being auctioned was a masterpiece. Before long, even magical artifacts were brought out for bidding. With a wave of her hand, Liu Mengan conjured a golden, luminous collar, which she displayed to all around. She then explained, "The genuine golden light ring is a magical artifact with the power to capture dragons and trap immortals. Its accompanying genuine golden light divine power can greatly suppress cultivation and magical power. Once trapped, even a late-stage golden core cultivator can forget about unleashing their golden core power. This item can also trap enemy magical artifacts, suppressing the connection between the enemy and the artifact. It's an extremely profound magical artifact. The starting bid is 500,000 spirit coins, and each bid must be at least 10,000 spirit coins. The starting bid alone was a whopping 500,000 spirit coins, giving Zhou Chun a deeper understanding of the value of such treasures. The subsequent sale price shocked him even more. Ultimately, the genuine golden light ring was bought for 1.27 million spirit coins, breaking the auction record once again. Chapter 343 Lin Hongayu's plans, returning to the family. Magical treasures, pills that could increase the chances of golden core cultivators breaking through bottlenecks, and powerful formations capable of trapping and killing golden core cultivators. These extremely precious treasures were all brought out by the beautiful woman in the red dress, Liu Mengayan, and each one sold for an astronomical price. The last treasure was a secret talisman that a nascent soul cultivator had painstakingly refined over 7 years. Once activated, it could unleash a devastating attack with 30% of the power of an early nascent soul cultivator. The final price for this talisman reached a staggering 2.25 million spirit coins, almost equivalent to 2 magical treasures. But no one thought it wasn't worth the price. Those who didn't buy it only regretted not having enough money. After all, such a talisman could, in certain situations, completely decide the outcome of a battle between golden core cultivators, and even determine the life or death of a golden core cultivator. Such a talisman was normally something money couldn't buy, because the nascent soul cultivators who could create it wouldn't easily distribute it, keeping it only for their descendants as a life-saving item. Moreover, the creation of such a secret talisman is extremely difficult. It not only requires the cultivator's own supernatural abilities, but also necessitates the use of very rare materials as the talisman's carrier, making mass production impossible. After this treasure was sold, Zhou Chun carefully calculated the total prices of all the treasures sold at the grand auction, and the result left him breathless. According to his calculations, the total price of all the treasures sold at this grand auction amounted to over 28 million spirit coins. Such a massive fortune was likely beyond the reach of even a nascent soul cultivator. In fact, even one of the 3 major sects of the Jing Kingdom probably couldn't produce such a large sum of spirit coins. And this was just the proceeds from one auction. This clearly demonstrates just how wealthy the Great Zhou Kingdom truly was. Shortly after the beautiful woman in the red dress, Liu Mengayan, announced the end of the auction, the treasure that Lin Hongyu had won was delivered to their room. The Extreme Yang Fire Spirit Liquid, Extreme Cold Ice Marrow Liquid, and Mysterious Unity Key Gathering Pill are all here. Please check their authenticity and wait on the spot. If any problems arise after leaving this private room, our company will not be responsible. Inside the private room, a purple mansion stage cultivator responsible for delivering the items took out the 3 treasures and handed them to Lin Hongyu for inspection. Given the auction house's background, there was no need to worry about the authenticity of these items. The Huangfu family would never do something that would damage their reputation. However, after hearing the other party's words, Lin Hongyu still opened the 3 jade bottles on the spot and carefully examined them. Then she nodded in satisfaction and said, "There's no mistake, they are indeed genuine, and the weight is sufficient." After speaking, she handed a storage bag to the other party. "This contains 815,000 spirit coins. Please take a look." Counting more than 800,000 spirit coins correctly is not something that can be done in a short time, especially since the spirit coins are not all the same type. Fortunately, the auction house was prepared for this situation. The Purple Mansion stage cultivator who delivered the goods was followed by 2 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, and the 3 of them could count the goods together. After about half an hour of counting, the Purple Mansion stage cultivator nodded to Lin Hongyu and the other 2 who were waiting quietly and said, "The payment has been counted correctly. The 3 of you can leave now." Hearing this, Zhou Chun and the other 2 immediately left the stone chamber without lingering and went straight out of the auction house, returning to their residence. What should we do next? Should we go back directly? Back at their residence, Zhou Chun looked at his 2 elders and asked about their plans. They came to the Great Zhou Kingdom to participate in the auction. Now that the auction was over and Lin Hongyu had successfully purchased the spiritual item that aided in core formation, there was indeed no need for them to stay any longer. However, upon hearing his words, Zhou Daowei turned his gaze to Lin Hongyu and softly asked, "What is your opinion, madam? What are your thoughts?" Lin Hongyu pondered for a moment before looking at the 2 of them and saying, "The spiritual items that aid in core formation are too precious. Although we've been in the private room the entire time, we can't completely guarantee that this matter hasn't been leaked to others. Therefore, I want to rent a cave dwelling in this immortal capital market to cultivate core formation in seclusion, she continued. Of course, core formation in seclusion isn't something that can be achieved in a year or two. Husband, you and Zheng don't need to stay here with me. You can wait a month or two and then return first. Her words were reasonable and well-founded, and a prudent approach. Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun exchanged a glance, both lost in thought. After a moment, Zhou Daoyi nodded first and said, "What you say makes a lot of sense, madam. Cultivating your core here in the immortal capital market will indeed prevent you from being ambushed. Moreover, the spiritual energy concentration here is better than at our Zhou family's mountain gate, which will be more helpful for core formation." He then decided, "Then let's do it this way. I'll send Zheng Chun back first, and then come back to protect you, madam." Hearing this, Lin Hongayu's expression softened considerably, and joy welled up in her eyes. Although the two of them had argued fiercely before, Zhou Daoyi's recent behavior had truly made her feel very satisfied and happy. Even though she knew in her heart that all of this was just him trying to please her because she was about to break through to the golden core stage, wasn't this kind of flattery itself a good sign? Even before she had successfully formed her core, Zhou Daoyi was already taking the initiative to please her. After she successfully formed her core, was she worried that Zhou Daoyi would be cold towards her? Although Zhou Chun, having witnessed the prosperity of the great Zhou kingdom, had some desire to linger and explore further, he also knew that the current situation in the Jing kingdom was fraught with turmoil, and as the clan leader, he couldn't afford to be absent from the family for an extended period. Therefore, after hearing Zhou Daoyi's words, he quickly nodded in agreement, saying, "This junior has no objections. I will follow the advice of the two supreme elders." Thus, the matter was settled, and Lin Huangyu immediately went with Zhou Daoyi to search for a secluded cave dwelling for cultivation. Larger markets, besides having cultivation areas for independent cultivators and passing cultivators to recover their mana, also offered long-term rental cave dwellings. These long-term rentals were often quite expensive, unaffordable for most foundation establishment cultivators. Therefore, these cave dwellings were often left vacant or used for short-term rentals. Xiandu Market was among the top 3 markets in the Great Zhou Kingdom. Due to its rich spiritual energy environment, many cultivation families within the Great Zhou Kingdom would rent a cave dwelling for their members to cultivate in seclusion when they needed to achieve crucial breakthroughs in their cultivation levels. Therefore, the vacancy rate of cave dwellings here is relatively low, and the prices are extremely high. Lin Hongyu is going into seclusion to form her core, so her requirements for a cave dwelling are even higher. It can be said that most cave dwellings in the market cannot meet her requirements. In the end, she spent a lot of money to rent a suitable cave dwelling. This cave dwelling requires an annual rent of 3,000 spirit coins, and it is paid annually, with a minimum lease of 3 years. Such a higher rent was simply unaffordable for Lin Hongyu, who is already short of money. It was Zhou Daoyi who emptied his savings and took out 30,000 spirit coins to pay the rent for her for 10 years. After renting the cave dwelling, Lin Hongyu moved in directly and began to slowly recuperate in preparation for her seclusion. Zhou Chun, on the other hand, still had some spirit coins left and planned to buy some things in the market that were not easy to buy in Jing Kingdom. He originally wanted to buy a few foundation establishment pills, but the foundation establishment pills here were only accepted for pre-order, and the delivery time was several years. So he could only find a large shop, pay 30,000 spirit coins as a deposit, and pre-order 3 foundation establishment pills. When Zhou Daoyi comes to the Great Zhou Kingdom to protect Lin Hongyu, he can collect these foundation establishment pills. After paying the deposit, Zhou Chun didn't have much spirit currency left, so he didn't visit the shops anymore and went to the free trade area in the market. The Immortal Capital's market was indeed prosperous. Even in this free trade area, which was specifically for independent cultivators to sell their goods, there were quite a few foundation establishment cultivators setting up stalls. After browsing around for a while, Zhou Chun stopped in front of a stall. The stall owner was an old man with white hair and a mid-foundation establishment cultivation level. His stall mainly sold medicinal herbs, beast eggs, and insect eggs, and he specifically labeled that all the items came from the Dolan grassland. Fellow Taoist says these things come from the Dolan grassland, but do you have any proof? Zhou Chun stopped in front of the stall, his gaze fixed on the goods, and asked in a low voice. Upon hearing this, The white-haired elder looked up at him and said calmly, "Fellow Taoist, you are not a cultivator from my great Zhou kingdom, are you?" "Oh? How so?" Zhou Chun narrowed his eyes and looked at the elder's face. The elder slowly said, "If you're a cultivator from my great Zhou kingdom, having reached your level of cultivation, even if you have never been to the Dolan grassland, you should have seen many things there. You wouldn't be unable to tell the origin of these things I've come across." Hearing this, Zhou Chun nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist has good eyesight. I am indeed not a cultivator from the great Zhou kingdom." He then shook his head slightly and said, "Although I am quite curious about the things on the Dolan grassland, I don't want to be fooled. Could you please explain the origin of these things? Are you really interested in these things?" The white-haired elder scrutinized Zhou Chun, seemingly assessing his sincerity. Zhou Chun calmly replied, "I am indeed interested in the things from the Dolan grassland, but whether I will buy them depends on whether they are worth my time." After hearing this, the white-haired old man lowered his head and pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "All right, since I have nothing else to do, I will tell you about them." He then began to introduce the items on the stall one by one. These are the eggs of the purple-eyed falcon, a low-level demonic beast of the grasslands. This beast is small and cannot carry people, but it is extremely fast and can travel long distances. Low-level mages of the multi-winged tribe on the grasslands often train this bird for surveillance and communication. These are the eggs of the horned lizard, a low-level demonic beast of the grasslands. Adult horned lizards can grow to 2 zang, approximately 6.6 meters, long, are adept at running on flat ground, and can also climb mountains and ridges, making them excellent mounts. They also possess considerable combat power, and low-level mages of the multi-winged tribe occasionally train this beast for transportation. These are the eggs of the gale mantis, a demonic insect unique to the grasslands. Don't let their small size fool you. These insects are extremely fierce and combative. 2 or 3 can hunt down a horned lizard, and there's even a chance they will mutate into the wind demon mantis variant, whose individual combat power rivals that of a second-tier demonic beast. This beehive is from a wild boar, a special insect native to the grasslands. The scent it emits when lit repels many monsters. If lit on the grasslands, it can even drive away entire groups of monsters. This herb, resembling both insect and grass, is called 100-insect grass. Multi-winged mages can use it to make various medicines, and it can also be taken with spirit ginseng. It's extremely effective for restoring vitality after injury. These are all 100-insect grasses over 10 years old. If it were 100 years old, one piece would be worth hundreds of spirit coins. At the stall, the white-haired old man spoke eloquently, introducing everything on his stall and even explaining to Zhou Chun some methods for distinguishing genuine from fake. Of course, whether these methods were effective was only his opinion, and Zhou Chun didn't dare to completely believe him. However, based on his many years of experience, while he couldn't say for sure about the herbs, he was confident he could distinguish genuine monster eggs and insect eggs from fakes. Therefore, after learning some relevant information from the old man, Zhou Chun bought 2 purple-eyed falcon eggs, 5 horned lizard eggs, and even 3 stalks of 100-insect grass from his stall. Although these items were only for key refining stage cultivators, they were not cheap. Zhou Chun spent nearly 3 times the price of other similar spiritual items to buy them. However, he didn't complain about it. After all, the Dolan grassland was the territory of alien races, and bringing back these grassland specialties from there was extremely risky, so the higher price was justified. Just like the rare treasures from the Dragon Abyss Marsh he had previously sold, they were all sold at high prices that were hard to find in Jing Kingdom. After buying some specialty spiritual items in the free trade area, Zhou Chun went to the general store and bought some monster illustrations and books related to the Dolan grassland. After all this shopping, he only had less than 50,000 spirit coins left, which he needed to take back to supplement his family's working capital. So for the next month or two, Zhou Chun rarely went out, focusing on his cultivation at his residence. After 2 months of avoiding trouble, Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun left Xiandu Market and embarked on their journey back to their family. Perhaps because Lin Hongyu didn't accompany them, or perhaps because the news hadn't leaked, Zhou Chun and his companion didn't encounter any ambushes after leaving Xiandu Market. After nearly 2 months of travel, they safely returned to the Jilfang Ridge family's mountain gate. However, no sooner had they stepped into the family than Zhou Chun received some bad news. First update. Chapter 344 Rumors, a Dilemma. Zhou Daoquan is injured. This was the bad news Zhou Chun learned upon returning to his family. As the highest-ranking cultivator the Zhou family had stationed in Longsing Valley, Zhou Daoquan's injury was no small matter. Fortunately, he wasn't injured while protecting Longsing Valley, but rather during an expedition. Nevertheless, Zhou Chun quickly went to Longsing Valley to visit him after learning of this. I was careless this time, falling for that beast's trap. Once I've recovered, I'll definitely call my uncle to go and kill it. Inside the cave, facing Zhou Chun who had come to visit him, a slightly pale-faced Zhou Daoquan explained the details of his injury while expressing his deep resentment towards the demonic beast that had wounded him. It turned out that after things were back on track in Longsing Valley, he would occasionally venture out into the wilderness to explore. Some time ago, he discovered a purple moon fruit vine in the wilderness, with more than a dozen purple moon fruits on it, which looked almost ripe. Guarding the purple moon fruit vine was a cunning and intelligent mid-grade third-tier demonic beast, the four-eared lemur. It had actually discovered Zhou Daoquan's whereabouts long ago, but pretended not to know. Even when the spiritual fruit was about to ripen, it deliberately allowed Zhou Daoquan to leave the tree, allowing his spirit pet, Zuyan, to steal the fruit without worry. However, what Zhou Daoquan didn't discover was that the four-eared lemur was secretly raising a second-tier high-grade demonic beast, the 100 transformation spirit lizard. This 100 transformation spirit lizard clung to the purple moon fruit vine, its body completely blending into the vine's color, its aura completely concealed, making it undetectable even to purple mansion stage cultivator like Zhou Daoquan. When Zuyan went down to pick the spiritual fruit with a bamboo basket, the 100 transformation spirit lizard suddenly attacked, nearly killing it on the spot. Zhou Daoquan, having learned through telepathic communication that his beloved pet was seriously injured, was then further injured by the four-eared lemur in his eagerness to save it. In the end, if he hadn't activated the talisman, and the four-eared fox-like monkey hadn't dared to attack him again out of fear of its power, he probably wouldn't have escaped with his life. Having learned what had happened, Zhou Chun quickly comforted him, saying, "Elder, don't be angry. It's just a beast. Once you've recovered from your injuries, killing it won't be difficult." He then recounted their trip to the Great Zhou Kingdom so that Zhou Daoquan would be aware of the situation. After he finished talking with Zhou Daoquan, Zhou's Hengayong suddenly pulled him aside and started talking about things at Dragon Rising Valley. It turned out that the mortal tribe that Zhou's Hengayong had suggested taking in and protecting years ago had now grown to tens of thousands, including 3 children with spiritual roots. Zhou's Hengayong wanted to bring the 3 children to Dragon Rising Valley for training, to be trained alongside the second batch of Zhou family assassins. He could have made this decision himself, but because of the special status of these 3 children, he felt he should consult Zhou Chun, the clan leader. "I don't object to this, Brother Yuang, you can do it." Zhou Chun nodded, showing no opposition. Then, as if remembering something, he exclaimed in surprise, "But out of thousands of children, 3 possess spiritual roots. Isn't that a bit too high probability, 13th brother? You misunderstand. The reason for such a high probability is that 2 of the children are offspring of Su Fu's men." Zhou's Hengayong explained the truth with a smile, putting Zhou Chun at ease. After settling the matter, Zhou Chun glanced around and casually asked, "How's the reconnaissance of the new stronghold going, Brother Yuang? Have you found any places that suit your taste?" Hearing him ask this, Zhou's Hengayong immediately replied, "We have indeed found a few good places, but whether they're suitable or not, we'll have to have a formation master take a look." "Well, I'll bring Xindai over later and have her go with you to see them in person." Zhou Chun nodded and quickly made arrangements. This time, helping Lin Hongyu purchase auxiliary spiritual items for core formation had emptied the Zhou family's savings, even his own personal savings. If he wanted to avoid delaying his own purple mansion cultivation, he could only urge the family to accelerate their money-making efforts. Starting with the wilderness was undoubtedly the fastest way to achieve this. Once the new stronghold is established, I will suggest that the family begin to transfer some members here to develop. At that time, Brother Yuang, your responsibilities will be even more important, so you need to be mentally prepared, Zhou Chun said to Zhou's Hengayong, preemptively giving him a heads up. Zhou's Hengayong nodded firmly, replying, 13th brother, don't worry, I will manage this territory well for the family." The two then discussed personnel management and stronghold construction. Time passed quickly, and half a year went by. Shortly after sending Zhou Chun back to the Zhou family, Zhou Daoyi returned to the Great Zhou Kingdom to protect Lin Hongyu. Zhou Ming strongly supported this. Since they had chosen to help Lin Hongyu achieve core formation, The Zhou family's most important task now was to cultivate goodwill. While shared interests are important, emotional bonds are equally indispensable. If Lin Hongyu successfully forms her golden core and becomes a golden core cultivator, the benefits that Zhou family can offer her will no longer be as enticing. To truly make her willingly stay with the Zhou family and protect them, emotional ties are necessary. Meanwhile, in the past 6 months, the location of the new stronghold in Dragon Rising Valley has been successfully determined. Zhou Chun has placed an order with the Yu family for a formation system, requesting them to craft a mountain-guarding formation capable of withstanding attacks from 2 or 3 third-tier demonic beasts, to be deployed at the chosen new stronghold. To accomplish this, the Zhou family, already financially depleted, had to give up a tenth of the mysterious crystal stone mine at the reclaimed stronghold to the Yu family as a purchase price. But it was all worthwhile. The new stronghold is only about 200 miles from the discovered Spirit Jade mine. This means that once the new stronghold is successfully completed and put into use, the Zhou family can find a way to mine the Spirit Jade mine. At that time, monopolizing a Spirit Jade mine would bring in a fortune every day, which wouldn't be an exaggeration. In short, the difficulties are only temporary. The Zhou family's momentum has already risen. And as long as there are no major personnel losses, their upward surge will be unstoppable. On this day, a rumor, of unknown origin, suddenly spread wildly throughout the states of Jing Kingdom. The rumor said that the nascent soul cultivator, true person King Xiao, of King Lian Temple was nearing the end of his life. After his passing, King Lian Temple, without a nascent soul cultivator to preside over it, would lose its current status and be replaced by the Heavenly Mirror Sect. The emergence of this rumor was undoubtedly an unsettling signal for cultivation families like the Zhou family, which were rooted in King Lian Temple. Whether the rumor was true or false is another matter, but its appearance at this time was a very bad sign. Moreover, many people actually believe that the rumor was true. The reason is simple: no one would dare to spread rumors about a nascent soul cultivator easily. If it were false, such a rumor would be meaningless. Another point is that after this rumor started circulating, although King Lian Temple issued a statement refuting it as nonsense, it didn't dare to reveal King Xiao Zhenren's true age. This evasive statement undoubtedly corroborated the rumor's authenticity. Therefore, many cultivation families under King Lian Temple's jurisdiction began to panic, and the high-ranking members of each family gathered to discuss the matter and plan for the future. The Zhou family was no exception. Nascent soul stage cultivators have lifespans of 2,000 to 3,000 years. Just how many years ago did King Xiao Zhenren attain enlightenment? I'm afraid that apart from the 3 major sects, few forces in Jing Kingdom know the details, but what is certain is that King Xiao Zhenren's enlightenment time is no less than 1,500 years, because when the 3 major sects besieged the Hulong sect, he was already at the mid-nascent soul stage. So, even if this rumor isn't entirely credible, the fact that King Lian Temple has no successor is indeed obvious. Inside the cave, Zhou Chun recounted the collected information to Zhou Ming in detail, his tone somewhat heavy. The Zhou family is currently a vassal state of the King Lian Temple, and if the King Lian Temple falls, the Zhou family will certainly not fare well either. Therefore, he cannot help but worry about this matter. However, Zhou Ming seems to have other ideas and is not particularly worried. After listening to his report, he quickly offered his opinion. It is indeed a fact that King Lian Temple has no successor. However, as long as Master King Xiao's lifespan is not less than 100 years, it is not our place to worry about this matter. Furthermore, even if Master King Xiao's lifespan is really short, can't he see the crisis that King Lian Temple will face after his passing? Would he just sit idly by and watch King Lian Temple be replaced by Xianjing Sect after his death? The fact that Xianjing Sect is spreading such rumors shows that they are insecure and have no confidence in competing with King Lian Temple. Otherwise, why would they resort to such petty tricks? After saying that, he waved his hand and said, "In short, we don't need to worry about this matter for now. The current situation is not something we need to be anxious about. You should also tell the younger generation to keep their mouths shut and not to discuss this matter too much, and even more so, not to say anything foolish that would offend both sides." After hearing his analysis, Zhou Chun felt that this was indeed the case, and his heart was at ease. Indeed, for a cultivation family like the Zhou family, looking ahead 100 years is already their limit. What will happen hundreds of years from now is not something they can worry about now. Whether they will even live to see that time is unknown. Therefore, There is no need to do anything detrimental to the family's development in advance for the sake of changes 100 years from now. However, while the Zhou family can think this way, some families obviously cannot. There is no shortage of people who worry unnecessarily, nor is there a shortage of opportunists. Seeing the weak and ineffective response from the Qinglian temple to the rumors, many cultivation families that were already wavering because of the establishment of the Xianjing sect have now made up their minds to side with the Xianjing sect. In just 1 year, in Yunzhou and Lanzhou, the two states bordering Lingzhou, more than a dozen cultivation families have openly pledged allegiance to the Xianjing sect. As for how many have secretly surrendered, only the Xianjing sect knows. And the Qinglian temple's handling of this matter is also quite bizarre. Although the Qinglian temple quickly seized the original family strongholds of those families who had pledged allegiance to the Xianjing sect, it made no attempt to pursue their betrayal, seemingly tacitly approving it. This show of weakness seemed to indicate something. Zhou Chun and the Zhou family remained indifferent, neither participating nor commenting, focusing solely on developing their family. However, their desire to develop their family peacefully was not so easy. On this day, Lin Weiner, who was original in Yang Kingdom, suddenly arrived at the Zhou family. Besides delivering a batch of earth element crystal jade ore, she also brought bad news. Because Lin Hongai was in seclusion in the Great Zhou Kingdom to form her core, several foundation establishment cultivators at the Yang Kingdom stronghold had begun to make moves, seeing that she hadn't shown her face for over a year. Lin Weiner, having to oversee the mining of earth element crystal jade ore and deal with those foundation establishment cultivators, was now exhausted and unable to continue. Therefore, she wanted to ask the Zhou family to send someone capable of maintaining order to help her, or simply abandon the stronghold altogether. If they hadn't reached a supply agreement with Shannyangzi, the Zhou family might have actually chosen to give up on this stronghold far away in Yangguo. But now that they had reached a supply agreement with Shannyangzi, the Zhou family certainly couldn't just abandon the earth element crystal jade mine. Otherwise, they would not only offend Shannyangzi but also lose a stable source of income. However, Zhou Daowei had gone to the Great Zhou Kingdom to protect Lin Hongyu, and Zhou Ming was going to oversee the family's mountain gate. The only purple mansion stage cultivator the Zhou family could field was Zhou Daoquan. The problem was that the Zhou family was currently undertaking large-scale development and construction in the wilderness, and it wouldn't be safe without a purple mansion stage cultivator there. Lin Weiner's request truly stumped Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming. How about I go to the Great Zhou Kingdom and ask the old patriarch to go to Yangguo to oversee things? Zhou Chun pondered for a long time before offering his idea. In his view, the safety of the immortal capital market was beyond doubt, and Lin Huangayu's cave dwelling was of a high standard, a key patrol area for the market's guards. It was unlikely that her cave dwelling would be maliciously attacked or disturbed. Therefore, Zhou Daowei's presence there to protect her was more symbolic than practical. However, after hearing his suggestion, Zhou Ming shook his head repeatedly, saying, "That's not appropriate. Fellow Taoist Lin's core formation is the most important matter. Daowei shouldn't leave her side at this time. Then what should we do? Should we send the third elder?" Zhou Chun frowned, really not wanting to make that choice. Just then, Zhou Ming seemed to have made a decision and suddenly looked at him, saying, "How about you go? With your current strength, as long as no purple mansion stage cultivators intervene, even if 3 or 5 foundation establishment stage cultivators ganged up on you, they might not be your match. That should be enough to suppress those rogue cultivators." "Me?" Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback, not expecting Zhou Ming to say that. He couldn't help but say, "Is it appropriate for me to go? The situation in Jing Kingdom is changing so much right now, it wouldn't be appropriate for me, as the clan leader, to leave." He was confident in his own abilities, but he worried about what might happen to the family if he left. However, Zhou Ming, after hearing his concerns, calmly replied, "No matter how the situation in Jing Kingdom changes, our Zhou family can only go with the flow. We have no power to change it. If something serious happens, just send someone to tell you to abandon that place and come back." Zhou Chun, hearing this, felt there was some truth to it, so after a moment's thought, he nodded and said, "In that case, this junior will go. I'm not feeling well, so I'm not in the mood to write." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345 News of the Wood Spirit. After deciding to personally go to Yang Kingdom to oversee the situation, Zhou Chun didn't delay. He immediately summoned the fourth elder, Zhou Jiaru, to hand over family affairs, especially those concerning Longxing Valley. After Zhou Chun left, the important task of going to Longxing Valley would be assigned to Zhou Jia. However, as the acting clan leader, Zhou Jiaru would certainly know about this. Therefore, this matter couldn't be taken lightly. Every aspect had to be explained clearly. Zhou Chun personally led Zhou Jiaru and Zhou Jia on 3 trips back and forth to Longxing Valley, communicating with Zhou Daoquan and Zhou Zhengyang there. He also had Zhou Jia try traveling between the 2 places alone. Only after confirming that Zhou Jia was capable of handling the task did Zhou Chun feel at ease enough to go to Yang Kingdom. At this time, Lin Weiner had already returned to Yang Kingdom to stabilize the situation, and Zhou Chun had to go to Yang Kingdom independently. This was his first time traveling such a long distance alone. Because he was going alone, Zhou Chun didn't need to pretend this time. He traveled with his spirit pet in shifts, and to recover his mana, he no longer needed to detour to markets or other cultivators' strongholds. He could simply find a place in the wilderness to meditate. One day, after traveling for a day in the Shen Kingdom, northwest of the Jing Kingdom, Zhou Chun, due to excessive mana depletion, stopped to rest in a mountain. Actually, according to the map, there was a cultivation family in this mountain range, and he could easily travel dozens of miles further to rest at their mountain gate. However, Zhou Chun didn't believe that resting in a cultivator's stronghold was safer than in the wilderness. In the wilderness, he was unlikely to encounter cultivators during a short rest, and he could also send a spirit pet to keep watch. Resting in a cultivator's stronghold would inevitably expose his whereabouts, and if he encountered a shady and that liked to ambush passing cultivators, it would be very dangerous. In fact, for a Foundation establishment cultivator, traveling abroad was inherently a risky endeavor. Because everything is unfamiliar in a foreign land, anyone who discovers your origins or methods might try to sabotage you. This is especially true for cultivators like Zhou Chun, who are at the late Foundation establishment stage. They are even more vulnerable. Everyone knows that this foreign cultivator is traveling in search of an opportunity to open his purple mansion. And someone at the late Foundation establishment stage is unlikely to be poor. Therefore, some purple mansion stage cultivators shamelessly target these late Foundation establishment cultivators, robbing them of their wealth. To avoid this, Zhou Chun, when possible, chooses not to rest in areas where cultivators gather. However, Zhou Chun didn't expect that while he was meditating and recovering at the foot of a cliff, he suddenly heard the sounds of fierce fighting coming from above. He scanned the area with his divine sense and found it was just 2 key refining stage cultivators fighting. So he didn't pay much attention and told the silver lightning python, bye-bye, which was hiding in the grass, to stay still. Just as he continued meditating and recovering, seemingly unconcerned, a short while later, the man who had been defeated and injured in the battle above suddenly jumped off the cliff, landing by sheer coincidence on a nearby tree. This high vantage point immediately exposed Zhou Chun to his gaze. The other man who had been chasing him also noticed his presence. Someone else here? The burly man who had been chasing him was slightly taken aback, his expression changing. He then glared at Zhou Chun with a fierce glint in his eyes and coldly sneered, "HMPH, since you've witnessed this, I'll just have to send you on your way too, Zhou Chun raised an eyebrow. He hadn't intended to meddle, but the burly man's words instantly ignited his anger. A flash of silver lightning streaked across the sky, and the burly man, because of his harsh words, was instantly electrocuted into a charred corpse, without even a scream. A cry of alarm rang out, emanating from the young cultivator who had been chased. He had just been surprised to see Zhou Chun, wondering why Zhou Chun was meditating there, and whether Zhou Chun was friend or foe. He never expected that in the blink of an eye, the opponent who had forced him to jump off the cliff to escape would be so easily blasted into a charred corpse. This turn of events truly terrified him. However, after the initial shock, he quickly jumped down from the treetop and knelt down on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing to Zhou Chun in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. I have no way to repay your kindness. Please accept my bow." Originally, he should have been begging Zhou Chun for mercy, but now he was thanking him for saving his life. This quick thinking and adaptability earned Zhou Chun's secret admiration. He immediately rose slowly and looked at the other man, saying, You're quite clever, but I wonder how you ended up being chased." Hearing Zhou Chun's words, the young cultivator hurriedly raised his head and replied, reporting to Senior, "It's because I discovered Wang Hu's shameful deeds that he wanted to kill me to silence me. I was no match for him and could only flee in panic, unintentionally disturbing you. I'm truly sorry, truly sorry." He then kowtowed several times to Zhou Chun to express his apology. This eloquent reply earned Zhou Chun's high regard. Most cultivators, in his position, would likely be panicked and incoherent, unable to respond so calmly and clearly. He spoke again, saying, "You seem quite young, yet you possess such keen insight. Such talent is unlike that of an ordinary rogue cultivator. Could you perhaps come from a powerful family?" The young cultivator immediately replied respectfully, "I dare not deceive you, Senior. I am not from a cultivation family, but rather a rogue cultivator raised by other rogues since childhood. These meager skills were all taught to me by my late master." He then sighed with deep remorse, "It's a pity my skills are lacking, and I made unwise friendships, almost losing my life. I truly owe my late master a great debt." "That's truly remarkable. Your master's ability to cultivate such a clever and insightful person as you is commendable." Zhou Chun nodded slightly, also praising the young cultivator and his master. Then, waving his hand, he said, "All right, I find you rather agreeable, so I won't pursue the matter of your disturbance. You may leave." He wasn't worried about the young cultivator spreading the word about his meditation there. After all, he was just a passerby, and the young cultivator didn't know him. Besides, he was simply meditating. Even if someone doubted why he dared to meditate in the wilderness, it wouldn't cause any trouble. So whether or not to let the young cultivator leave was entirely up to his own mood. Unexpectedly, upon hearing his words, the young cultivator didn't leave immediately in delight. Instead, a look of hesitation appeared on his face, and he stood there for a long time without making a move. Seeing this, Zhou Chun raised an eyebrow, revealing displeasure, and said, "What? Are you afraid I'm lying to you?" No, this junior has absolutely no such intention." The young cultivator shook his head repeatedly, hurriedly explaining, "Senior, you are wise. This junior simply has something on his mind that he doesn't know whether to tell you or not, and he's feeling somewhat conflicted and hesitant. He has absolutely no intention of doubting you." Hearing this answer, Zhou Chun's curiosity was piqued, and he followed up, saying, "Oh, what do you want to tell me?" He then frowned again, emphasizing his tone, "Just say it. I don't like people who speak in riddles." "Yes, since Senior wants to hear it, then this junior will tell you." The young cultivator glanced at Zhou Chun, then began to explain the matter. It turned out that what he wanted to tell Zhou Chun was a rumor he had overheard by chance. He had learned by chance from a cultivator from a certain immortal cultivation family half a month ago that a wood spirit had appeared in the thousand-leaf forest of Shen Kingdom. It was said to have the strength of a second-tier cultivator, and the elders and supreme elders of that family had gone to capture it. What kind of place is the thousand-leaf forest? How could such a strange beast as a wood spirit appear there? Zhou Chun looked at the young cultivator with surprise, truly astonished by what the other party had said. Wood spirits were not ordinary demonic beasts. They shouldn't even be considered demonic beasts, but rather spirits. It was said that this creature was born from an ancient tree that had developed spirituality, and then, through the opportunities of creation, it took human form. It was born proficient in wood escape techniques and possessed many special supernatural abilities. Moreover, these spirits had no upper limit to their growth. What level they could reach depended entirely on their own opportunities, somewhat similar to immortal cultivators. Beings like wood spirits, as well as stone spirits, water spirits, ice spirits, and so on, were extremely rare, almost only recorded in ancient texts. For cultivators, these spirits are undoubtedly extremely precious treasures, with endless uses. The simplest example is that wood spirits possess an innate, powerful sensitivity to aged plants, easily finding rare medicinal herbs that cultivators struggle to locate. Stone spirits, on the other hand, have exceptional talent in mineral exploration. They are naturally proficient in earth. Earth is a type of magical technique, allowing them to freely traverse underground in search of mineral veins. It is said that some nascent soul stage experts can even refine these spirits into external avatars, thereby gaining access to their extraordinary talents. In short, any family that obtains such a spirit will find it difficult not to become wealthy. Senior doesn't even know about the thousand-leaf forest. Faced with Zhou Chun's question, the young cultivator showed a very surprised expression, finding it unbelievable. I am not a cultivator from Shen Kingdom, and indeed I am not familiar with this, Zhou Chun explained calmly, then looked at the young cultivator, gesturing for him to explain. Upon hearing this, the young cultivator suddenly understood. He composed himself and said softly, reporting to Senior, the Thousand-Leaf Forest is a vast forest in the central and eastern part of Shen Kingdom. It stretches over 700 li from east to west and over 500 li from north to south. There are no towering peaks within it, only boundless, lush forests. Although the Thousand-Leaf Forest has many low-level demonic beasts and produces many kinds of spiritual herbs, we have rarely heard of any second-tier demonic beasts appearing there. Therefore, it is a place that we rogue cultivators love to venture into for adventure, but now that news of the wood spirit has spread, I'm afraid it may not be as safe as we imagine. He then quickly bowed to Zhou Chun and said, Senior, please understand. The news of the wood spirit is just hearsay. I cannot confirm its veracity. It's alright, I have a good understanding of this. Tell me about the cultivation family that discovered the wood spirit. Zhou Chun waved his hand and then asked for more details. Upon hearing this, the young cultivator immediately replied as instructed. According to him, the cultivation family that discovered the wood spirit was the Wang family, a powerful cultivation clan with 1 mid-stage purple mansion cultivator and 6 foundation establishment cultivators. Currently, apart from the patriarch, who is at the foundation establishment stage and still overseeing the family's mountain gate, the other foundation establishment cultivators and the purple mansion cultivator have gone to the Thousand-Leaf Forest to capture the wood spirit. The young cultivator learned this information by chance from overhearing a conversation among the Wang family cultivators who knew the inside story. After listening to the young cultivator's explanation, Zhou Chun nodded repeatedly and said, I understand. Your information is indeed very valuable to me. What reward do you desire? Whether it's pills to improve cultivation or magical artifacts, I can satisfy your needs. The young cultivator quickly shook his head and declined, saying, Senior, you flatter me. If it weren't for you today, I would have already lost my life. You have saved my life, but this is just a small matter. How dare I ask for a reward from you? It's good that young people know how to repay kindness, but they should also know how to seize every opportunity to improve themselves. Since I'm willing to give you a reward today, just accept it. Zhou Chun said this without asking the young cultivator's opinion again. He directly used his divine sense to enter his storage bag, took out a first-grade high-quality magical artifact and 2 bottles of pills to improve the cultivation and mana of a key refining stage cultivator, and threw them to the other party. The purpose of Zhou Chun's trip to Yang Kingdom was to stabilize the situation and win people's hearts. Therefore, he had specially brought some items from the Zhou family's treasury to appease the people. Now, he took out some to reward the young cultivator before him. Take it, this is what you deserve. After saying this, without waiting for the young cultivator to thank him, he took a step and flew directly onto the silver lightning python bye-bye, which had risen from the grass, and then drifted away. Seeing this, the young cultivator, who had just grabbed the things he left behind, hurriedly looked at his departing figure and shouted loudly, Senior, please leave your name. This junior, Zhang Lang, will never forget your great kindness today. No need to mention your name. If we meet again by chance, you will know it yourself. A faint voice came from the sky. In the end, the young cultivator Zhang Lion could only watch helplessly as the figure rode away on the python and disappeared. This senior's demeanor is so extraordinary, he must be no nobody. Since he's not a cultivator from my Shen Kingdom, he must be from the neighboring Jing or Cheng kingdoms. If I ever have the chance to visit either country, I must carefully inquire about this senior so I can find out his name. At the foot of the cliff, the young cultivator Zhang Liang withdrew his gaze, then looked down at the magical artifact and pills in his hands, a look of joy gradually appearing on his face. He had said he dared not accept the reward, but naturally, he was still happy to have such a gift in his hands. He then tidied up the charred corpse on the ground and quickly left the area. Second update delivered. I recommend my friend's new book, Me, a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, starting with top-tier medical skills, which you can check out if you're interested. Chapter 346,000 Leaf Forest, Wood Spirit appears. After parting ways with Zhang Liang, the young cultivator from Shen Kingdom, Zhou Chun headed straight for the thousand-leaf forest that Zhang Liang had mentioned. The allure of the wood spirit was simply too great, so great that Zhou Chun believed it was entirely worth the time. If he could subdue a wood spirit, even losing the Earth element crystal jade, mine in Yang Kingdom would be a surefire profit. Moreover, based on Zhou Chun's understanding of Lin Weiner, once she knew that Zhou family would send people to help, she would definitely try her best to stabilize the situation and wouldn't allow the stronghold to fall into chaos so quickly. After traveling for most of the day, Zhou Chun arrived at the outskirts of the Thousand-Leaf Forest in Shen Kingdom. The Thousand-Leaf Forest was indeed a fertile land, with a relatively flat terrain covered with many lush deciduous broad-leaved trees, many of which were so thick that several people needed to encircle them. However, because the land was so fertile, it was difficult for ordinary people to cultivate it into farmland. Without the large-scale machinery of Zhou Chun's previous life, it would be extremely difficult for mortals to repeatedly clear away the rampant trees and weeds in this area. Therefore, this fertile land remains a pristine ecosystem. Zhou Chun arrived here riding a spirit pet, so his personal magical power and energy were still relatively abundant. After arriving, he dismounted and entered the forest alone. The young cultivator Zhang Liang only knew that a wood spirit had appeared in the Thousand-Leaf Forest, but didn't know its exact location. And the Thousand-Leaf Forest was so vast that Zhou Chun couldn't possibly search every inch. Therefore, he needed to first find the Wang family cultivators who knew about it, locate the wood spirit's activity area from their movements, and then seize the opportunity to capture it. Zhou Chun had a clear advantage in capturing wood spirits. In the 5 elements, metal overcomes wood, and having cultivated the top-tier metal element technique, the Golden Cauldron Profound Art, he was confident he could trap the wood spirit and render its wood escape techniques ineffective if he encountered it in battle. But he feared that the wood spirit, startled, would flee at the sight of humans. Zhou Chun now only hoped that the Wang family cultivators wouldn't act recklessly and resort to extreme measures against the wood spirit. Thousand-Leaf Forest was the main activity area for rogue cultivators in Shen Kingdom. Traveling through it, Zhou Chun encountered many key refining stage rogue cultivators from Shen Kingdom. Relying on his powerful divine sense, he avoided encountering them, and didn't want to seek out the Wang family cultivators' whereabouts. He simply searched for his target alone. After searching the forest for over a day, Zhou Chun finally discovered a trail of a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be someone from the Wang family. For him, finding the person made things easier. While the man paused slightly, he released dozens of mysterious armor golden feather demonic insects, staining them with blue moon butterfly powder. Then, using insect puppet technique, he possessed one of the demonic insects, controlling dozens of them to attack the early Foundation Establishment stage Wang family cultivator. Because Zhou Chun's cultivation and spiritual sense far surpassed those of the Wang family cultivator, he deliberately manipulated dozens of demonic insects to emerge from the forest's underground. The Wang family cultivator, unaware of the ambush, assumed he had simply intruded into the insect nest and disturbed the insects. He immediately retreated, attempting to leave the area, but the mature mysterious armor golden feathers were incredibly fast, far beyond his ability to escape. Soon, these insects posed a significant threat. During the battle, over a dozen insects managed to bite through his protective shield, tearing off chunks of flesh and leaving behind blue moon butterfly pollen. Having accomplished this, the insects, under Zhou Chun's control, gradually ceased their pursuit of the Wang family cultivator, allowing him to escape. Zhou Chun then released the blue moon butterflies, which leisurely hovered behind the man, secretly following him in search of other Wang family cultivators. Not long after, Zhou Chun, using the location of the stationary Wang family cultivator, used the insect puppet technique to scout and discover the whereabouts of other Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Wang family. Having found several Wang family cultivators, Zhou Chun was fairly certain that his current location was the area where the wood spirit had appeared. However, to obtain more useful information, he still used the insect puppet technique to attach his mind to a blue moon butterfly, allowing the demonic insect to slowly approach and see if he could overhear any news. Besides illusion magic, the blue moon butterfly also possessed strong camouflage abilities. They could temporarily transform into moths with blue-black wings, inconspicuous in the forest, and with a relatively weak aura. This was perfect for approaching the Wang family members. The Wang family seemed prepared for a protracted battle, having even built a small camp in the forest. However, unlike Zhou Chun, who possessed purification jars and could meditate and recover mana in the wild at any time, they could only replenish their depleted mana by consuming rejuvenation pills. The blue moon butterfly, which Zhou Chun's mind was attached to, flew slowly along the forest floor, taking quite some time to leisurely reach the outside of the camp. Some of the Wang family cultivators in the camp glanced at the approaching moth, but ultimately didn't pay it much attention. After all, there were countless butterflies in the forest, and although this moth was rather large, it was alone and didn't seem to pose any threat. Ultimately, insect cultivators were still too rare in the cultivation world, and many cultivators lacked awareness of this. This allowed Zhou Chun to quickly overhear the conversation of several Wang family cultivators. Ignoring some irrelevant remarks, Zhou Chun roughly understood 3 points about the wood spirit from their conversation. First, the wood spirit had the ability to injure a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, and its actual strength was estimated to be comparable to a second-tier high-grade demon beast. Second, the wood spirit's form was a deer demon. Third, the wood spirit's true form had not yet been found. After understanding this, Zhou Chun felt slightly relieved. He feared the Wang family had already found the wood spirit's true form, which would be very troublesome. While wood spirits are born from the spirits of ancient trees and can move freely beyond their original forms, most don't stray too far from their source, remaining in the nearby forest. Furthermore, they will fight tooth and nail to protect their source when threatened. If the Wang family found the wood spirit's true form, they could force it to reveal itself simply by damaging it. Zhou Chun's attempt to snatch it from their grasp would be futile. After all, the Wang family's supreme elder possessed mid-stage purple mansion cultivation, far beyond Zhou Chun's capabilities. Zhou Chun stopped eavesdropping and began searching for the wood spirit's true form himself. Wood spirits have a powerful sense of danger and excellent stealth abilities in the forest. Now, disturbed by human cultivators, it would undoubtedly avoid a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator like Zhou Chun. Relying on finding and capturing the wood spirit was highly unrealistic. Zhou Chun's only chance to capture the wood spirit was to find its true form and force it to reveal itself and attack him. However, finding the wood spirit's true form was no easy task. Once the wood spirit detached from its original form, the ancient tree that gave birth to it would return to its ordinary state, becoming just like any other tree. Therefore, every ancient tree in the forest could potentially be the wood spirit's true form. Zhou Chun could only resort to a crude method to find the wood spirit's true form. He released a large number of mysterious armor golden feather demonic insects, letting them bide every ancient tree he passed. Mysterious armor golden feather are metal attribute demonic insects that love to suck tree sap, posing a significant threat to these ancient trees. They are practically their natural enemies. Ancient trees bitten by them suffer wounds that are difficult to heal, and some areas may even die. If the wood spirit's true form were bitten, it would surely sense it and rush to protect its body. Although there were many ancient trees in the forest, Zhou Chun also had a considerable number of demonic insects. While this method was crude, it was very effective. However, Zhou Chun, who thought his move was brilliant, underestimated the Wang family's audacity and lack of scruples. The very next day after he overheard the Wang family cultivators' conversation, they set fire to the area where the wood spirits were active. They attempted to use widespread arson to locate the wood spirits and force them to reveal themselves. Such behavior was truly audacious. The Thousand-Leaf Forest was a vital resource area for the Shen Kingdom, upon which countless independent cultivators depended for their livelihood. This arson would devastate all the resources within the forest, and if the fire spread too far, the entire Thousand-Leaf Forest might be burned down. If the news leaked, the Wang family would undoubtedly face condemnation and fierce retaliation from the enraged independent cultivators, and might even be abandoned by the sects they belonged to. But it must be admitted that arson was indeed the simplest and most effective method. The fire would not only force the wood spirits to reveal themselves but also render their wood escape techniques ineffective, and significantly reduce the power of their other wood-based spells. Seeing this, Zhou Chun stopped trying to find a needle in a haystack. He immediately captured the demonic insects and flew into the air, following the sea of fire to search for the wood spirit's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, before the wood spirit could even notice him, his figure was spotted by the Wang family cultivators. Immediately, a foundation establishment cultivator from the Wang family flew towards him, cupping his hands in greeting and saying, "Fellow Taoist, please wait. The Wang family of Huangshi Mountain is pursuing a wanted criminal here. Please move elsewhere to avoid misunderstandings. Is setting fire to the forest justified in pursuing a wanted criminal? The Wang family is far too audacious." Zhou Chun stared at the Wang family cultivator opposite him with a gloomy expression, his tone extremely impolite. This attitude made the Wang family cultivator opposite him somewhat intimidated. He immediately explained, "Your Excellency misunderstands. We did not intentionally set the forest on fire. It was just the aftershocks of our battle that ignited the forest. Moreover, we will extinguish the fire soon and will not allow it to spread." Seemingly afraid Zhou Chun wouldn't believe him, he continued, "My Wang family's supreme elder is also here. If you don't believe me, you can come with me to confront him personally." How could Zhou Chun possibly go to see that mid-stage purple mansion cultivator from the Wang family? He knew the other party was deliberately implying he shouldn't cause trouble. Therefore, he quickly waved his hand and said, "There's no need for a confrontation. I only hope the Wang family can truly control their actions as you say, otherwise, if things escalate, it will be too late to regret it." After saying this, he turned and left. The Wang family cultivator watched him until his figure disappeared into the horizon before returning to report. Little did he know that after Zhou Chun left, he walked back towards the burning area from the ground. This time, Zhou Chun wasn't in a hurry to ascend and check the situation in the burning area. He simply kept an eye on the Wang family cultivators hovering in the sky. If the wood spirit appeared, the Wang family cultivators would definitely take action. Perhaps it was the warning Zhou Chun had given them earlier that made the Wang family cultivators worried. They were also deliberately controlling the spread of the fire by casting spells to bring rain, preventing the fire from spreading beyond their designated area. At the same time, the demonic beasts in the forest were also actively fighting the fire. A group of rock-armored boar demonic beasts cast rock armor technique on themselves and then rushed into the burning area, knocking down the burning trees and extinguishing the fire. A group of demonic monkeys led a large number of monkeys to fight the fire with branches. These demonic beasts also loved their home very much and wanted to do their best to save it. However, if we were to talk about who loved this forest the most, it would obviously be the wood spirit. The wood spirit was the darling of the forest, the child of the forest, and it undoubtedly hated and was furious at this kind of large-scale destruction of the forest. Not long after, its figure appeared in the burning forest. A turquoise deer galloped through the forest, leaving nothing but withered and decaying trees and grasses in its wake, scattering into rotten fragments. Tiny points of emerald light emanated from these trees and grasses, all absorbed by the deer. In the blink of an eye, a barrier several dozen feet wide appeared in the area the deer had traversed. Initially unremarkable, this barrier stretched for tens of miles, becoming quite conspicuous from the air. A Wang family cultivator, observing from high above, excitedly activated a signal firework. Boom! The deafening explosion of the signal firework echoed through the sky, and Zhou Chun, not far away, also saw it. He immediately understood its meaning and rushed towards it. A short while later, Zhou Chun saw the long barrier and the tireless running turquoise deer, stripping away the life force of plants, causing them to wither quickly and form a natural barrier, truly befitting a spirit born from the divine inspiration of heaven and earth. This spiritual wisdom is indeed unmatched by ordinary demonic beasts. Zhou Chun's eyes gleamed, quite amazed by the intelligence displayed by the azure deer. But even though the azure deer was clever, it had fallen for human trickery this time. The barrier it created was utterly useless. The Wang family cultivator could easily cross it and set it ablaze if he so desired. Its current actions were ultimately futile. But was that really the case? Just as Zhou Chun was about to seize the azure deer before the Wang family purple mansion cultivator arrived, a startling discovery made him quickly stop. First update. Chapter 347 The Deer's Cry. In the raging forest, Zhou Chun hid beneath the embers of a fire, his eyes filled with astonishment. Just moments before, as he attempted to capture the wood spirit, he was surprised to find its aura constantly strengthening, now comparable to a third-tier demonic beast. Upon realizing this, he immediately halted his actions and sought refuge in this spot. A third-tier wood spirit was far beyond his reach, he knew this perfectly well. However, Zhou Chun also knew that the wood spirit could never have possessed the strength of a third-tier demonic beast before. Otherwise, the Wang family wouldn't have dared to lay a finger on it. Within this forest, the wood spirit's strength could be greatly amplified, like a dragon in water, or even more dramatically. Even a low-grade third-tier demonic beast like the wood spirit was beyond the capabilities of the Wang family's mid-stage purple mansion cultivator. Therefore, the wood spirit's current state was highly unusual. In light of this, Zhou Chun decisively ceased his actions and chose to remain hidden. He carefully recalled the wood spirit he had just witnessed, quickly pinpointing the faint greenish-blue light. That must be the life essence of those plants stripped of their vitality. So, is it these things that temporarily boosted the wood spirit's cultivation? A hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes as he recalled information about wood spirits from ancient texts. However, perhaps due to the unique nature of wood spirits, Zhou Chun found that the descriptions of their abilities varied across different texts. In some texts, wood spirits were skilled in illusion, able to transform into birds and beasts to hide themselves, and even change into humans to communicate. In others, they were depicted as malevolent creatures, capable of absorbing the life essence of birds, beasts, and even cultivators, turning their souls into ghostly servants. Still others portrayed them as kind and loving beasts, possessing superb healing abilities, treating injured beasts and animals in the forest, and gaining the protection and following of countless animals. In some ancient texts, senior cultivators have speculated on the various versions of rumors surrounding wood spirits, believing that the vast differences in their supernatural abilities and temperaments are related to the ancient trees that nurture them and their growth experiences. Wood spirits that feed on the essence of birds, beasts, and cultivators may be, in essence, a vampire vine or a blood-devouring tree. Wood spirits that turn cultivators' souls into ghosts for their use may be, in essence, a ghostly locust tree or spirit tree. This speculation seems plausible, but without supporting evidence, it remains just that, speculation. However, following this line of thought, the wood spirit Zhou Chun discovered, which can temporarily enhance its cultivation by absorbing the life essence of other plants, might also be related to its true form. This made Zhou Chun even more curious about the type of tree its true form was. Just as Zhou Chun was marveling at the changes in the wood spirit, the Wang family cultivators who had seen the communication fireworks arrived one after another, including the Wang family cultivator with mid-stage purple mansion cultivation. When the Wang family's supreme elder arrived at the scene and saw the blue deer creating a firebreak, his expression changed slightly. He immediately discerned the change in the deer's aura and cultivation level. What's going on? When did this wood spirit advance to third-tier demon beast? Wang Bakshan stared at the wood spirit in shock and immediately turned to question the Wang family cultivator who had first discovered it. Upon hearing this, the Wang family cultivator hurriedly protested, "Supreme Elder, please understand. This junior knew nothing about this. I sent a signal after discovering it, and then I only saw it running around putting out the fire. Is that so?" Wang Bakshan looked at the wood spirit, whose aura was still increasing, and seemed to understand the reason for its increased cultivation level. After pondering for a moment, he immediately ordered, "Go, set a few more fires in there. I want to see how it will save itself." Yes, several Foundation establishment cultivators from the Wang family immediately obeyed the order and dispersed to set fires behind the firebreak. This heinous act quickly enraged the blue deer. A clear, ethereal cry echoed through the forest. The son of the forest was utterly enraged. A flash of blue light, and the blue deer vanished instantly. Then, a blue light appeared above an ancient tree below a Wang family cultivator, returning to Wang Bakshan's side, and the blue deer reappeared. Not good. Wang Bakshan's expression changed. He had realized something the moment the blue deer disappeared. However, he had sent 3 people to set the fire, and he didn't know who the blue deer would target. By the time he spotted the blue deer and tried to intervene, it was too late. The reappearing blue deer tilted its head back, opened its mouth, and spat out a blue-green wooden spike, which shot towards the Wang family Foundation establishment cultivator. It seemed like a very low-level wooden spike technique, but in reality, the Wang family cultivator, with his mid-Foundation establishment cultivation, was utterly powerless against this wooden spike. His second-tier defensive magic shield was easily pierced by the wooden spike, torn to pieces, and then his own body was also pierced, killing him instantly. "Hey!" Wang Bakshan called out the name of the fallen man with a grim expression, but unfortunately, the junior could not hear him. "You beast, take this," he roared angrily, and the sword moved with his will, a cyan red flying sword shooting out towards King Lu. But King Lu did not fight him head-on. With a stomp of its 4 hooves, its figure instantly turned into cyan light and disappeared, using the wood escape technique to leave the spot. Boom! With a loud roar, the tree where King Lu had been standing was cut down by the flying sword and collapsed. King Lu's figure then appeared on a tree under another Wang family Foundation establishment cultivator, launching the same attack. However, this Wang family cultivator was prepared. When King Lu appeared, he suddenly accelerated away from the spot. At the same time, Wang Bakshan quickly and proactively summoned a brownish-yellow wooden shield magic artifact to protect his junior, blocking the attack from the azure deer. Then, he shouted to his juniors in a deep voice, "You retreat first, you are no longer needed here." He knew very well that facing the Azure Deer, which already possessed the strength of the third tier, these juniors would only become a burden if they stayed. The remaining 3 Foundation establishment cultivators of the Wang family were naturally eager to obey his order, and upon hearing it, they gathered together and broke out of the encirclement. Wang Bakshan also joined in the escort, first helping a few juniors leave. Unexpectedly, the Azure Deer became relentless and began to pursue them. Seeing this, Wang Bakshan had an idea, and suddenly led his juniors towards the area that had been reduced to scorched earth. Sure enough, to his dismay, the Azure Deer immediately stopped its pursuit after they entered that scorched earth region. Clearly, despite its rage, the Azure Deer remained rational and vigilant, refusing to set foot on the scorched earth that rendered its wood escape technique ineffective. Having evaded the Azure Deer's pursuit by using the scorched forest as cover, Wang Bakshan instructed several of his family's younger members to take refuge there while he turned back to confront the Azure Deer. He didn't believe the Azure Deer had truly advanced to a third-tier demon beast, but rather that it had temporarily boosted its cultivation to the third tier through a special supernatural ability. He was confident that by persisting in fighting the Azure Deer, he could stall until its supernatural abilities wore off. Now that he had discovered the Azure Deer's unwavering dedication to protecting the forest, he was no longer worried that the Azure Deer would continue to avoid him. Soon, the raging forest became the battlefield between the Azure Deer and Wang Bakshan. Indeed, even though these natural spirits are intelligent, they still have their limitations. What makes humans human is their ability to control certain instinctive desires and not become slaves to them. This wood spirit, though intelligent, is still driven by its instinctive nature and cannot break free from it. In the shadows, Zhou Chun watched the ever-changing situation and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, lamenting the wood spirit's stubbornness. In fact, with the wood spirit's abilities, it could have easily avoided being controlled by Wang Bakshan. But it was driven by instinct and nature, making a choice that was extremely disadvantageous to itself. Perhaps this is the difference between humans and demonic beasts. As a result, Zhou Chun's plan to capture the wood spirit was undoubtedly doomed to failure. This made him secretly anxious. Time slowly passed, and soon the battlefield between the wood spirit and Wang Bakshan moved to the depths of the other side of the forest, a good 70 or 80 miles away from Zhou Chun's location. At such a distance, Zhou Chun could only hear the clear, ethereal cries of deer and the booming sounds of battle. He had lost all knowledge of the specific situation on the battlefield. This forced him to emerge from his hiding place and consider his next move. He stood on the ground, looking around thoughtfully for a long time, before suddenly, as if making a firm decision, he rushed towards the resting place of the Wang family's Foundation establishment cultivators. At this moment, the Wang family Foundation establishment cultivators had also lost track of the battlefield situation. They gathered on the scorched earth, their faces grim. This time, the Wang family had mobilized their entire force to hunt the wood spirit, even resorting to setting fire to the forest. If they still hadn't captured the wood spirit, the Wang family's losses and troubles would be enormous. Therefore, they were all extremely anxious. However, they never expected that a terrifying hunter had already set his sights on them. Several miles away, out of the Wang family cultivator's sight, Zhou Chun, after scouting using the insect puppet technique, decisively charged towards the Wang family cultivators. He was going to pull off a big heist. Yes, Zhou Chun had his sights set on these Wang family cultivators, intending to annihilate them and force the Wang family's Purple Mansion stage cultivator to return. He had already observed them. Of the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Wang family, only one was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, while the other 2 were a mid-stage and an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. These 3 couldn't possibly be his match. Something's up. On the scorched earth, the 3 Wang family cultivators quickly spotted Zhou Chun charging towards them and leaped up from the ground. It's him. It's the cultivator who warned us before. The Wang family cultivator who had previously encountered Zhou Chun recognized him immediately. The late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator quickly said, "This person is hostile. Prepare to fight." He then shouted at Zhou Chun, "The Wang family cultivators of Huangshi Mountain are here on business. Halt!" But Zhou Chun showed no intention of stopping and quickly closed the distance to less than 10 miles. Seeing this, the Wang family cultivator immediately ordered in a deep voice, "Attack together. Take him down." He then reached for his storage pouch at his waist, summoning a magical artifact. At the same time, Zhou Chun, who was rapidly flying towards them, slapped his hands together on his spirit beast pouch, releasing 3 spirit pets and all the mysterious armor, golden feathers and flying fire scorpions, minions. Kill them. With a thought, Zhou Chun issued a kill order to all the spirit pets and demonic insects. Seeing Zhou Chun suddenly release 3 second-tier demonic beasts and 2 swarms of demonic insects, the Wang family cultivator who was about to attack him immediately narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Not good. The villain is too powerful. We must retreat." He then turned and fled. The other 2 Wang family cultivators were also terrified and quickly scattered to escape, none daring to stay and fight Zhou Chun. But it was too late to escape now. The golden-winged tiger and the silver lightning python each let out a long roar and immediately chased after one of the Wang family cultivators with lightning speed. Zhou Chun used the flowing golden rainbow secret technique to accelerate, easily catching up with the late-stage foundation establishment cultivator from the Wang family. Seeing this, the Wang family cultivator had no choice but to stop, using his magic weapon to protect himself while shouting angrily, "I have never met you, fellow Taoist, and have no grudge against you. Why do you want to kill me? Know that my Wang family's supreme elder is nearby. Aren't you afraid he will avenge us?" Just as he spoke, a loud boom came from the sky not far away. A foundation establishment cultivator from the Wang family had activated a communication firework to call for help. "Your Wang family's actions are too heinous. For your own selfish gain, you set fire to the forest, causing widespread suffering." "Zhou. I'm merely acting on behalf of heaven," Zhou Chun retorted, unleashing his magic weapon in a fierce attack, while the 2 types of demonic insects rapidly approached from behind. In fact, his choice to kill the Wang family members wasn't for any acting on behalf of heaven, but his words weren't entirely nonsense either. The Wang family's burning of the forest didn't just cause suffering to birds and beasts, many rogue cultivators active in the forest also perished. Many were attacked and killed by frightened beasts, while others were silenced by Wang family cultivators. Bullshit. Acting on behalf of heaven. "I'll fight you to the death." Knowing he was unlikely to survive, the Wang family cultivator immediately pulled out several second-tier magic talismans and activated them all, intending to fight to the death. However, this only hastened his demise. When the flying fire scorpion arrived, a single volley of scorpion stings helped Zhou Chun break through the Wang family cultivator's defenses, cutting him down. Zhou Chun then turned and attacked the other 2 Wang family cultivators without hesitation. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 3 Wang family foundation establishment cultivators were all beheaded, their corpses collected by Zhou Chun into a storage bag for later use. Zhou Chun didn't even have time to clean up the battlefield. He only collected the magical artifacts left behind by the 3, gathered all the spirit pets and demonic insects, and quickly left the scene as fast as possible. Second update. Chapter 348. Deer seen in the deep forest. Easily dispatching 3 foundation establishment cultivators from the Wang family fully demonstrated Zhou Chun's formidable strength. Even without lifting a finger, his 3 spirit pets and 2 swarms of demonic insects alone were equivalent to 4 or 5 foundation establishment cultivators. And this was only his normal combat power. If he participated in the battle and unleashed the true power of the silver lightning python bye-bye, it would be even more terrifying. This was why Zhou Ming believed that Zhou Chun alone could suppress those foundation establishment rogue cultivators who dared to defile in Weiner by heading north Tiang Kingdom. In the path of beast-taming, Zhou Chun was now arguably the most successful cultivator in the Zhou family, even surpassing Zhou Daoyi, who had cultivated a 3rd-tier dragon. Of course, all of this was the result of the family's full support. It's important to understand that cultivating 3 second-tier demonic beasts simultaneously consumed a considerable amount of resources. Not to mention the specially supplied spirit beast rations, Zhou Chun always received the largest share of demon spirit pills that could enhance the cultivation of second-tier demonic beasts. Nearly half of the demon spirit pills refined by the Zhou family have been given to him. Without the family's support, it would have been impossible for Zhou Chun to raise 3 second-tier demon beasts so well on his own without hindering his cultivation. That's why, even after years of running around for the family, even becoming a Taoist partner with someone he had no feelings for, he had never complained. A person's success is certainly related to their own efforts, but the help of benefactors is indispensable. For Zhou Chun, his family was his benefactor, and his elders like Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi were his benefactors. After killing the person, Zhou Chun left the scene as quickly as possible. He knew that the mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivator from the Wang family would immediately rush to rescue him after seeing the communication fireworks. That was for sure. The entire Wang family only had 5 Foundation establishment cultivators, one of whom had already been killed by the wood demon. These 3 Foundation establishment cultivators were the essence of the Wang family. If they allowed these 3 Foundation establishment cultivators to perish, unless the Wang family's supreme elder truly captured the wood demon, the entire Wang family would rapidly decline, perhaps never to recover. Indeed, as Zhou Chun had predicted, upon seeing the communication fireworks, Wang Bakshan, who was battling the wood demon, immediately tried to return to rescue them. However, the wood demon seemed to sense Wang Bakshan's urgency and suddenly refused to release them. It let out a long, drawn-out ear cry, and its forked antlers suddenly shone with emerald light. Soon, 2 beams of emerald light, like 2 vines, shot out from its antlers and coiled towards Wang Bakshan. Wang Bakshan initially didn't take this seriously, merely focusing his mind and using his flying sword to sever the 2 emerald light beams. To his surprise, after the flying sword struck the emerald light, it not only failed to sever it but was instead enveloped and trapped within its radiance, proving impossible to retract no matter how hard he tried. This startled him greatly, and he hastily activated another defensive magic artifact to intercept the remaining emerald light, simultaneously erecting a cyan green shield around himself. However, just like the flying sword, his shield was also instantly encased in the emerald light, rendering it immobile. With both of his useful magic artifacts trapped, even though Wang Bakshan could move freely, he certainly couldn't abandon them to escape. After all, he didn't yet know the cultivation level of the enemy attacking the younger generation. If they were Purple Mansion stage cultivators, without these 2 useful magic artifacts, he might not be able to rescue them. He glared at the blue deer with a grim expression, roaring, "You wretched beast, you've brought this upon yourself." Before his words even finished, he formed a hand seal and unleashed a burst of magical power at the blue-red flying sword. Instantly, a blue-red flame erupted from the sword, burning the emerald light, enveloping it into smoke. Then, with a flash of light, the sword, imbued with a blue-red flame, shot towards the blue deer. This clearly caught a blue deer off guard. It hadn't expected the flying sword to possess such power. Maintaining its output of 2 emerald beams, it couldn't use its wood release technique to dodge. Therefore, it had no choice but to withstand the sword's attack head-on. A glint of emerald light flashed in its emerald eyes, and emerald spiritual light erupted from its body, transforming into a jade scale armor that covered its entire body. Then, the flying sword slammed down on its neck. In an instant, a dazzling green light surged forth. The jade scales on the deer's neck shattered instantly under the flying sword strike, dissipating into pure green spiritual light. The blade mercilessly pierced the deer's neck. However, the wood spirit was not made of flesh and blood, so the sword that nearly severed its head was not actually fatal. The problem lay in the bluish-red flames on the flying sword. This fire within wood was even more effective at restraining wood spirits than pure flames. Burned by these flames, the wood spirit's abundant life force became fuel, amplifying the flame's power, causing it to let out a pitiful deer cry in agony. The divine power that had trapped Wang Bakshan's magical artifact was also instantly forced to dissipate. "Die, you beast!" Seeing that the flame attack was much more effective than he had expected, Wang Bakshan was overjoyed. For a moment, he forgot that his juniors were still waiting for his rescue and immediately launched a fierce attack on the deer, intending to capture it in one fell swoop. But a wood spirit is a wood spirit after all, possessing an unimaginable home field advantage in the forest. Its figure flickered, suddenly crashing into a nearby large tree. In the blink of an eye, the azure deer merged into the tree. Immediately, the tree burst into a blaze with crimson and blue flames. Then, with a flash of blue, the azure deer reappeared in the forest, its flames extinguished and wounds healed, as if it had never been injured. However, a closer look revealed that its aura was much weaker than before, now barely clinging to the edge of a third-tier demon beast, seemingly on the verge of falling back to second tier. Seeing this, Wang Bakshan couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Haha, as expected, your sudden increase in cultivation was only temporary, not a true advancement to third tier." This discovery completely reassured him, and he regained his confidence in capturing the wood spirit. But just as he was preparing to press on and seize the wood spirit in one fell swoop, the wood spirit decided to stop playing with him. The azure deer moved swiftly, its figure vanishing in a flash of light. When it reappeared, it was already several miles away under a tree. With a few quick movements, it had created a gap of 20 or 30 miles between itself and Wang Bakshan. This sight caused Wang Bakshan's expression to change drastically, his face turning extremely ugly. The previous battle had misled him, making him almost believe that the wood spirit would fight him to the death. He had forgotten that the wood spirit was actually a naturally timid creature, incapable of sustaining a prolonged duel with a powerful opponent. Now that the wood spirit had begun to flee, Wang Bakshan was completely helpless against it. "You wretched beast. I'll let you roam freely for a while longer. I'll deal with you later." In the end, Wang Bakshan could only curse bitterly before turning and flying towards the location of the younger members of the Wang family. At this point, more than a quarter of an hour had passed since the communication fireworks had been lit. By the time Wang Bakshan arrived at the deserted scene, Zhou Chun had already fled dozens of miles away. Such a chaotic aura. At the scene of the incident, Wang Bakshan landed with a grim expression, carefully sensing the aura left behind. He found it unfamiliar and chaotic, unlike anything he had ever seen before. However, the location where the auras of the Wang family cultivators dissipated gave him a very bad premonition. Who did this? Wang Bakshan was furious and flew into the sky, looking around. He saw only a vast expanse of white, with no trace of anyone except for the thick smoke and ash floating in the sky after the forest fire. Seeing this, he sneered with a fierce glint in his eyes. "HMPH, no one can kill members of my Wang family and get away with it." As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes slightly, formed hand seals, and then swept his fingers over his eyes, which glowed with a blue light. Immediately, he opened his eyes, and his clear black and white eyes suddenly emitted a blue spiritual light. With these blue glowing eyes, he immediately saw a scene that was invisible to ordinary people. His gaze moved and quickly turned to the direction where Zhou Chun had left. In the seemingly empty sky, a faint golden streak appeared in Wang Bakshan's sight like a rainbow. "Found you," he uttered a low shout, immediately following the golden streak. However, after only chasing for 20 or 30 miles, the golden streak vanished. What appeared before Wang Bakshan was a raging sea of fire, a forest burning fiercely. His target had entered this sea of fire and hadn't used any magic, thus losing his trail. "Thought you could hide here and escape my pursuit? Naive." His eyes flashed with a fierce light, and Wang Bakshan immediately flew into the smoke-filled area above the sea of fire, his powerful divine sense sweeping across the ground, searching for the hiding culprit. But even after a thorough, carpet-like search of the surrounding dozens of miles, he couldn't find the vanished killer. It was as if the killer had been melted by the fire, completely disappearing without a trace. This situation made his expression turn extremely grim. He hovered in midair, his gaze fixed on the sea of fire below, unsure whether to continue the search or capture the wood spirit first. After much hesitation, he gave a cold snort, his face grim, and turned to leave, continuing his search for the wood spirit. Was he finally gone? In a cave somewhere underground, Zhou Chun, through the flying fire scorpion he was possessing, breathed a sigh of relief after discovering Wang Bakshan's departure. He knew, of course, that even with the advantage of escape, he couldn't outrun a mid-stage purple mansion cultivator, so he hadn't considered simply escaping. Therefore, after killing the man, he ran into the sea of fire, using it to conceal his presence. Then he quickly crossed a fire and hid in a burrow dug by some unknown animal. Of course, a mere burrow wouldn't be enough to evade Wang Bakshan's spiritual sense. Therefore, his entire body was now covered in blue butterflies. The blue moon butterfly is a type of demonic insect with extremely strong illusionary and concealing abilities. When they are still, even the divine sense of a purple mansion stage cultivator may not be able to see through their disguises. Zhou Chun used the illusionary disguises of these demonic insects to conceal his own existence, rendering Wang Bakshan's divine sense search futile. Upon realizing Wang Bakshan had left, Zhou Chun breathed a sigh of relief but dared not act rashly. He didn't know if this was Wang Bakshan's ploy to lure him out, or if the other party would launch a surprise attack. Therefore, playing it safe was always the best course of action. After hiding for more than an hour, Zhou Chun finally removed his disguise and returned to the ground. After a moment's thought, he boldly headed back towards the location of the wood demon. Sure enough, upon returning, Zhou Chun saw Wang Bakshan setting fires everywhere. All the younger generation of Wang family cultivators he had brought with him had perished. Wang Bakshan now had no face to return to his family. His only way to save face was to capture the wood demon. If he could capture the wood spirit, even if he couldn't tame it, he could still sell it for a fortune at auction. He could then use the spirit coins to buy Foundation Establishment pills to compensate for the loss of the 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators today. For this reason, he no longer cared about the potential consequences of setting fires everywhere. This guy is probably furious now, I'd better stay away from him. Zhou Chun's eyes flickered as he gazed at the figure in the sky for a while before quietly rushing into the forest. Now that only Wang Bakshan remained, his opportunity had arrived. If he could find the wood spirit's true form before Wang Bakshan, he might be able to capture it. Thanks to the fire set by the Wang family cultivators, Zhou Chun's search area had been greatly reduced. He moved swiftly through the forest, with pale golden demonic insects spreading out from him, biting at every ancient tree and vine. Using this method, Zhou Chun could search all the ancient trees within a radius of several miles within a quarter of an hour. This speed might not be as rapid as the forest fire, but it was still a very quick way to search. About 3 hours later, several demonic insects that had been attacking the ancient tree suddenly sent Zhou Chun a strange message, and then lost contact with him. Upon receiving the message, he rushed over to check the situation. He saw an ancient tree, as thick as 6 or 7 people could encircle it, but less than 10 zang tall, hidden beneath countless lush green vines and towering trees. If Zhou Chun hadn't conducted a thorough search from the ground, no one could have seen this well-concealed, robust ancient tree from the sky. Several mysterious armored golden feathers were tearing at the trunk when they were enveloped and imprisoned by clumps of amber-like emerald green liquid. At this moment, these demonic insects had completely lost contact with Zhou Chun and were presumably dead. What kind of tree is this? Zhou Chun looked at the ancient tree before him, its leaves resembling maple leaves, but its trunk like that of Nanmu wood, and couldn't even recognize its name. This is normal. The variety of trees in this world far exceeds that of his previous life. Unless they are renowned spiritual trees, even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to recognize the name of every single tree in the forest. But not recognizing their names isn't a problem. Judging from this ancient tree's extraordinary behavior, it's very likely the target Zhou Chun is looking for. Chapter 349 Sweeping them all. An ancient tree unlike any he had ever seen before lay before him. It was very likely the true form of the wood spirit. Zhou Chun stared at the tree, his face grave. He first leaped onto a nearby tall tree to survey the sky, confirming that Wang Bakshan was not in the vicinity before swiftly jumping down. After a moment's thought, he retrieved the 3 corpses of the Wang family cultivators he had previously collected from his storage bag and tossed them beside the ancient tree. Then, he gripped a 3rd-tier defensive talisman in one hand and unleashed the sun-radiant golden wheel, with the other, slashing it towards a branch of the ancient tree. The golden wheel-like magical artifact landed on the branch like a spinning gear, and a burst of verdant spiritual light suddenly surged from it, attempting to resist the blade's cutting. However, this verdant light only helped it hold out for a few more breaths before being instantly severed to the ground by the golden wheel-like artifact. This strange phenomenon, however, confirmed Zhou Chun's guess. This ancient tree, unlike any he had ever seen before, was indeed the true form of the wood spirit. After severing a branch from the ancient tree, he flicked his fingers towards it, sending a golden sword-light crashing into the trunk, leaving a deep hole from which emerald sap oozed. Having done this, Zhou Chun waited patiently. A short while later, a flash of azure light appeared on the ancient tree before him, and the spirit deer, a creature that roamed the world, appeared on its tree top. The aura emanating from the deer had diminished considerably, hovering between the 2nd and 3rd tiers, far less powerful than when Zhou Chun had first encountered it. Upon appearing on the treetop, its pair of emerald-like eyes immediately fixed on Zhou Chun, a hint of human-like disgust flashing within them. Undoubtedly, Zhou Chun, who cultivated a pure metal element technique, was someone it disliked. Moreover, Zhou Chun's earlier act of harming its true form had greatly angered it. Facing the disgust in those deer-like eyes, Zhou Chun calmly said, "I know you understand me, so I'll get straight to the point. Your existence has been discovered. Even if you manage to escape from me and the arsonist today, you'll have nowhere to run when even more powerful human cultivators arrive, but if you're willing to come with me today, I can't guarantee anything else, but helping you advance to the 3rd rank will be no problem, and you even have a good chance of advancing to the 4th rank. To show my sincerity, I've already killed those humans who set the forest fire for you." He was using diplomacy before resorting to force. Zhou Chun and the Wang family shared the same goal in capturing the wood spirit. However, their methods of dealing with it might differ. The Wang family, going to such lengths to capture the wood spirit, Probably didn't intend to tame it as a spirit pet, but simply wanted to capture it and sell it at a high price, thus not caring whether the wood spirit would dislike it. Zhou Chun, however, was determined to subdue the wood spirit, and naturally couldn't do anything to incite its hatred. That would cause him great trouble. Despite Zhou Chun's overtures, the wood spirit wasn't appreciative. It glanced at the 3 corpses on the ground, and the earth beneath them immediately cracked open, sprouting red and black tree roots. These roots quickly bound the 3 corpses and dragged them underground, seemingly intending to use them as fertilizer. Then, a yo-yo sound came from the green deer's mouth, a warning to Zhou Chun to leave. Seeing this, Zhou Chun sighed softly. Fine, since you don't believe me, I'll have to use violence to calm you down first. He then patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, immediately releasing all the mysterious armor golden feather demonic insects he had tamed. After years of cultivation, he now possessed over 7,000 mysterious armor golden feather demonic insects, including over 800 mature insects and over 4,000 adult insects. At this moment, he released over 5,000 demonic insects, which quickly formed a pale golden cloud above his head. Go! Zhou Chun pointed at the ancient tree ahead, and instantly thousands of demonic insects swarmed towards it. Seeing this, the azure deer let out an angry neigh, spitting out a beam of azure light that swept towards the demonic insects. Swept by this azure light, a large number of demonic insects fell to the ground like dumplings being dropped into a pot. However, most of the mature mysterious armor golden feathers only swayed slightly before continuing their flight towards the ancient tree. This intensified the azure deer's anger, and it immediately stomped its hooves, causing countless tiny cracks to automatically open in the tree trunk beneath its feet, spraying out streams of emerald green sap that shot towards the attacking demonic insects. Upon contact with the insects, this emerald green sap immediately condensed into emerald green crystals, imprisoning the insects and dragging them down to the ground. However, the mature mysterious armor golden feathers were not so easy to deal with. The moment the emerald crystals touched the ground, the demonic insects inside quickly bit through them and crawled out. Then, continuing to carry out their master's will, they swarmed towards the ancient tree. This tenacious, indestructible vitality surprised even the blue deer. This tree sap was something it had evolved specifically to deal with demonic insects during its evolutionary process. In the past, no demonic insect in this forest had ever survived being stuck with it. 2 consecutive attacks had failed to subdue the swarm of insects, and some had successfully flown to the ancient tree, beginning to gnaw at its trunk. Although it could now exist independently, the blue deer's connection to its body remained. Every bite the insects took from the trunk felt like a bite to its own body, causing it excruciating pain. It hated those insects. Suddenly, it transformed into a beam of blue light and merged into the ancient tree. Then, the ancient tree seemed to come alive, its trunk radiating emerald light, and suddenly sharp thorns sprouted, piercing the pale golden demonic insects. But the result was almost identical to the previous 2 attacks on the insects. The mature mysterious armor golden feather demonic insects were not afraid of the thorns at all, they could even cling to them and bite. Only some adult mysterious armor golden feather insects, whose bodies were not sturdy enough, were pierced by the thorns and impaled on the tree. Just as the wood spirit was trying to kill the pale golden demonic insects, Zhou Chun no longer stood idly by enjoying the battle. With a wave of his hand, the sun-radiant golden wheel spun and slashed towards the ancient tree. Then, he repeatedly patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing all 3 of his spirit pets. And that wasn't all. To end the battle as quickly as possible, Zhou Chun also formed hand seals and unleashed the dragon transformation secret technique, a technique he hadn't used in a long time. After using the dragon blood of the azure flood dragon to transform his foundation, Zhou Chun had never given up cultivating the dragon transformation secret technique. After all, the technique's ability to enhance strength was undeniable, and it would be a great pity to neglect it. After years of cultivation, Zhou Chun had already mastered the 2nd level of the dragon transformation secret technique. Now, when he used this technique, the layer of azure gold dragon scales on his body was almost tangible, and his claws were incredibly sharp, capable of tearing through the air with a casual swing. At this moment, he felt stronger than ever before. With his dragon scale defense and dragon claws, he could even engage in hand-to-hand combat with demonic beasts of the same level. Of course, he wouldn't actually do that. He wasn't like Su Fu and others who frequently used this technique to fight demonic beasts and had long since honed their powerful close combat skills. In fact, This was the first time he had used the dragon transformation secret technique at full power in combat since he began cultivating it. At that moment, Zhou Chun and his 3 spirit pets activated simultaneously, each launching a fierce attack on the ancient tree, the main body of the wood spirit, using different methods. Thunder roared, golden light flashed, and various spells bombarded the ancient tree in turn. Interspersed among these attacks were the figures of Zhou Chun and the golden winged tiger, charging and leaping. The wood spirit also displayed powerful defensive capabilities. Thick roots suddenly sprouted from the ground around the ancient tree, shooting upwards like vines, connecting with a canopy to form a massive tree barrier. This barrier of roots was incredibly resilient, with an abnormally strong regenerative ability. Even if Zhou Chun and his spirit pets blasted a large hole in it, it could repair itself within moments. Moreover, it wasn't just defending, it also launched a counterattack against Zhou Chun. At this point, the wood spirit seemed to know that only by eliminating Zhou Chun could it eliminate those damned insects. Seeing Zhou Chun frequently approaching and tearing at the barrier, it suddenly resorted to ruthless tactics, extending a tree root that transformed into a root cage, trapping Zhou Chun within. It then attempted to gather its power to blast Zhou Chun inside. Unexpectedly, just as the root cage trapped Zhou Chun, a golden light shot from Zhou Chun's mouth, instantly piercing and shattering the deliberately reinforced cage. A flash of green light followed, and Zhou Chun's figure burst through the gap in the blink of an eye, flying to the edge of the massive root barrier. Then, Zhou Chun's claws danced, his sharp claws easily tearing a huge gap in the root barrier before him like flying swords. Boom! 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 On the other side, a series of explosions rang out, raging lightning blasting a gap several tens of feet wide open in the root barrier. Then the massive body of the golden armored rock turtle thrust in and blocked the gap, preventing it from closing. Then, the golden winged tiger charged through the gap into the ancient tree, spitting out a ball of golden spiritual light. Boom! The golden light struck the tree, instantly blasting a gash the size of a water vat in its trunk. The sharp metal elemental energy completely destroyed and killed the wood spirit's life force. Even with the tree's powerful regenerative abilities, it couldn't heal the wound quickly. Zhou Chun and his 3 spirit pets all possessed attributes that countered the wood spirit, which was his greatest confidence in daring to fight it alone. Before rejecting Zhou Chun's advances, the wood spirit clearly hadn't expected that Zhou Chun, who appeared to be only at the late foundation establishment stage, would possess such formidable strength. Faced with a combined attack of Zhou Chun, his spirit pets, and his army of demonic insects, the wood spirit, now weaker than before, quickly found itself at a significant disadvantage. It attempted several times to concentrate its power to capture Zhou Chun, but each time Zhou Chun saw through its intentions and prepared defenses to block its attacks. Zhou Chun and his 3 spirit pets unleashed a barrage of attacks upon the ancient tree, the very trunk of the wood spirit, quickly blasting it into a mangled mess, riddled with wounds that couldn't heal in time. At the same time, driven by Zhou Chun, the mysterious armor golden feather demonic insects burrowed into the tree through the wounds, gnawing at it from within. The combined attack of these thousands of insects caused more damage to the tree than Zhou Chun and his spirit pets combined. Under their onslaught, the tree's vitality visibly withered, and the wood spirit's power rapidly diminished. Suddenly, a mournful deer cry echoed through the forest, and the wood spirit, in its blue deer form, reappeared atop the ancient tree. It seemed to know that its true form couldn't survive and was weeping for its impending demise. Trying to escape, looking at the weeping blue deer atop the tree, a glint flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes, instantly understanding its purpose. Clearly, upon realizing the ancient tree was doomed, the wood spirit decided to abandon the fight and attempt to escape. Given its mastery of wood escape techniques, it was virtually impossible for anyone without a golden core cultivation level to catch it in this forest. However, Zhou Chun wasn't about to let his efforts be in vain. With a thought, the golden armored rock turtle and the silver lightning python instantly unleashed a combined killing move. The golden armored rock turtle struck first, its invisible gravity cage instantly enveloping the ancient tree and the azure deer. Inside the gravity cage, the wood spirit's connection with the surrounding vegetation was severely suppressed, making it difficult to cast wood escape techniques as instantly as before. At that moment, silver-white lightning descended from the sky, striking the wood spirit in a triple lightning attack. The azure deer was instantly engulfed in electric current, nearly shattering half its body. At this moment, the disadvantage of not having a flesh and blood body became apparent. Lightning struck the spirit's body, instantly throwing its internal magical power into chaos. Much like when it was struck by Wang Baoxing's fire and wood, the difference was that it no longer possessed the same level of magical power as before, and couldn't expel this negative state from its body in a short time. Zhou Chun's true killing move then followed. A flash of silver light, and a large silver net suddenly descended, trapping the azure deer like a fishnet. As soon as the net captured the azure deer, it shone brightly, tightening its grip. The azure deer, cut and compressed by the pure metal element power, let out an incredibly pitiful cry, its size visibly shrinking as the net contracted. Ha ha ha, don't cry, little deer. I, Zhou, can't bear to kill you. Zhou Chun laughed, his figure instantly appearing beside the silver net, like a fisherman with a bountiful harvest, laughing as he lifted the trapped azure deer into his hands. Once caught in his silver net, the azure deer had no chance of escape, given its abilities. However, after only a few laughs, it suddenly noticed something, its expression changing drastically as it abruptly looked in a certain direction. Dozens of miles away, a streak of azure light was rapidly approaching. It was Wang Baoxing, who, having witnessed a battle from afar, was rushing towards them. Second update. Chapter 350 successfully escaped, Wainer in danger. Zhou Chun was prepared for Wang Baoxing to discover his capture of the wood spirit. However, the wood spirit's resistance exceeded his expectations, causing the capture to take longer than anticipated. Wang Baoxing's arrival was also faster than he had anticipated. This forced him to leave before he could do anything else. He quickly retrieved his 3 spirit pets and stored most of the easily retrievable mysterious armor golden feathers in his spirit beast pouch. He didn't have time to retrieve the remaining demonic insects that had burrowed into the ancient tree containing the wood spirit, so he gave them the command to devour the trunk. Then, he clutched the silver net that had trapped the wood spirit to his chest and transformed into a golden rainbow, fleeing at top speed. At this moment, Zhou Chun, with his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, was using the flowing golden rainbow secret technique with all his might to escape. Although his speed was slightly slower than Wang Baoxing's mid-stage purple mansion cultivation, it was only a hair's breadth. For a short time, as long as the golden rainbow light he had condensed wasn't exhausted, and with the advantage of distance, he didn't need to worry about being caught by Wang Baoxing. Damn it! Someone beat me to it. Dozens of miles away, Wang Baoxing's eyes flashed with spiritual light. He had already seen a glimmer of green within the golden rainbow, recognizing it as the wood spirit he had been relentlessly pursuing. This filled him with shock and rage, his anger uncontrollable. No matter who you are, no matter where you come from, you won't escape today, he angrily chased after the golden rainbow. The two of them pursued each other, quickly covering over 100 miles. After fleeing for over 100 miles, Zhou Chun's golden rainbow light condensed into his Qi was mostly depleted and couldn't be maintained for much longer. Yet, he remained completely calm, because everything was within his calculations. At this moment, he had already escaped with a wood spirit to the sky above a large river that meandered through the thousand-leaf forest. The great river meandered through the forest, its surface 200 to 300 zang wide, and its current extremely strong. Zhou Chun flew to the river's edge and immediately plunged into the water. Just before touching the water, he slapped his storage bag, and a third-tier magic talisman landed in his hand. This was a high-grade third-tier magic talisman, 1,000 miles in a single flow, a special talisman Zhou Chun had only seen in the Great Zhou Kingdom. It was a teleportation talisman, usable only in rivers, and preferably in large ones. Once activated, it allowed the cultivator to travel downstream at a speed comparable to a late-stage purple mansion cultivator, flying at full speed. According to the shopkeeper who sold the talisman, this 1,000 miles in a single flow talisman could only be used with a current, and the greater the current and the faster the speed, the faster the teleportation. This talisman wasn't purchased by Zhou Chun, but by Zhou Daoyi in the Great Zhou Kingdom while browsing a market. After sending Zhou Chun back to the Zhou family, he left the talisman with Zhou Chun for self-defense and survival. It could be said that it was precisely because of this talisman that Zhou Chun dared to do what he did, snatch food from a tiger's mouth. At this moment, after activating the talisman, a blue water dragon instantly swallowed him and the silver net he was holding. Then the water dragon plunged into the river, flowing downstream for miles. Trying to escape by water, in the sky, Wang Baoxing's heart sank when he saw Zhou Chun enter the water, sensing something was wrong. His eyes flashed with spiritual light as he looked at the river, seeing a blue light rushing downstream. But its speed was so fast that it made his expression change drastically. How is this possible? How can he escape so quickly in the water? An incredulous exclamation escaped Wang Baocheng's lips as he hurriedly chased after the blue light. But to his despair, the further he chased, the further away he got from the blue light. This situation was the complete opposite of when he had chased Zhou Chun before. When the two had gotten closer, the longer he chased. After less than a quarter of an hour, he completely lost sight of Zhou Chun. Leaving aside Wang Baocheng's anger and frustration at losing his target, Zhou Chun traveled downstream for over half an hour, covering 700 or 800 miles. At this point, the power of the magic talisman hadn't been exhausted, and he could still continue his escape. However, knowing he had successfully escaped, he didn't continue downstream and deliberately stopped his escape technique. Back on shore, Zhou Chun found himself on a plain, with even mortal villages visible in the distance. He casually landed on a hilltop and looked at a blue deer in the large net in his hand. The blue deer had shrunk to the size of a yellow dog, forced down by the silver net. However, using the silver net was only a temporary solution. Zhou Chun couldn't carry it like this indefinitely, nor could he expose it to other cultivators. "Deer, do you want to get out of the net?" Zhou Chun shook the large net in his hand, letting the blue deer inside meet his eyes, and looked at it with a smile. "Yo yo yo." An angry cry came from the blue deer's mouth, its angry eyes and voice answering Zhou Chun. It understood Zhou Chun's meaning, but it absolutely refused to be coerced by him. "Calm down, you need to calm down," Zhou Chun said, raising his hand and waving it at the blue deer in the net, a golden light sweeping towards it. This pure metal element power struck the blue deer, bringing it pain akin to being cut into pieces, and indeed instantly calmed it down. Then Zhou Chun reached into his storage pouch at his waist and took out a branch. This branch was cut from the ancient tree that the wood spirit was originally from. He had specifically cut it before leaving. At this moment, he shook the branch and slowly said, "Good deer, I know you can parasitize plants. If you don't want to stay in this net forever, then parasitize this branch, and I won't make you suffer any more." As soon as he finished speaking, another yo-yo sound came from inside the net. The green deer had once again refused his suggestion. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's face turned slightly cold, and he couldn't help but say, "Looks like you haven't suffered enough, you haven't had enough." With that, he spread his hand, and golden light surged from his hand as he pressed down on the silver net and began to pull it back and forth. With this pull, the green deer inside immediately cried out and wailed incessantly. Since it had become a spirit, it had never suffered such terrible torment. How could it endure such pain? In less than a quarter of an hour, it immediately lowered its voice and begged for mercy. So Zhou Chun threw the branch into the net, and it immediately parasitized inside. After the wood spirit parasitized the tree branch, Zhou Chun quickly retrieved over a dozen sealing talismans and affixed them to the branch. He then placed a branch into a 10-foot-long iron box made of black iron, and affixed more sealing talismans to the box. Both the iron box and the sealing talismans were items Zhou Chun had found in the storage bag of a deceased Wang family cultivator. They were items the Wang family had prepared to capture the wood spirit. Sealed within the iron box, the wood spirit could no longer communicate with the surrounding vegetation and could not escape using its wood escape technique. If it tried to break free, it would inevitably alert Zhou Chun, giving him ample time to prepare. After sealing the wood spirit, Zhou Chun wrapped the black iron box in cloth, hung it on the back of the golden-winged tiger, and continued riding towards Yang Kingdom. This time, Zhou Chun dared not linger. His 3 spirit pets took turns flying, so they flew straight out of Shen Kingdom and into the territory of the Great Yun Kingdom, where he had previously resided. After resting briefly within the Great Yun Kingdom for a day, Zhou Chun resumed his journey. Traveling day and night, he successfully arrived in the Yang Kingdom about half a month after leaving his family. Upon reaching the outpost established by Lin Hongao, he didn't rush inside to find Lin Weiner. Instead, he found a spot to release the communication fireworks. The Zhou family used to send messages for help, and then quickly left the area where the fireworks exploded. Not long after, Zhou Chun used his insect puppet technique to see Foundation establishment cultivators coming out of the outpost to investigate. However, to his dismay, although 3 Foundation establishment cultivators had come to investigate, Lin Weiner was nowhere to be seen. Lin Weiner certainly wouldn't fail to recognize the Zhou family's communication fireworks. Her absence undoubtedly indicated one thing: either she wasn't in the outpost, or she had perished, or was being held captive and her freedom restricted. Zhou Chun immediately ruled out the first reason, because Lin Weiner wouldn't leave the outpost at this time. Whether Lin Weiner had perished or was being held captive and her freedom restricted, it was a very bad sign for him. Just what I feared has come to pass, Zhou Chun sighed softly, knowing he could only plan carefully now. His immediate priority was to determine whether Lin Weiner was dead or alive. If she was dead, he had nothing to say. He could simply go on a killing spree, slaughtering all those involved, and return to his family. If she was merely being held captive and her freedom restricted, he would have to find a way to contact her and hear her thoughts. After all, he didn't even know all the names of the Foundation establishment cultivators in this stronghold. Without Lin Weiner's assistance, it was impossible to quell the situation with minimal losses. Immediately, Zhou Chun turned and left the stronghold, heading to another nearby independent cultivator's stronghold. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. He shouldn't forget what Lin Weiner did before joining the Zhou family. After Lin Honggai went to the Great Zhou Kingdom to cultivate her core and discovered the situation at the stronghold was somewhat amiss, she made some arrangements in advance. This arrangement was truthfully explained to Zhou Chun and the others when she went to the Zhou family for help. Now, Zhou Chun was going to find the people she had arranged to understand the situation first. After arriving near another stronghold more than 400 miles away, Zhou Chun first placed the sealed wood spirit outside, letting the silver lightning python guard it, before heading into the stronghold with peace of mind. Outside the stronghold, after some questioning and registration, Zhou Chun was able to enter smoothly. Once inside, he pretended to go to the cultivation area to meditate and recover his mana. After several hours, as it was almost dark, he left the cultivation area and went to the area inside the stronghold where people could set up stalls to trade. He then glanced at the cultivators at the stalls and quickly walked to the stall of an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, directly transmitting his voice to him, Red Jade born in the Southern Kingdom, but he said aloud, "I want all of these golden needle grasses." The middle-aged man's eyes immediately changed, looking at him with delight. Then, he quickly replied, "All right, this junior will wrap it up for you, senior. It'll cost 15 spirit coins." He then wrapped up all the golden needle grass materials for making talismans on his stall and handed them to Zhou Chun, accepting the spirit coins from him. Zhou Chun quickly left the stronghold. A little over an hour later, in a forest more than 30 miles from the stronghold, Zhou Chun and the middle-aged man selling golden needle grass met again. "Tell me, what exactly happened at the stronghold? Why didn't fellow Taoist Lin Weiner come to see me after seeing my signal in the forest?" Zhou Chun looked at the middle-aged man who had come to see him as promised and went straight to the point, asking about Lin Weiner's situation. Upon hearing his question, the middle-aged man quickly bowed and replied, "Senior, you are wise. Just 5 days ago, Miss Lin suddenly left me a letter and a jade box. The letter instructed me to lie low, protect the jade box, and wait for you to come and hand it over. Since then, I have not received any news from Miss Lin." After speaking, he reached into his storage pouch and took out a jade box, handing it to Zhou Chun. This jade box was enchanted with a special magic seal, and only someone like Zhou Chun, who knew how to break the seal, could open and read it. At this moment, Zhou Chun broke the magic seal and saw a jade slip and a token magic artifact inside. He first took the jade slip in his hand and focused his divine sense into it, quickly understanding Lin Weiner's current situation. It turned out that according to Lin Weiner's account in the letter, she had noticed the abnormality of the other Foundation establishment cultivators in the stronghold a few days ago and was certain that she could not leave the stronghold alone again. So she cleverly sent out 2 letters, giving Zhou Chun time to prepare before he arrived. Lin Weiner guessed that before they could confirm Lin Honggai's return, the Foundation establishment cultivators wouldn't dare kill her. At most, they would confine her, cutting her off from the outside world and giving them control of the stronghold. She was also prepared to hand over the control flags of the stronghold's protective array in exchange for her own safety. In the letters, she also told Zhou Chun not to worry about the earth element crystal jade mine being exposed, because she had stopped mining after returning from the Zhou family and properly resettled the miners. The Foundation establishment cultivators in the stronghold wouldn't be able to discover the earth element crystal jade mine in the short term. Finally, she also made contingency plans for how to contact someone to rescue her. The token magic artifact in the jade box was the pass token for the array in the fogged area of the stronghold. With this, Zhou Chun could easily enter and exit without being affected by the array. Having understood the whole story, Zhou Chun nodded slightly to the middle-aged man and said, "All right, I understand the situation. You can go back and continue your covert work. Have fellow Taoist Lin contact you after she comes out." Then he left. Only one update today. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.